What up? What's up? What up? Hello. How are you? Crazy Michael. Hi. What's going on? We ready? I'm ready. I guess I shouldn't ask, are we ready? Because I know what I am. I know that I'm ready. It's just a question of if you all are ready. What's the headband design? It's like tarot. Or is that tarot inspired broadly? I don't know if you can tell. But I used to have several types of headbands, and then they all got eventually like really stretched out and kind of nasty. And so I finally got 2 new ones. This is like the more fun one. And then this is like a little bit more of a neutral one. Not sponsored. Although, junk brands if you want to be. I mean, hey. I'll wear your shit. Yeah. What's up? All right. I think I'm going to go fast today. I'm feeling fast. I'm feeling focused. And what we're doing today, if you don't know, if this is your first time here, welcome. This is Critical Eyes, a series where I watch through Critical Role for the very first time. And we hang out, analyze it, have fun, try to predict what's coming next, and talk about what we can learn for our own tables from Critical Role. Because it's not everything, but it is a lot of things. And you can see right here about how much we've watched of Critical Role versus how long we've spent watching it. And that's all of the discussion and creation and all that. What's up, Lark? Hello. That was so fast. I know. I'm getting into it. Well, it's also partially because the takeaway is very long for this one. I will probably eventually, not even probably, definitely eventually make it into like a standalone video, but I would want like some additional editing on it, which like it's definitely stuff I could do myself, but I just didn't have time between like getting the script sorted and actually getting and with all the other things that I had to do and like making a thumbnail and all that. So instead, I posted the takeaway. So some of you may have already read it, but I will do it. I'll do it here, or I'll say it here, and then we will discuss it. And I'll also discuss some of the comments that were left of it. Okay. How'd you even calculate the hours? There is an online tool. There's a website, basically. There's a website where you can put in a link to a playlist, and it will tell you how many hours of content are in said playlist. So that is how. So that's also why I said about, because it might be off by like 1 or 2 hours because of the extra streams, like the theory streams. Although, debatably those should still be counted. So I didn't worry about it too much. It's more about the broad strokes. But okay, let's see. Okay, yeah. So the takeaway today, I actually named, which I normally don't. But it is power and those who wield it. Dun, 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 dun. Last stream you mentioned Raishan was 18th level, but she's 2 7th level spells, so she's actually 20th level. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. I believe it. All right, let's do it. Takeaway. Okay. So we're starting the takeaway here, and I'm starting the thing, and I'm gonna do it, and then we'll talk about it. Okay. I am glad that Vox Machina fought Raishan directly after Thordak, even though I know that was controversial. While I have a few minor qualms about the encounter, in retrospect, I think it broadly served as a fantastic climax to the Chroma Conclave arc. To me, Raishan represented both a practical fulfillment in terms of a tense and nail-biting fight, but also a symbolic fulfillment of the themes that we saw throughout the arc. And while the fight design itself, again, in retrospect, I think was really solid, I also really want to talk about the arc that led up to it, and why I think that the arc itself was the ultimate driver of the encounter's success. Because this arc was defined by power, and power, in my opinion, of two kinds. And also, my transcript tool, or not my transcript tool, my my dictation tool is not. It's just not scrolling. So I'm gonna try to fix that, and then we'll see. I don't know. But let's try it. All right. The first type of power is items of power. Not to be confused with MacGuffins, which are immensely powerful, but serve a narrow plot-specific purpose. In comparison, IOPs, items of power, are broadly useful and generically strong. I think the classic example would be like the +1 sword. And the Chroma Conclave arc is absolutely saturated up to the gills in items of power. Thordak's rise and reign was due, at least in part, to the Ember Seed, a heartstone corrupted by Raishan that gave Thordak immense power and didn't have any particular weaknesses. And in contrast, Vox Machina's journey became defined by the search for the vestiges of divergence, ancient IOPs that they were told might make them powerful enough to defeat Thordak. And crucially, these items weren't like anti-dragon items, you know what I'm saying? Or anti-Thordak tools, right? The dragon-slaying arrow is more of a MacGuffin than the actual vestiges were. They were just general, potent instruments of power designed to elevate existing character builds, not to resolve the arc by itself. And the Chroma Conclave arc also had two world-building aspects that I think influence the prominence of IOPs. And the first is that of currency, because at least temporarily, money lost a lot of its value. And after liberating Whitestone, Vox's basic needs were mostly covered, and because gold meant so little in a world ravaged by dragons, I think it all just drew in more attention to the powerful items when it comes to rewards and measures of strength. No longer is it just like who's the richest person in the room based on how much gold they have. Gold didn't really matter anymore. So that draws, again, I think more attention to powerful items. And the second aspect was the loss of Iman. Because Thordak's occupation of Iman, and the fact that it was Thordak in Iman, not Umbrasil, not Vorugol, it's Thordak, it stripped Vox pretty much permanently of their home base, Castle Greyskull, and their primary web of influence. It set a precedent really early on that external power couldn't necessarily be relied upon. They would need power that they could carry or wear or wield. And that kind of goes into the second type of power in general, which is that external power, the power of alliances, because even though they couldn't be fully relied upon, they were still an incredibly integral part of this arc. The power of friendship was all over the place. Because after all, the arc is named after a team of chromatic dragons, something that was previously thought impossible. While it would have been a challenge, Amon likely could have repelled a single dragon, but the arc kicks off by showing us the power of an alliance, showing us that even though Amon could repel a single dragon, it couldn't repel 4. And on the other side of things, before the party was even made aware of the vestiges of divergence, Allura implores them to gather allies. And while I would say that most of their direction was, kind of aimed at questing for the vestiges, creating alliances is always top of mind for Vox during the vestige hunts. They're always that's a big priority for them, even while they're searching out the vestiges. And again, I think Whitestone comes back into play. The party could easily lean into this alliance-based power because they could direct all allies to gather in the safety of Whitestone. And I think here especially is where we start to see some of the symbolism of the arc shine through. The Chroma Conclave starts united, but fractures quickly. Thordak, almost instantly chastises and physically dominates Vorugal while they are still in the middle of invading Amon. And shortly afterward, they scatter to rule separately. If they had just traversed the globe together, destroying all centers of defense, there would have been pretty little the world could have done to stand in their way. Instead, they fall into isolation, tyrants of lonely, disparate domains. And Vox's journey is exactly the reverse. They start scattered and broken. Amon fallen, allies missing, the council gone, Westron occupied. The invasion leaves them huddled in the shell of their former glory, the most internally divided we've ever seen them when they're arguing about the Githyanki and the skull. Then Allura appears, reigniting their hope. They save Gilmore. They find purpose with Osisa. Old allies start gathering around them like moths to a flame. As the Chroma Conclave cracks, Vox Machina rebuilds even stronger. And as the arc progresses, I think that we start to see the themes of raw power acquisition even more clearly. Even as they learn about Thordak, they simultaneously learn that there is no secret Ember Seed dissolving acid. They could not learn Thordak's true name to control him. They could not sever the connection between Thordak and the Plane of Fire by performing a ritual described in a forbidden eldritch tome. There was no MacGuffin. Thordak is just powerful. He's powerful because he has an item that makes him so, and because he has allies that make him so. If Vox wants to win, they need the same things. However, there's also something of a morality tale in this. Thordak gained his power through dark methods, and they exacted their toll. His IOP drove him into madness, and his alliance clearly only ran skin deep, shattering almost as soon as it had executed its initial goal. We also see, on the other side, Vox Machina given tantalizing chances to acquire darker power. Whether it's Sondor or Craven Edge or Ripley, Vox faced a lot of temptations, but eventually refused all of them. Except for one. And then imagine a big title splash screen. Boom, Raishan. So Raishan right here. Because Raishan is the exception. Vox knew who she was. They knew what she'd done, and they knew who she had done it to. And they chose to work with her anyway. Despite her name, the Diseased Deceiver, I personally do not think they were deceived. I think they were under no illusions as to the nature of the Faustian bargain that they were striking. They simply viewed it as worth it. But as it goes in those types of bargains, while it empowered Vox in the short term, it needed to be costly in the long term. And I do think that's why she was the perfect final boss. The arc demanded a climactic fight that felt earned. In an arc that is purely about gaining power, the players needed to see just how much power they had amassed. And for that, the battle had to push them to their limits. It needed to require that they use all of the power. But simultaneously, the boss couldn't feel too powerful. If Raishan had seemed capable of accomplishing everything solo, of healing herself solo, it would have undermined the whole premise of the Conclave. And in terms of a climax to the arc, I feel pretty comfortable saying that Thordak, despite being, the apparent big bad, just did not deliver the punch that was needed. The actual fight against him felt muted, I guess. His allies are weak, nameless, faceless. The arena where we fight him is dull and barren. It's absolutely nothing like Umbrasil's mysterious lair lurking at the top of a lone spire, or Vorugal's confident, brash, icy throne. Thordax is just a rocky field with some buildings. And while Thordak himself is monstrous and terrifying, he also acts erratically, speaking to others we cannot see in moments of delusion, and seeming to often forget his own capabilities. The entire fight has an empty, hollow feeling to it. And legitimately, after episode 79, I was left thinking, is that seriously it? But of course, we know it's not. Because the true analog, in my opinion, the true mirror to Vox in the Chroma Conclave is not Thordak, it's Raishan. She corrupted the Heartstone. She formed the Chroma Conclave. She wielded Thordak like a weapon. This is even reinforced when she is able to utilize Thordak's lair actions after his death. Like, mechanically, lore-wise, in fiction rationale, it's incoherent. But symbolically, it's sublime. The works that he wrought were ultimately her works, and she can make use of them whether or not he's around. And I think her combat design also reflects her nuanced power. Giving her access to the full breadth of high-level spellcasting was a, let's say, risky move. It's just very non-standard, and it makes following most of the first and third party encounter building guidance incredibly difficult. I'm not saying that it can't be done or that, it's even potentially bad. It just makes following that guidance so much more difficult. But here, I think it super worked. I think it scaled her up in the right way. Because lone spellcasters are limited by their spell slots, but they still have a lot. They have quite a few. This means that they have more than enough spell slots to represent an immense threat at the scale of a party or an individual, but at the scale of an army, those spell slots kind of get quickly burned through, even the AoE ones. Again, we're talking on the scale of armies, cities, whole nations. The spell slots just don't have that longevity. It's more of an endurance match. So with all that, I think that Raishan's extreme proficiency, and I would say surprisingly extreme proficiency in spellcasting, threaded that needle of maintaining her relative power in like a broad sense, but making her feel massively challenging in the actual combat. The casting did not give her one powerful ability, it gave her a whole arsenal of power, a variety of tools at her disposal, much like the variety of IOPs and allies at Vox Machina's disposal. She was not defined singularly like Thordak was by the Ember Seed, in the same way that Vox was not defined singularly by Whisper or Cabal's Ruin, or even by the glorious Gilmore. The fight pitted Vox against an adversary that had no singular strategy to exploit, no weak spot to aim for, a fight that prompted them to use every ally and item they had acquired over the course of nearly half of the campaign, more than a year of real life. And I asked the question, was it enough? Pew! It's cooler if it's a video and then it ends, but now I just have to be like, that's it. It's now over. That's the takeaway. That's my takeaway. The more I thought about it, the more I considered the fight, the more I liked it. I think it was a incredible climax to the arc compared to anything else we could have possibly gotten. So I liked it. I liked it a lot. And let's see what you guys are saying, because I know there were also some comments on the takeaway post, so I also want to read those. But we'll start with this. So is this arc over? I think we're in the falling action right now. I think we could do like a mini arc that is like searching for Raishan. But even in that case, if there is a mini arc of like searching for Raishan, I think when they ultimately find and fight her, she needs to be different. She needs to have changed. I think like this version of Raishan should kind of be done. It was the climax to this arc. So I think we're kind of moving out of it. So maybe we'll have, this is the end of the Chroma Conclave arc. Maybe we have like a mini Raishan arc or something like that. But I think it needs to be like differently defined and tonally a little bit different. So yeah. Thoughts on Raishan versus Raishan. Nice. Thoughts on it. I mean, I don't know exactly what you mean. I can speculate to some degree. But I like Raishan. Poor people's skills saved the world. Yeah. So Maya didn't pick up on the Chroma Conclave went to Amon in order to elect the new Lord of... Oh no! Oh no! Nice headband. Thank you. I appreciate it, Joshua. Yeah, Thordak felt like, okay, this is the BBEG fight of the Conclave. Let's get this over with so we can get to the true big bad of the arc. Yeah. Like, he's kind of the distraction. He's the puppet, Although there is some catharsis in the Thordak fight because Vax gets to avenge his and Vex's mother. It is. There is an amount of catharsis there. And I think that it is... But even that, I'm so curious as to how it will be talked about and how it will be considered. Because to me, even that feels hollow. Because I can't imagine that Thordak remembered. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not... Thordak didn't know that vengeance was being enacted upon him. I don't think Vex and Vax meant anything to him. So I think even in that, there's a bit of this like hollow victory there. And I'm really curious as to whether or not that, I wonder whether or not Vex and Vax will also feel that way. Because there is like, a general trope or cliche of revenge is hollow. We kind of had that in the Briarwood arc with Percy. Revenge is hollow in general. But this feels even more hollow. Like, the Briarwoods remembered Percy. They knew who he was pretty instantly. Or maybe not instantly, but they knew. They knew what was going on. Whereas Thordak had no fucking clue. So it's very interesting. And I like that, by the way. I think that's very cool. But I'm curious as to whether or not they will interact with it or not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much Vex and Vax want to, like, open that particular can, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know if they'll want to explore that particular aspect of things or not. We'll have to see. Don't telegraph. No, I think we're all good. Let's see. I think Jay was just yeah. I think we were joking around. What difference would you want / hope in a potential final battle with Raishan? I would want her to be different. I would definitely want her to be different. And I think it would go towards this. I'd like to see a little bit more of what are her motivations post getting cured. Because we have only really seen a motivation of, I want to cure my soul curse. But we don't even really know what the soul curse does. Like we can assume that it weakens her physically, like her health pool. But we don't really know if it does anything else beyond that. Clearly, it doesn't affect her spellcasting, really. But I can see Raishan herself getting seduced by the power. I also think we could see potentially Raishan playing even more like leaning even more into Raishan's kind of ego. Like, Raishan got soul cursed in the first place because she underestimated her opponent, right? I could see a situation in which Raishan underestimates Vox in some way. Possibly by, like, I think it would be kind of, I don't know. I'll have to think about this more and, just see how things kind of progress, because she also has the eggs, which is kind of a complicating factor in, like, my imaginings of what's going to happen. But I could see a situation in which her lair has a bunch of things that are sort of customized to fuck with Vox specifically, but they're sort of designed in maybe like a lackluster way. Not lackluster, in a very basic way that, like, misunderstands Vox's strengths. I think that could be kind of interesting. To where it's like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like her maybe thinking that Vax's power is, like, potentially primarily within his wings. It's like it'd be hard. I would have to give it a lot of thought to even think about, if I was in the DM chair. I would have to give it a lot of thought to think if it's even possible. But I could see her having some sort of anti-flight spell that makes it to where like Vax's wings don't work, or maybe like an anti-haste enchantment, you know, to where maybe she like disables the boots of haste, you know, something that is like, I know you, Vox Machina, like I've prevented your allies from joining you. I've disabled your magic items. You're at my mercy. Mwahaha. Because you are only successful because of the IOPs and because of the alliances. And then maybe there's a bit of a subversion there, or not subversion, but it kind of allows Vox to then show like, no, we are still like you misunderstand what makes us who we are and like what makes us strong. Or maybe she even tries to like pit them against each other. She like misunderstands the strength of their connection. I could see that as well. I think a lot of the way that I would a lot of the initial locations I would look at to change, or not change her really, but to expand her would be in her lair. Because I think we didn't get to see her in her lair, right? We only got to see her in Thordak's lair. And so I think that her lair is a really good place to change her substantially, while still having it like make sense as to how she could have changed so fast. Like maybe she could like trade some of her spell slots in her lair for like some heightened effects, or she has like imbued magic into different parts of her lair and she can like activate it with lair actions. Yeah, I think the lair would be the location that I would look at for potentially expanding her, right? I think that's the initial location I would look at. Because I do think she needs to be incredibly different. Like I mentioned, if Vorugal had escaped, I think it would have been really interesting for Thordak to have like torn off his wings or something, or like, you know, fucked him up in some way, so that we see a very different kind of Vorugal when we fight him the second time. Right, and I want the same thing with Raishan. I want Raishan to be a very different dragon when we fight her the second time. But, you know, I wouldn't want it to be like, oh, like get rid of all of her spell slots. Like, you know, it's got to all make sense still, but that's why I would look at the lair. But we'll see. It's not the same catharsis as Percy killing those on the list. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's not the same catharsis, even close. Yeah, to quote Percy, I wanted you to know it was me. Precisely. Sheev is my city. Yeah. VM could have known about Raishan's abilities because I believe Allura once mentioned that Raishan is known to call the sky down upon her enemies, which implies she has the 9th level Meteor Swarm? I think it implies... number one, I don't really remember that. But number two, I think it implies that if you already know about it, you know? Like, I would just be like, right, yeah, she's attacks from the air. Like, you know, I don't know. It does make sense what you're saying, but I don't. And you know, as I said during the stream, even if I was incredibly confident that she had like one 9th level spell, I would not have then assumed that she had everything in between, because you know that's not necessarily how adversaries are designed. Some of them are, like we looked at the Lich last time, which is designed like that, even though it has less spell slots than typical, or than the typical adventurer. It has kind of those, all of the intervening ones. But like if you look at for example, I would bet that there are some in 2014, but the only one I know off the top of my head is from 2024. But if you look at like the Ancient Dragon, the Ancient Red, in 2024, it doesn't have. It has just like select spells from select levels. It doesn't necessarily have all of the intervening levels. So even in the case where if I did think about it or knew that Raishan had Meteor Swarm, I still would have assumed she was less powerful than she ended up being. I still would have assumed that she did not have all of the intervening spells and slots and all that. Didn't Raishan already do that with the Dispel magic? Yeah, kind of. So that's why I think she could go like an expanded version of that, kind of, if you know what I'm saying. Like, she could have her entire lair be like a selective anti-magic field or something like that, where like all of the effects are dispelled, all of the items are dispelled, temporarily. Yeah, I think like her entire lair I could see being an anti-magic zone. So yeah, kind of like an expanded version of what she already did. Yeah. Although it would have been unlikely for them to know about Meteor Swarm, but Matt did imply something about her spellcasting. He certainly, like, I always thought that she was a caster, and honestly, a relatively powerful one. But I would even, I would rate a 10th level caster as pretty fucking powerful. A 10th level caster is, they're taking on pretty extreme threats. Without having a dragon stat block at their back. So I did, that's why it's hard for me to really agree that Vox Machina got deceived, because I thought she was a powerful caster. I think Vox probably assumed she was a powerful caster. I just think that I, and potentially, and probably Vox, just didn't assume what a powerful caster she was. That's essentially my argument, CR still new players and don't have spells, especially ones they don't know memorized at this point in time. Yeah. Like, there were several spells that she threw out that I did not know off the top of my head. Like the Abiz's horrid wilting or whatever the fuck that was. I didn't know that shit. So if Matt had hinted at, her having that spell, I would not have caught it, Yeah, and Vox Machina's the players are even less experienced and know less spells than I do. And I'm gonna bring up the post. Go to the post tab. Because I think there was one other comment that is kind of similar to something that someone already said. Let's see. From G. Herkub. Great overview of the arc, but now the question is, what's next? If Raishan really is the final boss of the CC arc and the mirror to VM, then the arc can't be over yet. She's still alive. Yeah, similar to what someone else already said. Of like, the arc can't be over. I think that the arc is over. I don't think you necessarily need to kill the final boss in order for the arc, the story arc, to be over. I think they have defeated the Chroma Conclave, even though Raishan was like the final boss in the Chroma Conclave. I think that they have ultimately concluded this arc. The boss just happens to still be around. Yeah. And if VM go for a rematch, what do you think will be different? You said Raishan is insanely built, so what will it take to actually defeat her? Is it even possible for VM at this point? I do think that if VM had been full on resources, it kind of depends. I think it really does ultimately depend. Is Raishan going to run away again? I think if I were... ban. There we go. If I were trying to craft a narrative or a sub arc, mini arc, whatever, where they need to, or where they fight Raishan again or encounter Raishan again, And this is the resolution, right? I don't think I would want her to run away a second time. I like that she ran away the first time. I don't think I would want it to happen a second time. That, we're getting into the repetitiveness. So I would probably want to and this is also me kind of assuming things about her motivations and about her goals. If her motivations or goals are different, then put a big asterisk on this statement for that. But I'm assuming her current goal right now is to cure her soul curse. And once her soul curse is cured, probably to ensure her own safety. I would guess probably by going to a different plane of existence. Those would be my assumptions. So I think there's two opportunities there for Matt to construct a fight where it is incredibly unlikely that Raishan will run. I think, and both of them have to do with essentially ritual casting. I think you could have it be, and this is I think what would be more likely, is that there is some manner of ritual that Raishan has to perform to cure herself of her soul curse. I think that makes sense. That is the cure to her soul curse. If there was any MacGuffin in the Chroma Conclave arc, it was whatever information Thordak had that was the secret to curing Raishan's soul curse. So now that she has the MacGuffin, she has to utilize it, right? So the direction that I think it would be sensible for Matt to look in there is, okay, this is a ritual that requires maybe certain things and can be interrupted, or takes an amount of time, because then you can have Vox Machina essentially, whenever they find her, whenever they get there, they can be interrupting the ritual. And so Raishan can't run away because she has to stay there to keep the ritual going. And we might even say if she runs away, the ritual backfires and kills her. Or if she runs away, maybe the MacGuffin is not only the piece of information, but maybe there's a one-time use only thing. We can have a lot of conceits for why Raishan can't run away during the middle of the ritual. So now we've locked her in. We've made it to where she can't run. And then I think that if it was just Raishan and Vox Machina locked in a room together, let's imagine the room has no special abilities. I think Vox just wins, even without their allies. I think Vox probably wins. So then I would have. So I think we're already at a point where Vox could defeat her, potentially. So then I think you play around with the lair to up the challenge in maybe a slightly different way. Especially because Vox Machina now knows that she's a spellcaster, so they can or not even just a spellcaster, but an incredibly powerful spellcaster. So they can much more readily prepare for what she's going to throw at them, which is going to tip the scales even further in their favor. So again, I think if you just put them in a room, you gave both of them a second to prepare, I think Vox just wins. So I think then you can justify upping the challenge even a little bit more with her lair. So that's kind of the direction that I would go in. And again, I would call it probably some sort of mini arc. Now, all of that is obviously not considering the Thordak dragons, the Thordak whelps. I have literally no clue what she's going to do with those. Because at this point, I don't even think that she would want to resurrect Thordak. If those whelps are Thordak phylacteries, like I kind of hypothesized, I don't even think Raishan would want to bring Thordak back. So I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know. I think if, maybe there's a situation where, like, they can be used as fuel, magical fuel for the ritual. Like, they can be, like, sacrificed. I don't know. I'm super, like, I have no fucking clue what she's going to do with them. Because when I was thinking about, Braum taking them, right? I talked about, like, the knowledge acquisition side of Ioun. These are a brand new type of dragon, whether we call it race, species, whatever. These are a brand new type of dragon, never before seen, probably impossible to recreate because the circumstances that brought them about were so unique. So that would, I think, be like Braum's motivating ideals around the dragon whelps. When I imagined Drake taking them, I was, still in my suspicions that Drake was maybe a secret Thordak follower, and so he would want them if they, were a phylactery, or even if they weren't a phylactery, he would want them for their connection to Thordak, because he's a Thordak follower, maybe worshiper, whatever. So, like, these are almost sacred, in that sense to him. So if I imagine, like, Braum or Drake taking the dragon whelps, I can understand what the motivations might be, and so I can kind of theorize as to what they each might have done with the dragon whelps. I have no clue what Raishan would want to do with them. Because I think it would be kind of, I don't want to say random, but a little random if they were intimately related to curing her soul curse. Unless it's just, again, like a generic, she needs a powerful magical fuel. That works, I guess. But I have no clue how they would relate to her soul curse. And that's basically the only motivation I'm aware of for Raishan. That and, like, fucking with druids, I guess. Having seemingly a coincidental history of hating on druids. I don't know. So it's hard for me to even know what she wants to do with them. I guess maybe she could want them just because they seem generically powerful. So, like, maybe she just wants them to raise them and have them as her little friends. I don't know. I do not know. I have no idea. So that's generally where I'm at, and that was G Hergub's comment. Also, John said amazing analysis. Thank you, John. Thank you. A locked room like a conclave. Hey, boom. Got him. Maybe she wants an omelet. Maybe. Hey, maybe. Do you know how hard it is to make a decent-sized omelet for an ancient dragon? Hey, you know what? And if that is the answer, makes about as much sense as anything I can come up with, What if curing the soul curse means losing the spellcasting ability as a penalty? Just a theory. It could. I mean, the thing there, then, I don't know that I would like that. Unless there is then something else unique. Because in my head, I'm assuming in that case that, she gets cured of the soul curse. She loses all of her spell casting. Now she's just a normal ancient green dragon. That's a little boring. That's, Unless her lair is immensely interesting. If her lair is immensely interesting and that happens, where it's like, yeah, she loses her spellcasting to get back to like normal ancient green dragon status, I think she'll overall be weaker. So we'd have to really, really, really pump up the lair a lot, because otherwise, we've faced so many dragons at this point. Adult dragons, ancient dragons. Sort of been there, done that, I will say, though, we haven't had any layers that I think were immensely interesting as layers. I liked Thordak's lair and like the way that the map was generally built. But I don't think we've had like incredibly, like immensely interesting layers. So maybe hers could be really, really, really interesting, and that could, close that gap for me. But yeah, and I can understand why Raishan would make that trade from a character perspective. But it would just make her overall weaker. And I don't see in whatever next fight, or the next encounter between Raishan and Vox, I don't foresee her being weaker. I see her being equivalent strength at the very least. Maybe maybe the dragon whelps grow at a very at a very quick pace. So maybe that's part of the final Raishan encounter, is that she's like raising the two Thordak dragon whelps, and they, that sort of multifaceted nature is what makes it unique. I don't know. I can't really predict it. I think it is, and I do think we are either going to encounter them. I kept thinking it was going to be in Viscan, when I thought that it was going to be like Braum or Drake that took the eggs. But now that it's Raishan, I kind of doubt it. I think we're probably going to Wildmount? Question mark? I don't know. I'm really uncertain. I think we're probably going wherever Raishan's lair is. Because I think at this point, Raishan has everything she probably needs. I don't think she'll need to go to any particular place of power. I could be wrong about that. But I've always thought that Raishan was from Wildmount. I continue to think that. I think that is like where she's from, where she was ruling, or both. So I think her lair is going to be somewhere in Wildmount, probably in like a swamp or a jungle, something like that. Oh wait, no, actually, fuck, I forgot. We learned where Raishan is from. Raishan's from the south of Taldore. I forgot about that. Oh shit, so never mind. Shit, never mind. So maybe she will be. I guess she'll be in Taldore then. She'll be like south of the Stormcrest. Or the Cliff Keep. Which one is Bro, also at this point, especially given that now recalling it, I don't think that I forgot that her lair would be in the south. Stormcrest. The Stormcrest are the mountains in the south. Oh, man, yeah. Especially considering that, I don't think we'll go to Wildmount this campaign. I think I have been fooled and bamboozled. I think that we are... I think Wildmount might be where we start Campaign 2. I think Campaign 2 will be in Wildmount. Because the only current connection, the only current thing that has any tie or connection to Wildmount, I guess there's technically two things. There is Vecna connected to the Briarwoods, connected to Wildmount. The Briarwoods were originally from Wildmount. So there's that. I guess. And then there is Ripley's gun Animus. The names on that gun. Bertrand Dwendal. King Bertrand Dwendal. Who almost certainly has to be a Wild Mountain king. Almost certainly. I don't know where else a king would be in this world. Because Marquette is ruled over by Devosa. And that's basically all of Marquette. Or at least all of Marquette that is organized enough to have a king. And then Othanzia, it seems the only settlement of sufficient size to have a king is Vasselheim, and I don't think they have one. It seems like they have like a loose religious coalition and like theocracy. So I don't think it's in Vasselheim, which basically just leaves kind of just leaves Wildmount. Unless there is, I think there's like a dwarf settlement somewhere like at the very tip of Taldore, and maybe we could have a king of like a dwarf city-state. Maybe. But I think Bertrand Dwendal is in Wildmount, especially given that Ripley is also originally from Wildmount, so that would make the most sense. But those are the only two connections. And right now, they are not being explored at all. So I think this might just be Taldore only. I think it might be Taldore Campaign 1, Wildmount Campaign 2. That's what I think. So I don't know. I'm giving up on it. I have. Raishan Cannibal. Well, yeah. We've seen the standard dragon stat block plenty, not again. Exactly, Jonathan Busby. Exactly. Yeah. Lose the spellcasting and eat a dragon omelet. Soul curse cure 4 to 5 doctors. Nice. Dragon minions. Yeah, maybe some dragon minions. Yeah. I was doing the counting thing. It's been 2 episodes since a member of the party killed a dragon if you don't count the eggs. I don't count the eggs. I don't count the eggs at all. Yes, it must be Wildmount this time theory. It's the opposite. I think it must not be Wildmount. I think I'm giving up. We also know she was dislodged by Thordax, so potentially she moved in the interim. That is true. She could have moved. That is true. Kind of doubt it. Raishan always catches you off guard. She does. Because I have no clue what she's doing right now except for curing her soul curse. That's fucking it. Gone wild. We went to Wildmount for Draconia. Well, I guess that is true. But that's Wildmount asterisk. That's not real Wildmount. Like he's given up on BBG Kiba. Yes, accurate. Accurate, indeed. God, it would suck so hard if Kiba is evil, and I called it so early, and then I progressively gave up on it. Oh, that would be terrible. We went to Marquette and Isilra in Campaign 1, so it isn't only Taldore, but I get what you mean. That's true. Yeah. Taldore primarily. Yeah, because that's true. We've been to other continents. We've been to Draconia, a la Wildmount. We've gone to Isilra and Othanzia. But Taldore primarily. I also think that like even if Campaign 2 is set in Wildmount, air quotes, I think they would still probably like occasionally travel to other continents. Yeah. Well, as long as the second fight with her isn't dumbed down, I hope it isn't. I hope it isn't. I want it to be. I hope it isn't. I think I really, really hope that we get more of a custom layer. I think that is where I would look to do whatever Matt wants to accomplish. Whatever Matt wants to accomplish, I think her lair is the best place to look in order to accomplish that. Ads. I'm gonna skip the first set. But we will stop the takeaway discussion and we'll jump into it. We'll take that as our kind of as our warning. Screen share beta. So yeah, I'm really hoping because I don't blame Matt for the other ones, the other dragons not having crazy custom layers. I think it's fine. But I do hope that Raishan specifically has a really cool lair, especially because she utilized the Thordak lair incredibly well. Frankly, I mean, better than any other dragon utilized their lair, maybe with the exception of Umbrasyl, but even that's kind of debatable. So I would really, really like to see her lair be very interesting, like beyond the normal ancient green dragon lair, because ancient green dragon, you know what, let's see what I think of the ancient green dragon lair, because I'm pretty down on the red dragon stat block and the red dragon lair. I'm pretty down on it, so let's see if I'm equally down on the ancient green. Frightful presence, etc., etc. So this is all basically the same, except it's poison breath instead of fire breath, and air and water. But this is all, to my recollection, almost identical. So let's see the lair. It doesn't show us the lair. Awesome. Ancient green dragon lair. Excuse me. Lair actions. Initiative count 20. Grasping roots and vines erupt in a 20-foot radius centered on the point in the ground the dragon can see. The area becomes difficult terrain, and each creature must succeed or be restrained by roots and vines. What exactly is restrained? 0. Oh, legacy definition. Okay, yeah, legacy. Attack rules have advantage. The attack creatures rules have disadvantage. I think that's speed becoming 0. I could take it or leave it. But the attack rolls and dexterity checks, I think that's kind of interesting. I will say I would either prefer if there was, which this is not unique to the ancient green. I'm realizing this about a lot of lair actions, and it's also not a particularly hot take. I think other people have said this before. I think Pointy Hat made a similar point, and it's kind of helped me crystallize my opinion. But it's I would like it if this either had a tell, maybe on initiative count 10 or on the previous initiative count 20. Or if it just popped, if you were forced to make that strength save at the end of your turn, I'd like for there to be some amount of interaction, because it's a 20-foot radius and the area becomes difficult terrain. So it's not easy to get out of, especially if it's centered on you. But yeah, I'd like for it to maybe be at the end of the turn. And let's keep it up. Let's let it exist for an extra turn. Beyond. Oh, it's when this dragon uses the lair action again. Ooh, I actually like that. I like that more than I believe that the ancient red has. It has the similar effect of the cloud of smog, but I don't think they stay there until the next time the red dragon uses it. I think they just stay there till the end of round. So I like that they stay there until the dragon uses this lair action again. I like that part. That'd be cool. A wall of tangled brush. This bunch of wall. I like a wall. I love a wall. When the wall appears, each creature in this area must make a dex save. Again, you know, it's like when it appears, not a lot for the party to interact with there. Just kind of an extra attack, essentially, which I don't really think dragons super need, especially since she's a spellcaster. Appearing on whichever side of the wall that they want. A creature can move through the wall, albeit slowly and painfully. Ooh, I like that. I like the whole moving through it is like, you know, potentially painful. It has an AC. I really like this wall. This wall is awesome. Except for the whole, like, when it appears. But everything else I love about that. Magical fog billows around one creature. The creature must succeed or be charmed by the dragon until initiative count 20 on the next round. I mean, we already know kind of how I feel about charm. So I'm pretty meh on that. And again, I think I would just like to be like, if you end your turn in it. But it also doesn't even say... Oh, it's literally just... Oh, it's just a charm. Oh, that one's okay. But I like the other two a lot. I like the other two a lot more than the red dragon one. A lot more. Okay. So, I mean, I already think, like, at a base level, that one looks way more interesting to me than kind of any of the other ones, I'll be honest. Any of the other layers and layer actions. But I'd like it to get pumped up even more. Like, let's go, you know, some spell and magic shit, because that would, like, link more into Raishan specifically. So I'd really like to see a lot in the lair. You heard how does he do it? Well, here's WHGIOU. Why did he give it up? Why did he give it up? That's true. What if King Bertrand is just a guy named King? That would be wild, Spencer. That would be a subversion. It's you know, it's possible. It's possible, and I wouldn't even be mad at it if it was the case. But it would be kind of funny, honestly. Yeah, it's like King in fucking One Punch Man. Yeah. The lair actions reminded me of a point I wanted to bring up / suggest. Ooh, interesting. Well, I'm going to go forward to the must-see portion, the 23 here. And we're going to start, but I'll pause and address it whenever you catch up, John. And play. It's muted? Question mark? Is it muted on my end? It isn't. Oh, it's on music for some reason. What the fuck? Why was it on music and not browser? Okay.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by us. Sponsored by the new year. Sponsored by, hopefully, have our sponsor contracts finalized soon, and we could have an actual sponsor soon. But until then, we are sponsored by you awesome people who come and watch the show. I think Sam had prepared a bit.
Well, I prepared a bit. That's pretty much it. No, I'm going to need it a little quiet because we've gotten a lot of feedback from the fans, and so this new feature we're going to roll out. We're going to have a telephone number that people can call and complain to. So I just wanted to, I think I can use this mic if everyone can be quiet. I'm going to just record our outgoing message for the new phone line that we're setting up right now. So stand by. Thank you for calling Critical Role Customer Support. We value your feedback and want to improve your experience. If you're calling to argue against one of Matthew Mercer's many, many rule violations, press 1. If you're calling to cry because Ashley Johnson isn't on this episode, mash your forehead into your number pad repeatedly. If you're calling to lodge a complaint about Marisha Ray or the character of Keyleth, or how nothing she ever does is cool, press 3. You will be given 5 minutes to rant, and don't worry, your message will make Marisha feel like shit within 24 hours. Quiet, guys. If you would like to complain about the technical aspects of the Twitch stream, please hang up and call 1-800-#WEKNOW. If you were offended by something Sam Riegel said on the stream, you can go fuck yourself. Thank you for your support. Okay, that's it.
Good.
Love it.
Yeah, I'll re-record it later. I'll re-record it later.
Yeah.
Love it. Oh, wait, we're not even done with it.
Yeah.
Can I just, on behalf of all of us,
Yeah. We miss you, Ashley. We miss you.
Crying before the show.
I look forward to all the voicemails.
Yeah, so many.
it's already full.
Yeah.
It's like our very own This American Life episode. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam, for that fantastic message. We have some, I think, some merch updates. If you want to pick
Oh,
up,
yes,
Laura?
we do.
All right, there it is. That's awesome. It's, oh man, it's. I don't know. That is very cool. That is very. I'm trying to think of how to say the thing that it makes me think of, but it makes me think of how I haven't liked the few times that I've seen people like go out and defend me, you know, like I've seen like a negative comment about me and then someone, you know, replying to it with a defense or whatever. I don't fuck with that because I can defend myself. And that's what this makes me think of. This, like, what Sam is doing here. Like, this to me is one of the best ways for a creator to defend themselves, or like a creative, a collective to defend themselves, because it's funny and it makes anyone that is doing the bad things kind of feel stupid, and cringe, and that is how they should feel. If they're making a big hullabaloo about it on social media. So I fuck with that heavy. I like that a lot. That's funny. That's funny. Probably too real, so we should never defend Mega confirmed. I mean, yeah, yeah. I'm a grown ass dude. I do not need defending. I can defend myself. And yeah, that's it. I think it's clear what the underlying message is, but it's framed in a way that the dumb people doing it probably still don't realize. I think they would get it to an extent. Also, the captions weren't on. You were correct. That's my bad. I would at least hope they would get it. Like, I don't know. I would hope, but maybe, yeah. It's probably not penetrating everyone's psyche. But that is, yeah. Sam is so good at using humor as a tool. It's something that I wish I was better at. I don't think I'm not funny. I think I can be plenty funny, but I'm not good at, I think, using comedy as like a goal or to accomplish a goal. And Sam's really fucking good at it. He's really, really good at it. The John question. On initiative count 20, hint at lair actions. Allow the high initiative PCs to move. Good for high dex characters. And then on initiative number 10, lair actions activate. Yeah, I could see that. I am. How do I say it? I think I broadly kind of don't love that initiative is based on dex. Well, I won't even say that. I don't like how overused dex is. I think dex is very overused in D&D. It has, it controls a lot of the really consistently applicable skills. It impacts everyone's armor except for heavy armor. It, determines initiative, which everyone cares about. And even if you do wear heavy armor, it, defines your unarmored AC. And, I get it. Like, I totally get why Dex is all of that. But it's one of the hardest abilities to, like, hard dump. So, with that in mind, like, the fact that, like, I don't do anything to change it. Like, I don't homebrew anything to address that. I just kind of accept it as the way that it is. But it makes me lean away from basing additional benefits on dexterity. Because I think that a high dexterity is already more beneficial, broadly, like on average, than high any of the other skills. Like than a high constitution or a high strength or a high whiz, dex, charisma. Maybe charisma. I could see charisma being up there because that's also pretty much always relevant. And arguably constitution, but like definitely not whiz, definitely not intelligence, definitely not strength. If we're talking about like broad applicability across all of the classes, I think Dex is kind of the undisputed king of that. So I am really hesitant to base anything else on it. And so in terms of good for high dex characters, I agree. It would be good for high dex characters, but I tend to lean away from things that will specifically benefit high dex, because there's already so many things that benefit high dex, and I don't want to push character building even more in that direction. So that's where I lean with it. I think I would if I had to implement a version of that, I would want it to be like they both trigger and the next one is foreshadowed, like both on initiative count 20. So that's like, the currently foreshadowed one triggers and then the next one is foreshadowed in the same kind of time. So that it doesn't benefit, high initiative, low initiative, whatever. But all that said, that's a really like long-winded and complicated rationale for why I wouldn't want this in particular. I think it's broadly going in the right direction. And I could, if someone implemented it at the table and like if I rolled up to a table that I was playing at and they said, "Hey, we're going to do this," I don't bat an eye. I don't disagree. I'm like, "All right, yeah, cool, whatever." So, it gets at a very particular personal issue and like personal gripe that I have with D&D, but I don't think it's a bad direction to go in. I just have that very particular gripe. But the next one is 639, basically right there. Yeah. On the offense or defense, I believe the storyteller system uses dex and perception equivalent. Whichever is lowest is your initiative. You can't act fast if you don't know what you're reacting to or if your body is slow to react. That's fair. I mean, with that sort of system or with D&D, like I totally understand why initiative is based on something in there. My only real issue with it is that in particular is used for so many things. Like I'd be more interested if like Dex was only taken into consideration like maybe just Well, even that. I started going down the rabbit hole, and then I was like, well, I don't know if I would like that either. I really like Daggerheart's version of essentially AC. I think that Daggerheart splits it up in a way that is much, frankly, just better, I think. Because it's with how AC is designed, it kind of only makes sense to base it on Dex, unless you really buff out the armor system, and then we just kind of get to Daggerheart at that point. So, I don't know. I would also be down if every class just had their own scaling AC. Like if we just like ignored armor unless it was magical, I'd be fine with that. Or every class just has their own AC modifier. I would also be down with that. But I don't know. Or every class bases their AC on something different. I think that could be an interesting way to go. But it's not like the biggest deal in the world to me. It's just why I feel that way about that. Yeah. What's up, Edgar Allan Poe? Owlin Poe. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. We join defense and offense, yeah. Alternative. High passive perception PCs get advantage on saves against lair actions or high passive investigation. I could see something there. I could see something there. Honestly, this makes me, well, it's like, what does high mean? Like, it's just like a threshold that you have to cross. I feel like you would almost have to make it a rider, because D&D largely doesn't do that sort of thing where it's like there's a certain threshold that your rider has to cross. That's not a broadly applicable thing, but I feel like there's something really close here. I could see just like your, I mean, I think honestly, oh yeah, I'm thinking through a lot of different options. I could see there being a rule of like 4 lair actions, or like saves against lair actions. Maybe you can roll or use your passive perception or passive investigation score. That doesn't feel quite right to me, but there's something in there that I can see. I could also see potentially, oh yeah, it's weird. I can't think of anything else where your number in a rider, like, you know, a rider, when I refer to a rider, it's like the, you know, the +5 from a skill. So it's like, you know, you have a D20 roll plus a rider, so like +5, +6, whatever. That's a rider. The idea of giving you advantage based on whether or not you cross a threshold in a rider is very interesting. It is very interesting to me. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. I could see there being some sort of, you know, I could see it being on a per legendary or a per lair action basis. So like this lair action is like if the PC has a blank or higher in investigation or a blank and higher or in perception, then they have advantage on this. That could be interesting. That could be very interesting. But I don't think I would want it to be for all lair actions, because that seems to me like it would lead to min-maxing. You know what I'm saying? Of like, oh, I know that for late game, I need to get this specific writer in this specific skill if I want those advantages. But if it's on a per layer action basis, then it's kind of leaning into different player builds, and, you know, it's easy for a DM to swap in and out the skill if they want to. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah. I could see it. I could see something there, yeah. More consistent additional uses for passives feels like a good thing to me. I agree. I do agree. I think it couldn't be a consistent mechanic. I think. I'm not confident in that, but I think my gut says that I wouldn't want it to be a consistent, like, a 15 passive perception always gives you this. For this, like, very, you know, common mechanic. But more references to it on things of, like, okay, for, you know, the Green Dragon's Thorny Briar lair action, they either have to succeed on this or have a passive in this. I could see that, and that'd be really interesting. Because then, if it's on, like, a per action and a per adversary basis, there's not, like, enough time to min-max it. You know what I'm saying? Unless you know about the adversary way in advance. Like, say it's an adversary like Strahd. And, right, Strahd has these lair actions or these legendary actions that have these passive kind of threshold things built in. And you know about Strahd from the very beginning, and maybe you learn about some of these passive thresholds through, like, in-fiction stuff, then you could build towards it, and you could have a certain amount of min-maxing, but that sort of min-maxing feels cool to me, because it is like, oh, I'm customizing my character is focusing on things to beat Strahd, right? That feels interesting to me. And then it's like, you know, if it's not this big long-term villain that you know about from the very beginning, you don't have enough time to, like, you know, switch your build up in massive ways. Even the Chroma Conclave, they only had a few levels. You wouldn't be able to, like, build from zero to, like, target certain passive thresholds. I'm into that. Even if you want to make it just on a per adversary, even if you don't want every lair action to have its own, it's just like, oh, Green Dragon, like, the Green Dragon tell, you know, is an investigation-related tell. Like, you need a certain passive threshold to detect all of the Green Dragon stuff. Or all of the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon stuff, though, that's perception-based. Or maybe the Red Dragons is, like, you know, constitution-based. Because it's so hot and bright and blinding that it's, like, hard to look at. You need to be, like, hardy to even be able to perceive enough of it in order to get what's going on. I think this is a very interesting direction that you're going in, that we're going in. And I could see some sort of combination of it, of, like, if you pass the passive threshold, you get it on initiative count 20. Although that feels like getting into too much into the weeds if you're, like, comboing it, because you would then either have to whisper, or the players that didn't get the info just have to pretend. So maybe not that direction. But yeah. Lair actions tied to different ability scores is interesting. It is interesting. I'm kind of into that. I'm kind of into it because it could also, like, imply certain things about the lair and about the adversary, depending on which, like, ability they're targeting or which skill. That is kind of interesting. I'm kind of into that. Anyways, let's do the recap, and then we'll be into it. I am very uncertain as to where Vox will go from here. Very uncertain. I don't know if they're going to be like, well, we gotta find Raishan. Because really, as long as Raishan doesn't go about, wrecking the countryside, they don't need to find her, It's kind of like Ripley. Although it is kind of like Ripley in that you don't want to leave this loose end hanging around. I do wonder, because what are their other loose ends? Their other loose ends, because Ripley did kind of teach them about loose ends in a way. Like, that was a very, I think probably a potent lesson for them of they left Ripley hanging around as a loose end. And not only did she do, I think, the very flashy thing of, killing Percy, but she also, corrupted, not Tyriok. Tyriok's the map maker. What the fuck was his name? The kid, the adventuring kid that, Vax kind of saw as a mentee. Kynan. Yeah. So it's not just that she was out there existing, being a threat. It's that she also corrupted Kynan. She stole one of the vestiges, before they could get to it. Then she killed Percy. You know what I'm saying? So it's she was an incredibly potent example of the dangers of leaving loose ends. And so I could see Vox saying, we can't just leave Raishan out there, We can't just leave her out there. But then that conversation might prompt them to say, well, what are the other loose ends we've left open? And the other loose ends to me seem like, obviously, the Vecna sphere underneath Whitestone. That's the biggest, fuck you loose end I've ever seen. Which is why I think it's going to be the final arc. Because it's just too big to ignore. And at this point, so little has happened with it from the time that it got introduced that I feel like it is the most reasonable thing to be building up to a big fuck you drop. You know what I'm saying? Like a big, oh yeah, this is what the sphere has been doing the whole time. Kind of like the Chroma Conclave with Brimscythe. The Brimscythe lair, with the what we now know to be the communication orbs between the other members of the Chroma Conclave. We didn't get to see that drop and that introduction, so we didn't have a really deep sense of what a loose end that was. But that seems like a loose end on the order of the Vecna orb in the basement of Whitestone. And we see that if they had addressed that sooner, things would have gone much differently. But because they left it for so long, it built into the Chroma Conclave. And I think that the Vecna orb is building in the background in probably the same way, so that we can have a big drop equivalent to the invasion of Iman to kick off the Vecna arc. So I think that'll be the last one. I think that'll be the last arc. And so the question is, what are the other ones? So it's the Vecna orb, it's Raishan, it's Hodis, but Hodis is weird because I don't know if they've elapsed the time at which he's back on in the material plane or not. Because Allura was pretty goddamn vague about how long it would take Hodis to reanimate, I guess. And he's a shapeshifter, so it's kind of like, how would you even find him? And it's not even like if Hodis does come back, he's kind of sworn bloody vengeance on Vax. So it's not even like, oh, they'll hear a rumor about people going missing in a city and they'll know that it was Hodis and then they'll do an investigation. Like, I think Hodis is just going to try to assassinate Vax again. So if he's back, I don't know how they would find him. And if he's not back, like, what are they going to do? Go into hell? Like, I mentioned the buddy cop adventure of Scanlan and Vax, but Scanlan got resurrected. So, you know, maybe there'll be like a little piece of Scanlan that got left in the afterlife. But then that's not really a loose end at that point, in it. That's you know, that's kind of directing them in that direction. So that's not really them, like, you know. I just don't know if they would ever decide to go into hell to deal with Hodis. That feels like, I don't want to say a waste of their time, but like, is just a Rakshasa. Like, a Rakshasa is very dangerous for all of the reasons that shapeshifters broadly are dangerous. Is he that dangerous? Like, at this point, they have so much experience with shapeshifters that I feel like they will be wary of anyone trying to isolate one of them one-on-one. I feel like they've learned that lesson at this point. And so it's like, what else could Hodis even, like, do to them if he came back? So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about... I'm kind of putting Hodis to the side. I don't know. I just don't foresee it happening. Unless there is something else that directs them into hell or wherever the fuck Rakshasas go. I don't know too much about the cosmology of, like, fiends versus demons versus devils. Not my forte. Not my will forte. But so then that kind of leaves Raishan, Vecna. I would argue the Glintshore, because there was some manner of, like, ritual that Ripley was going to do with the relic, which I believe was Whisper. There was some manner of ritual that she was planning on doing on the Glintshore. It wasn't like they got Whisper and then they bounced, which they could have. They got Whisper and then went on to the Glintshore to do a thing. So that, to me, you know, there's a little bit of a loose thread there. I could see them investigating that. I could totally see them investigating that, because it's also pretty low stakes. It seems less dangerous than maybe investigating the others. Obviously going after Raishan. I could see Vox Machina just having vengeance in their fucking heart and not wanting to let Raishan, you know, dance away into darkness. I could see them just immediately wanting to go after her. That seems reasonable to me. Is there any other loose threads that I can think of? The names on Animus, I guess, are a loose thread, but also the fact that they're on Animus kind of implies to me that they're probably allies. So it doesn't feel like a thing that really needs to be addressed. I think that's kind of it. Let me see if you guys mentioned any other loose threads potentially, but that's kind of all I can think of. She killed the person who had that vestige who seemed important to Marquette. She did. Yeah. Good example. Yeah, another very good thing, or a good example of the dangers of leaving loose threads open. I think that's generally what we're going to see next. I don't think we're going to start another major arc. I think we are going to see them addressing some loose thread because there are kind of too many running around at this point. The easiest answer, I think the easiest assumption is that it'll be Raishan, but I could see it maybe being one of the others. And she unleashed the guns, Hodis, maybe Hodis. I don't know. I think if there's another reason, if there's an additional rationale for them to go into hell, I think they would absolutely deal with Hodis while they're there. I just can't see them going to hell for the explicit purpose of dealing with him. Just kind of feels like a waste of time. I don't know. Keyless Aramente, true. Keyless Aramente is a bit of it's not exactly a loose thread, so to speak, but it is kind of a hanging sort of question, an in-progress quest, so to speak. She only has one. It's just the water. That'll probably depend on where it is. Like, if it's on the way to something, I can imagine them doing that. If it's not on the way to anything, unless one of the other players pushes for it, I can't see Marisha pushing for it. I left you at the end of the ad to take a shower. Good to know you're reliable. Hey, I mean, yeah. Kima revealing that she's evil. Oh no. And Scanlan needs to make amends with his daughter. Maybe. That seems more like a post credits sort of montage moment to me. Like, they're in a good enough spot that I don't see him and Kaylee's relationship atrophying if he doesn't actively upkeep it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking at things that seem like they would get worse if not addressed, which is also why I kind of don't really consider the Aramente in the same tier. But it's like Raishan, maybe the Glintshore ritual, definitely Vecna, arguably Hodis. Those four things seem like things that could get worse if not addressed. And those are kind of the only four things I can think of. So I think they're going to do one of those four things. I'm leaning towards Raishan. Didn't Delura say that Hodis needs to be killed in hell to be permanently stopped? I think you are correct. I think he needed to be killed in hell to be permanently stopped. If he gets killed in the material plane, he just goes back to hell. I just don't see him as that big of a threat, I think. Which, to be fair, I have just been talking about how, like, loose threads get worse the longer you leave them. So there is that. Like, Hodis was not really dangerous at all the first time we saw him. And then they left him as a loose thread. They didn't really know he was a loose thread, to be fair. But, he got worse. He targeted them. He hired the Clasp. He, did all this. So I think that, we saw him get worse there. And now they know he's a loose thread. Like, 100% confirmed. So I am judging him a little bit on the fact that, like, based on how much of a threat he was the second time they saw him, I'm kind of assuming... in my head, it's kind of like, what else could he do? Like, I think maybe I'm a little bit underestimating him, possibly. Because, with Raishan, I could see how that could get worse. Vecna, I could see how that could get worse. Even the Glintshore ritual, I could see how that could get worse. Hodis, I'm kind of just like, what else could he even do at this point? But maybe I'm underestimating him. Maybe I'm underestimating his cleverness and, like, just how much he could fuck them over. But I don't know. Yeah, he doesn't seem like that much of a threat compared to the others. Yeah. Do you want a weird tiger demon constantly following you for the rest of your life? Shit gets annoying after a while. True. It just doesn't seem as pertinent of a threat as Vecna or Raishan. And it seems much more difficult to deal. It seems very difficult to deal with. Because that's also the thing, is it's like, if it was trying to get him in the material plane, that would be one thing. But it's also like they have to go to hell to deal with him. So to me, his like threatometer versus the annoyance of dealing with him. He just seems very annoying to deal with compared to how much of a threat he actually is. It feels like they could deal with him after Vecna and after Raishan. Like, deal with the big boys first. He kind of seems like, fuck, not to fall into the Raishan underestimation trap, but he seems like kind of a chump. Which I know I kind of said about Raishan before we saw all of her shit. A little bit, yeah. It's like, what's he gonna do? Try to kill us. Like, the worst case scenario of Hodis to me is that he would interrupt a different fight and like join an adversary. So like he would interrupt the Raishan fight and like join Raishan's side against Vox. That's like worst case scenario to me. And like that would be bad. Don't get me wrong. That'd be bad. That would be bad. If they're prepping to fight Raishan and he comes in from behind during the middle of the Raishan fight, that would be pretty bad. Ooh, maybe. Okay, you know what? With with that in mind, maybe I'll bump dealing with Hodis about equal to dealing with Raishan. Depending on the timeline, though, because I honestly don't know how long it's been. And Allura said that they had a few weeks, I believe. I would have to go back to his actual thing. I'm pretty positive that I noted it here. Let's see. How long do they have? Ostensibly the real Gilmore. Rakshasa doesn't seem to be surprised. Allura indicates that it will likely be somewhere between weeks and months before he would be able to return. I don't think it's been weeks since she said that. So unless there could be a time skip. And if there's because I've said this already, I think there could be a time skip at some point in the remaining campaign. So, but if they went after Raishan right now, I think they still wouldn't have to deal with Hodis. So I think they would value Raishan more. And then, depending on what they discover about Vecna, I could see them saying, yo, we don't want to have to deal with the threat of Hodis during the middle of combating Vecna or combating a Vecna cultist or whatever. Like, he could really tip the scales in the adversary's favor. So maybe I'm just imagining another buddy cop adventure where some subset of Vox goes to deal with Hodis, because I really don't think the entire party would be necessary, while maybe some other subset like works on a ritual or researching Vecna or like uncovering the connections of the cult network. Like, and maybe that's even where the time skip kind of comes in is maybe we have like one episode that is like a HOTUS fight, and then the journey through hell is like abstracted in this like very like long sort of travel montage that is done in concert with a research montage. I could see that. I don't know. I'm calling Raishan first. That's what I'm calling. He shows up as like, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. You talked yourself into it a little bit. Because I was like, well, what else could he do? And the worst possible thing he could do is interrupt a different combat, which that would be pretty bad. So I could see Vox wanting to preempt that. Yeah. It's like when you think you can do the dishes tomorrow and the sink becomes a demon next morning. Yes, it's exactly like that. Anyways, let's try to get the recap before I have to go on the actual first break, because we're almost done. But those are my predictions. My only other prediction, this is kind of just a shot in the dark, is that something happens with the dragon whelps, and they do a quest related to the Thordak dragon whelps, and I cannot even begin to predict what that would be. So that's I think it's Raishan or that. Next.
So, to get you up to speed with what's recently happened in our game, Vox Machina, our band of adventurers, have been traveling across Taldore, continents, and planes of existence beyond in search of the vestiges of divergence, magical artifacts that can help outfit them for their coming struggle against the Chroma Conclave, a group of chromatic dragons that had terrorized and conquered the Taldore countryside for quite some time now. At the end of this venture, you've all acquiring your relics of power, your levels of experience, and the allies you've amassed through this journey.
Fucking boom. You know, the only thing that I did ignore in my analysis is the fact that they also like leveled up over the course of the Chroma Conclave arc. And that was another like aspect to their power-ups. But I just want to point it out. It's the two things that he mentioned. It's the allies, it's the levels, it's the items. And it was all about they're coming in search of the vestiges of divergence for their coming struggle. You've acquired your relics of power. I mean, that's just items of power with a better name on it. Let's go.
Converged upon
Oh, wait, shit. There
the
we go.
central capital city of Amon in hopes of finally defeating and destroying Thordak, the Cinder King. You made a tenuous relationship with a member of the Conclave, Raishan, the deceased deceiver, the Green Dragon. And after killing the other three members of the Conclave...
Oh, this is something that I would be curious to know, because people often brought up the whole trusting the diseased deceiver thing. Obviously, we know that that's his name. And Vorugal, or her name, Vorugal's name, the Frigid Doom, was used in fiction, but I can't remember if Raishan's like title was ever used during the fiction. I honestly can't remember. I could see it having been used and I just forgot, but I can't recall a time where anyone in fiction actually called her that. Not to say that it like invalidates all of the points that people that invoked that were making. It just felt I couldn't recall if that was actually something that the characters would have known, you know?
Conclave. You went in with armies at your back, a Shari in the sky, who laid siege to the city as you snuck beneath the streets of Iman, emerging on the outskirts of the Cloudtop district through the help of your two allies, Zara and Kashaw. Yeah. You managed to bypass two waiting fire giants, push straight into the center of the mostly ruined Cloudtop district, where you confronted Thordak the Cinder King in his large, swollen, powerful, primordial red dragon form.
Sorry.
I was with you.
Gross. It's a favorite enemy, right? Just checking. You came prepared with allies at your sides and full power. You tore into Thordak, and while many blows were sustained on both sides of the fray, Thordak fell on the battlefield. In those moments, as Thordak attempted to retreat into his lair, Vax, gave chase and slew the dragon using Whisper in your grasp. As a few of you came up behind Raishan as well, asked, as part of the accord you had made, to be given some time with the corpse of Thordak. It was decided that this was not to be allowed, that she was not to be trusted, and attack was made on Raishan, though Raishan also had made a few unique choices of her own leading up to it. It's led to a confrontation in Thordak's lair beneath the city, where you all nearly got your asses handed to you by a well-prepared Raishan. However, in the midst of this battle, you did summon your ally, Jamon Saord. They're the leader of Ankarel, the distant city on the continent of Marquette, and a brass dragon, who upon arriving in this fray, full health and ready to fight, was enough of a threat to drive Raishan off in her damaged form before she could finish you off in the state you were in.
Yeah, it was definitely worth it. Yeah, that was worth it. Yes.
However, you were then kept at bay by a wall of force as Raishan took 2 of Thordak's strangely existing eggs and flew into a tunnel towards the corpse of Thordak, and then disappeared in a flash of purple energy before the wall dropped and you all just arrived halfway through the tunnel where the corpse of Thordak once.
I will say something that I noticed Matt do, and totally coincidentally, I did in the last D&D session that I ran. Again, by total coincidence. And I'm sure that honestly Matt has done it before and I just haven't noticed. But using color to indicate what spell is being used is something I had never explicitly thought about before until the last D&D session that I ran, where I had a spellcaster that I wanted to be casting spells where the party couldn't see her, but also in an area where they would know that the casting was occurring because of like verbal components and etc. And I normally indicate like maybe what spell the party thinks it is, or you know, any sort of hints as to the spell, if there's no like obvious effects. I most of the time hint at that through talking about somatic components, you know, how they're moving, the words that they're saying, if it's, you know, fast and furious, or if it's slow and plodding, if it's rhythmic and, you know, and consistent and staccato. You know, I try to sometimes hint at like the school of magic, you know, evocation, abjuration, illusory. But because the spellcaster was in an area that I didn't think I would be able to communicate those things like I normally did, I then used colors. I used like 3 different colors for the 3 different schools of magic: abjuration, evocation, and I think it was illusion. And all of that said, I still like the way that I often do it, of like, you know, working in the somatic and verbal components, because I like reminding the players that those exist. But also the colors stuck in my personal mind way easier. And like I remembered that it was a flash of purple for teleportation. And so it did get me thinking about that as like a possible indicator of like broadly what type of spell was cast. In the same way as like detect magic will give you like the school of magic, associating each school of magic with a different color could be a very interesting tell to your players, especially if the effect isn't readily noticeable. Like in my case, they were behind a door. They were in a room. So the party couldn't see what the effects of the spell were. And in this case, you know, Raishan was like down a hallway. So I don't know, just very, very, very interesting, especially if you're in like an intrigue plot line or like an investigation plot line, and it maybe you're even in like a higher magical setting where there's more like baked in magic to the world. Using those colors as tells or indicators, I think could be really interesting. I never thought about it before. But like I said, the fact that it was a purple flash has stuck in my brain. I remembered. So it is very interesting. Yeah. D&D Beyond already has a color-coded symbols for the schools of magic. Do they? I mean, that makes sense. I've never noticed that before. Now I kind of want to see it. I kind of want to see what they chose and if I agree. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah. So like, necromancy green for sure. Abjuration blue, absolutely. Evocation red. Conjuration orangish yellow. Yeah. Transmutation kind of brownish, like brass, totally. Enchantment pink. Like, I absolutely think those colors could work. Yeah, illusion purple, sure. So yeah, I don't know. Something I was thinking about. After accidentally aligning with Matt there and it feeling very effective. Like I just like very clearly noticed it. Yeah. It's interesting. I guess it's different for for other groups. In our last campaign, each spellcaster had their own arcane color unique to them. Oh, my bard had purple and orange magic, for example. That also seems cool. That really lends itself to a more character-focused. You can still have like intrigue and investigation related to that, but it's a much more character-focused kind of lens on it. Like I'm imagining, you hear someone getting roughed up in a different room, and then you hear a scream, and you Ooh, so you hear a scream. And then ads. No, but I can. Lol. But yeah, to finish that, yeah, I think you could, you hear a scream, and then you see a flash of some color of magic, and then you go into the room, and no one's there. Dun dun dun. And so then it's like, oh, whose magic was that? And then you're looking for it later. It's like, who has those colors? Anyways, I think in any direction, like color coding magic could be very, very interesting. Even if it's by school, by level, I could see as well being kind of interesting. Or on a per caster basis. It just it got me generally thinking, because I often ask my players, like, what does your magic look like? But they've rarely described colors, and I've rarely thought about colors. So it's very interesting to me. Let's play.
Slade to find it missing along with Raishan and the eggs that she had gathered. And that was where we had left off. So, as the rest of your party begins running up, winded, bloodied, and still reeling from the intensity of the battle you just fought, you have the intense heat of the nearby cavern, the hints of cracked, red-hot earth and rock that are kind of protruding in small sections, the sweat just pouring down your face. You run up and you can see the trail, the pool of blood that once was driven by the wounds left by your blade at the side of Thordak's corpse, missing. The impact crater of Thordak's landing still kind of carved into the side of this curved tunnel. You see as Kima rushes up, out of breath, you see Gilmore rush up and kind of like pushes her out of his face, and there's a moment of silence as you all kind of take in what has just transpired. What do you want to do?
Using my magic, can I detect which direction the beast fled?
No.
Okay. I don't know anything.
Should we get, I don't know, does it matter to get any of his blood? Maybe we can track him easier?
Yeah.
Can that?
The body? Sure, I'll gather
Thordak's
any of
blood?
Yeah, Thordak's blood.
Okay, so you go ahead and you pull. Do you have empty vials currently?
I took a lot of potions, so I'm assuming so.
Yes, you would
Yeah.
actually. So yeah, so you take some of the mostly or completely empty healing potion vials and collect
I lick the bottle for all the remaining healing potions.
little straw.
Like a Capri Sun.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I head back into the chamber and see if I can find any of like Raishan scales or like Raishan blood. Or
Maybe give it a
anything.
moment just to let the lair actions die down a little bit.
What?
All the lava stuff happening in there.
I'll watch from a distance and make sure that it's not boiling
safe.
over. Yeah.
I'm gonna limp up to you. You burnt all over.
Yeah.
Hold still for a second.
That really sucks. I'm gonna assume that was karma. Yeah.
I
I feel
do
really
have.
bad for that Duragar now. That sucks. That's a rough way to go.
I cover her mouth with my hand for a second and use the last of lay on hands, and I check the critical stats. I do have 10 left.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use eight of those to heal you up a bit.
8 whole points.
So I only got 10.
Romeo. What are you doing with those last two?
I just imagine like light slapping the faces 8 times.
Oh.
Hit point, hit point, hit point.
Lay on hands. Lay on hands.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The Oath of the Noise Paladin. It's, coming soon in the Teldory campaign.
Thordak died like this.
All right, so as Vax heals you up with some of the remnants of his divine power still in his body, Kima is kind of walking up to Keyleth, and Gilmore goes over and starts helping you kind of gather and separate some of the what little blood you can. A lot of it's kind of just dug into the rock and the dust, but there are a little bit you can kind of pull into it that's not too clustered and filled with the equivalent of coffee grinds. What are you guys doing?
Once the layer is safe, I want to get in and start examining it.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay. It takes, I'd say, probably a good 2 minutes or so before the general tremors of the layer begin to subside. The presence of Thordak being long enough removed that the volcanic activity begins to come to a small, gentle end.
Actually, before we go back in, can I peek up on the surface level and see if it looks like the fighting has died down?
I was just about to
on
say the
surface?
same.
Okay, you guys go up there?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone else laying down?
Yeah.
Okay, while you guys are waiting, the two of you rush up to the surface of the outside of the opening into Thordak's lair. Both of you guys make a perception check.
Don't die.
27.
29.
Okay. As you both peek through the heated clouds of soot and ash that are billowing out from inside, your vision clarifies, and you can see up into the sky the thunderstorm that has been encompassing the vicinity of Iman is still rolling and firing off bolts of lightning and thunder in the distance. It is beginning to slowly subside in the size that it began, but you also notice that the Wyvern Riders that once rapidly swung through the air are all retreating en masse, the few that still remain, into the southwest, and have now maybe about a half a mile off from Iman. A number of them are fleeing and catching up with them. It looks like they are being fended off, and the tides at least have turned somewhat from where they began here in Iman. You also do notice that the...
Okay, alright, okay. The southwest, you say? The southwest, how interesting. Because Iman... no. It's because it's so zoomed in. It doesn't know how to handle it. Because Iman is right here, and to the southwest of Iman, oh my god. It is, oh, it's getting so confused by the aspect ratio and the zoom. Oh, it doesn't like it. Wait. There we go. Okay, there we go. There's the Stormcrest Mountains, which we know are near-ish, at least, to Raishan's domain. So, southwest. Maybe Raishan's over here. Maybe she's over on that little tip that seems weird to me. I think one of these two islands is Viscan, so it could be one of those two. Any way you slice it, southwest makes sense. They're forming back up. All right.
The two doors that you guys originally entered that you pushed through, one of the doors is now pushed off of its hinges and has fallen to the ground. The other is kind of partway off that giant gate doorway. And just beyond it, you see what looks to be battle still ensuing. You hear the muffled screams echoing from outside that gate and streets beyond Iman of hundreds of soldiers shouting into battle, large heaving war cries of deep-voiced giant kin. You see bursts of flame in the distance and what looks to be bodies occasionally flung through the air to disappear past the horizon beyond the gate top. There is still warfare raging in this city.
Can we see through that gate to where we parted with Kashar?
From this distance, you cannot get that much more. You can just see the motion of combat. You have to get closer.
Speaking of, can I reach into my shirt and grab up that note that was on the arrow? I never read it.
Oh, yeah.
What is it?
It says, my gift to you, darling. Use it well.
I knew it. We have to find them.
Let's go look. Just a look.
Just stealth.
Yeah.
To see if it looks like the giant is gone and if Zara and Cash are
Why don't we
around.
just cover half the distance, see what we can
Yeah,
see
yeah,
from
yeah.
Okay, self-check both guys.
28.
12.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
I'm
you're like,
I'm
no,
injured
you're flashback,
grievously.
right?
You are.
All of them.
You snatched from the jaws of death temporarily. You find yourself physically affected more than you would have expected in what seems to you was just an instant of darkness. And as you begin to try and follow after your brother, you find yourself stumbling and falling to one knee and trying best to keep up. At this time, you notice two figures running from the opening in that gate in your direction. You see it first, but you see it but a moment after him. You see bloodied, bruised, but still in a full sprint, both Kasha and Zara rushing in your direction, and you hear Cash just yelling out, "Vox Machina! You're alive, right?"
Keep it down, you fuck. Come on into this hole.
Hole. So, yes, the hole, darling. Right, and they both kind of rush up, and as you guys are catching up with them, you notice by the gate, pushing through what looks to be another fire giant, wielding a sword, kind of drag behind, kind of pour through, and just begins going into a large bounding sprint in your direction.
Oh God. Giants at the door, giants.
Moving towards it.
Yeah, no, we're going up towards the hole.
Okay, so
Can I shoot an arrow at him?
as you're saying giants into your ear, you watch as two crossbow bolts kind of into the back of the head of the giant. And stops and looks over the shoulder, and you see a flash of light behind him. An impact in the back of the black iron giant's armor, like a sudden impact of a fiery meteor just slams into it, and the giant stumbles to one knee before another blow hits him right across the back of the head, and the fire giant just falls on face first, unconscious onto the ground. A little cloud of dust and dirt kind of billows up to the sides. There, you see by the front of the gate, you see Jarrett with crossbow right there, and standing and now stepping up onto the back of the giant's armor and slamming a flashing, bright, radiant warhammer into the back of its neck. You see in chainmail, long beard, white streaked. Billowing, war-torn hair pulled into a tight ponytail towards the back. A familiar face. You see Carrick, currently of Western, standing, wipes his brow, and looks up and takes notice of your presence immediately. Patrick, if you want to come on stage.
Took me a moment to remember who Carrick was. I did remember it, though. So not a Shari. Thank God we're not doing another combat. I don't even mind D&D combat, you know, but whew, that'd be too many. Carrick, Patrick, Rothfuss is here. Hooray! Hooray! A guest. Interesting episode to have a guest on. Although I think that they don't really. I don't think they really take too much consideration for where they are in the plot as to whether or not they, have a guest on or not. It seems like it's mostly like, is the guest free? That seems to be the main criteria, I would say. Which is fine, whatever. West is in the other direction, Mega. Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. John. West is in the other direction. That's actually kind of important. That means they're headed for the Glint Shore. Or just Marquette broadly. They might just be giving up and just going, taking their ball and going home. Oh, towards Marquette / maybe Glint Shore. Good looking out. Also, it didn't take them an hour to introduce the guest this time. True and awesome. It's a little weird when they're in such a when they're in an episode that is so plot relevant. I feel less not necessarily confident, but I feel less insistent about like, you gotta get the guest in soon. As I have before, when it's just been like, oh yeah, there's just a guest on this episode, and it's just, it's an episode in the middle of an arc, whatever. They're not doing like huge shit. You know what I'm saying? So I feel a little bit less like, you need to get him in quick here. But it is funny that on the episode where I feel less like that is the episode where they get them in like 10 minutes, which is great. That's perfect. I wonder how long it would have taken if they hadn't gone up the hole. Maybe that's why they went up the hole, to be fair. Interesting. The Ashari are pushing from the east as main air opponents to the Riverins, so it might equally just be fleeing. True. Might also just be fleeing. That's true. Took Mega 2 hours to get to the guest. It did.
Since it's so easy to make your way.
Our site is so conducive to movement.
I didn't break it.
The whole set falls down.
I know.
Derek, you can fight!
I get to sit next to my bestie.
Yeah, my new bestie. Yeah.
What in the fuck?
I thought you can fight? Yeah, you just brought down a giant, no big deal.
Team effort. Is everything cool now? Is this the last of them?
One, I think you might want to move a little bit over to get into the camera.
Yeah, come on over.
Just as made for the audience.
Yeah.
There you go. And as you've been in this fray for quite some time, and the exhaustion's starting to mount on you a bit, and the two individuals that you and your allies had come upon, being the smaller unit, you managed to penetrate further into the city than the main armies that were pushing towards the gates. You saw the golden armored human and the tiefling currently struggling with what looked to be 5 fire giants, 3 that had come up behind the 2 that they had ensnared. And after minutes of battle and tearing through them, it looks like you finally gained the upper hand. You've lost a number of allies through this incursion. However, these are the really, really familiar, welcome faces given the perpetual onslaught that you've seen since you first arrived at Iman.
He probably just says, "Is it done?"
Is it?
that's his opener.
I mean,
Ish.
Thordak was killed.
Kashaw pipes up and says, "So you killed the thing?
Oh,
You killed it. It's dead, right? Please tell me you killed the thing."
yes, the thing is
we
dead
killed thing.
and gone. Literally gone.
Great.
Stolen.
Fantastic. That's wonderful. Great.
Gone.
We can go home.
He didn't hear you.
Can I hug Zara?
Yeah, she eagerly puts her arms out, and as you guys kind of embrace real fast, she kind of, both of you almost, from the impact, stop, and the bruising sets in. Darling, careful.
Yeah, no. Injured.
How do these guys look?
You don't see them yet, you just see these two.
Okay.
And after a moment of these hugs happen, you kind of catch your breath, you notice a few more figures appear from out of this large craterous hole in the ground in the center of this ruined district, and from there you watch as the familiar Percival, Scanlan, you stay behind?
Yeah.
Grog, and Keyleth all emerge from the hole.
How does she look?
A little singed, a little burnt, a little worse for wear, but alive. Can't say that much different from the rest of her allies as well.
Okay. I might actually kind of lumber a little bit in that direction as if I were going in for a hug, and then stop when I remember that maybe I'm not that sort of person. It looks actually very awkward.
Oh, good. This is a face I would like to see.
Care? He just killed a giant with his giant hammer of blazing white.
Keyleth just closes the distance and runs up and just hugs Care.
Big bear hug. Big bear hug.
What are you doing here?
Same as everyone. And doing as much as a person can do.
I got your gift.
I'm so glad of that.
It meant everything.
Oh.
Maybe even a little too literally, like 20 minutes ago. A lot of passing through fire here lately.
Yeah.
To break the awkward briefly, dear.
Yeah, much more still happening.
Maybe we should go down.
No, wait.
I skywrite up in the air. Is there like a sigil of Amon? Like a.
I mean, there is a crest for the city.
Yeah.
You can do a simplified version of it if you like.
I do that into the sky with skywrite.
Okay, so the storm, which is still raging, but it's moving itself southwest to almost follow the Wyvern Riders that have survived this battle so far and are fleeing from the scene. The clouds then begin to shift in shape, and the darkness separates into what looks like little plumes of white that spell out a very basic rendition of the symbol of Iman.
Hey, I'm not afraid. I'll put up a poll. I'll see what the community says. I know what I would vote for. I know what I would vote for. I think, dude, we're on the way. We're making our way. And honestly, one of the things that I'm working on personally right now is strengthening my voice. And it's not even a leak, really, because I don't know if this will be physically possible. But I'm trying to strengthen my voice so that I might be able to do more than one episode a week. We'll see if that actually ends up, happening. But that's a goal. So I think, and I think Rothfuss is going to his grave with book 3, dude. I don't know. If you want to know, I'm currently playing a D&D game, and the DM came up with this rule where if we're doing a range attack and we roll a 1 and we're next to someone, a die has to hit us or them. I mean, I don't have a super complicated take on that other than the broad take of I'm not a fan of critical fumbles. If you want to, which honestly, it's a good example of the conversation that we had last week about the differences between how casters are designed versus marshals. This just impacts marshals substantially more than casters. So it's a good example of how it's very hard to, even a very simple seeming homebrew. It's I want even more negative punch on a nat 1. That's going to impact spellcasters and marshals differently. And I also don't like critical fumbles at base. When they're mechanically oriented. Flavor's fine, but it's so easy to roll a critical fumble that it doesn't. And I also even from a more baseline case, I don't like anything in my D&D specifically that discourages action or encourages inaction. And so it's like the worst case scenario on a 1 being that you miss, you miss an attack. That feels fine to me because it's not like an active harm. It's not better for you. It wouldn't have been better if you hadn't rolled. And that's what I really want to avoid in D&D specifically. Now in other games, less so. I think like discouraging action in other games can totally work. But D&D specifically is not, I don't think is built around it. Even speaking of like, we were having the passive perception or the passive skills conversation earlier. And passives just really are not utilized all that much. Like they're in there and they have some recommendations on how to use them, but they're really lightly implemented. And so since to accomplish things, you primarily have to roll, anything that discourages that, I'm not a huge fan of. It can grind the action to get, it can really slow down the action. And especially in something like D&D combat, I do not want to slow it down even more than it already is. Because there's also like not a huge way to address that unless you also have homebrewed systems that make it easier to attain advantage. If you have a lot of homebrew around attaining advantage and positioning to where you really want to like avoid rolling a single die, then maybe adding even more negative to part of the chance of rolling a single die. I could see that working. But broadly, critical fumbles, not my jam, really, for any tone of table. I think they are just a net negative overall. Unless you do a lot of other stuff to address them. They impact characters and players in an unequal way. And this isn't, by the way, this is not to like shit on your DM. I'm sure that they have like rationale and reasoning for it, and it sounds like y'all agreed on it. But in the cases where I've known the full context and where I've experienced it, I've never seen, and I can't picture an implementation where they're not a net negative. Unless you really pair them with a lot of other homebrew that synergizes really well with them. And talk less, heaven forbid it. Heaven forbid! We are never getting a book 3, that's my take. It's like Winds of Winter. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's been so long that the pressure is so fucking high. Like, I do not envy Patrick. He missed the window where he could get it out and people would be the most understanding of its flaws, Because the book is ultimately going to have flaws. It is not going to be the perfect piece of literature, but the longer you let it sit, the more expectations people build around it being the perfect piece of literature. And so it's like, at some point, you just have to rip off the Band-Aid. That's one of the things Brandon Sanderson is really good at, is like, he put out fucking, I believe Oathbreaker and Rhythm of War, people didn't like as much as like the first 2 books, but he put them out because they were always going to have flaws. You just need to put them out, because if you wait too long, if you wait too long, people build up too many expectations. You agree? Yeah, Paige is currently on like her 15th reread of Wise Man's Fear. I think it's probably your favorite book. Yeah. Yeah, Wise Man's Fear is probably Paige's favorite book. And it's just like one of the two. One of the two is your favorite. But yeah, it's like at this point he just needs to release it, because every year he doesn't. It builds the third book. You'll write the third book?
Yeah,
Do it.
I have enough theories on what would happen. You need to write them all down.
She says she has enough theories on what would happen. She just needs to write them all down.
Like, we all know that Princess Ariel is his mom, and he's a lackless, and we get it.
Anyways. Oh, man. This was a Warhammer 40K D&D? Was it... Okay, wait. Was it Warhammer 40K? Or was it D&D? like a Warhammer 40K themed D&D? Like flavored D&D? Because even in that case, my opinion doesn't really change, or my take doesn't really change. But if you're using mechanics from Warhammer 40K, honestly, don't know the system well enough to know how that like interacts with everything. That also sounds that sounds hard. Not to say it can't be done. I've never really tried it or like thought about it much, of like trying to mesh in a war game, like with, a more story-oriented TTRPG, and like trying to meld those rules together. I need a lot more context to if that's the case, to know what's up. But I have more expectations for Winds of Winter than I appear than I do Rothfuss. I'm kind of with you on that. Yeah. I think we might get someone else finishing Words of Winter post GRRM. But I don't think anyone is going to finish book 3, as morbid as that is. I agree. I could easily see Sanderson finishing Winds of Winter. But I also fully agree. I don't think he would touch book 3. Because Sanderson finished Wheel of Time, right? He got tapped for that. Anyways. Just use hitting cover rule on attacks. I mean, I like hitting cover rules, but that's not related to a nat 1. That's related to like riders and positioning. You know what I'm saying? So that's not like a critical fumble. That's like strategy and positioning. In the topic of catching up with CR, it's not exactly full 8 years of CR from here on, because there's a multiple month break between the main campaigns and a few months of hiatus. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm catching up. I'm on my way.
Great, okay. Why do you think that Brandon Sanderson would finish other books, but not finish book 3? Like, what if...
Kingkiller?
Yeah.
Because I think it's too big compared to Winds of Winter. Like...
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what Winds of Winter is, but...
Game of Thrones.
Well, I was thinking, but yeah, he did the one you just said.
Wheel of Time.
Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
He finished that.
I know. Wheel of Time also has like 15 books.
Exactly.
Each book in both Game of Thrones and Wheel of Time is less of a cohesive, or like a big thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, each book in Kingkiller is so monumental and monolithic compared to Game of Thrones or Wheel of Time. So I just don't think he would take on the challenge.
That's literally my only hope at this point. That's the only thing that's kept me going. If that's not the case, I'm gonna be mad.
I mean,
if he gets the opportunity to.
I don't.
He doesn't.
I don't have a private line to Sanderson. This is just my guess. This is just a guess. I don't fucking know, man. I could be wrong. But yeah. That's the only thing. It was both, plus it's beginner friendly. It's beginner friendly? I think I must misunderstand what you mean then. If it's so it's you are homebrewing like a meshing of two different systems, and I'm assuming cutting mechanics out of both to like mesh them together. That sounds interesting. Don't get me wrong. Beginner friendly is isn't the impression that it's giving me. Homebrew in general is broadly not beginner friendly, unless it is, abstracting other mechanics, like combining other mechanics. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the more homebrew you introduce, the more like people have to like reference exterior materials, and they can't trust first party materials to be accurate. So I don't know about beginner friendly. It sounds interesting. But yeah, I've never heard of anyone doing that exactly. 40K has its own RPG. Yeah, that one, that's fair. And I think you can like yoink some mechanics out of certain things. Like I absolutely encourage that. But in the way that it's being described right now, I'm imagining like a melding of the two systems, not like primarily playing one system and then grabbing a few rules out of the other. This sounds like a melding of the two, and that sounds, again, interesting, especially if all of the players know the two systems really well. That could be very interesting, and like everyone works together to try and like craft their own system from what they like or don't like from each of them. But yeah. I just don't know how the third book will end. The whole thing starts with the silence of cut flowers waiting to die. It's all a tragedy, or it has to do a 180. Yeah, that's fair. 14. I'm not sure I'd agree with that specific logic personally. That's fair. I'm just throwing out a not a theory, but I guess the way I would be if I was a writer. I would feel much more comfortable trying to finish Winds of Winter than I would feel more comfortable trying to finish Winds of Winter than I would Kingkiller. Doors of Stone. So maybe I'm just impressing my own personal feelings onto Sanderson. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen the words beginner friendly in Warhammer 40K. Yeah. Sanderson has said he would not finish Winds of Winter. Oh. Since the explicit and violent writing is not for him. Oh. Okay. Fair enough. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah. 40K kill teams is very beginner friendly. Interesting. I don't know much about the whole, like, I'm not gonna look it up, but I don't know much about like the whole 40K kind of expanded universe. And I'm sure that, like, especially if, something like kill teams was, maybe made combat a little bit more beginner friendly, or like, maybe abstracted combat a little bit more. And maybe you could even like use its combat system to like unify some of the things between casting and marshals in D&D. Then we could get to a point where maybe the fumbles make sense to me. But this sounds like an incredibly unique situation of like, if you're, equally or close to equally utilizing mechanics from two separate systems, then it's like, okay, well, I have no idea how to evaluate or evaluate what I think about critical fumbles being included in that, because I would need to know so much more. I know that I would not like that rule in 5e, purely at base. But if we combine it with a bunch of other, 40K stuff, maybe. Who knows? But if it's also, at first I was like, oh, it's just like 40K themed, then I don't care. It's a mechanical thing for me. not like a feel or vibes thing. It's the fact that it impacts different classes differently mechanically, and that it encourages inaction. And I don't think that D&D as a system is good if you slow down the action too much. I think it starts to really fall a little bit on its face. You want to be encouraging the players to move forward constantly. Or else you get into things like, we have a whole word for it, analysis paralysis. And that's what you want to avoid. So, but I could easily see there being some 40K mechanics that smooth a lot of those issues out. That makes sense with his Mormonism, etc. Yeah. Anyways.
What else do you want to do?
There's Cash there.
Cash is there with you. Yeah.
How does he look?
Yeah. He looks pretty messed up. There are a few large sections of armor that have been just cloven through, and you can see been a number of flesh wounds sustained, but nothing mortal. But he holds himself with a kind of a knowing confidence with his arms crossed. But as soon as there's any sort of physical movement, there was a little bit of a wheeze and trying to cover for the physical impact of the battle he's just sustained.
You look a little worse for the wear there.
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
I'm sure he's. Z, did he go unconscious?
Actually, no. He fought quite bravely.
Are you lying?
No.
Shit.
She's lying.
Good job, I guess, Cash.
He goes, didn't too bad yourself, big man. Smacks in the shoulder and goes,
No, that would never hurt me.
I'm going to walk up to him as well, because he looks fucked up, and say, hey, thank you for the assist, Spanky. And I'm going to give him 2 slaps to the cheek and leave a couple of black feathers stuck there with sweat and use the last of my lay on hands on him.
Now that we've sent the word, maybe now we can
Goes down.
commence with the conversations underground.
Okay.
Everything hurts.
Oh, not to...
what's your armor class?
21.
He knees you gently enough in the nuts to get you to drop one knee. He goes,
Gently enough.
that's 2.
Yes, good throw.
I laugh through it.
Good call.
Are there any soldiers running around, by the way, right now? Any of our people?
Right now, some soldiers are beginning to pour in through the gate that they emerged from. Some of your allies, some from other armies that are starting to find their way towards the center core of the city. Not everyone's been made aware that the center of this battle has already been won, essentially. So people are starting to come in and calm down a bit and then rush back out to see what else is there. You watch as a few Wyvern Riders try and scoot through the sky to catch up with the rest of them as a bolt of lightning slams into one. You see it streak and tumble and then crash somewhere on the outside of the district.
I'm going to fire a couple times into the air just to get some attention and just spread the word, Thordak is falling! Spread the word! Now we can go down.
You see some of the soldiers immediately kind of look at each other, and you can hear sounds like the shouting and whispering back and forth. Four voices start shouting, "Thordak is falling! Thordak is falling! Thordak is falling!" And it starts just carrying throughout the city and echoing.
Go the locksmith.
Everyone goes, "What? Sorry, Thordak is falling!" So as you follow them and gather into the area, or you want to?
I'd say and I have to go. And I talk. I'm like, Samantha, it's you. Circle everyone up. Make sure that people are taken care of.
Yes.
There's just like 30. It's a
campaign going on.
It's a
campaigns are just briefly touched.
it's a couple dozen moderately well armored, but these are not maybe crack troops. They have a lot of heart.
Do they have any hit points?
More than you might expect. Yeah, and so I square them away. They can take care of themselves by now, at least for a bit.
Yeah, they set up a small perimeter to the entranceways to the district and kind of are awaiting other forces to arrive and inform them of what's going on and still stay alert for any stragglers of the battle.
Okay.
As you, what do you do?
I grab Care and I start ushering him down into the hole.
Okay.
Into the hole!
Title. Well done.
I'm so sorry.
You are
I don't know.
you're my favorite 13-year-old.
It's a lovely hole.
That's what they tell me.
There's room for
It's
everyone.
been a long time for me, and I haven't done this recently.
I'm in here all the time.
While this is happening, Scanlan, you stayed down there with Kima and Gilmore.
Yeah, I sort of moseyed my way back to the to the opening of the lair, like where I had tossed the flute.
Yeah.
And I pick it up, and I carefully divide my sachet of Suda into three parts, thirds. And I'm going to snort 1/3 of it.
Okay. The large brass dragon that has currently been heading at the end of the dragon.
They can watch.
At the end of the tunnel, Devosa. They've slowly brought down to their hands and knees after traveling through and kind of scoping out the interior of the lair. Approaches you as you're pulling out your stash, and Gilmore Kima approaching as well. What have you there?
I've had not a great day, Devosa. Thank you for coming, for answering our call. I just need a second to myself, if you don't mind.
Pike still down there?
Technically, Pike would still be down there with you.
Maybe just turn a wing.
They give a curious glance as Gilmore kind of walks up, brushes her back, which catches your eye interesting. There is like a glowing rune of some kind in the center of Gilmore's forehead. As he kind of brushes the hair out of the way, and he goes,
If the man wants some privacy, give him some privacy. I just want to ask you a few questions. It's not very often I get to talk to Jamon. And Gilmore kind of walks up as the dragon sits back up and puts out a claw and kind of lifts Gilmore into his.
Excuse me? There's a glowing rune on Gilmore's forehead, and he's super shy around Devosa / Jamon. I mean, that's also strange. Which, Gilmore is from Marquette, and so thereby knows Jamon. But it was like a reveal to Vox that Jamon and Devosa were one and the same. Also knows that Devosa is a dragon. Or is Jamon. I don't assume everyone knows Jamon is a dragon. I know. I don't assume that either. So what the hell is going on here? Unless VM have told Gilmore in the interim, that is true. That is true. Vox could have told Gilmore. Gilmore also, well, no, because then it would work backwards. Because I was like, oh, Gilmore could have like true sight, but that would be backwards. That would be when he's in, or when they're in Jamon form. Then Gilmore would see them would see their true dragon form, but it doesn't work the other way. So either Gilmore's got some info that it feels very standout that he has, or Vox spilled at some point, which it's not that crazy that they would have, you know. Gilmore's from Marquette. Vox got some very tantalizing information about Marquette and its ruler, so it's not that far out of the realm of imagination that they either did it on screen or did it off screen. Like I would accept that as an explanation. The rune is still weird though. Makes him feel like a golem. Maybe his parents aren't golems. He's the golem. Did we ever think about that? Huh. I think Vox only calls them Jamon, so Gilmore just learned right now. It's interesting that he's saying what he is specifically. If he just learned, but still. I think he figured it out by context. Maybe. He doesn't, I guess the thing about it is that he doesn't seem surprised to me. Yeah, what Jonathan is saying. You'd think there'd be a little bit more of a reaction if it was immediate learning. Like if he just learned it right here, then I feel like it would be like, wait, Jamon? Jamon Saord? My liege, or, whatever. Yeah, I feel like there would be more surprise if he was learning it right now. It feels more like something he knows, but is very nervous about. I don't know. There's a lot of explanations I could come up with in my head. He could also just be acting weird, you know? Just assume the table has the worst infosec ever. True. Could be Matt thinking they told Gilmore. Also true. Yeah. Because again, it would be very natural for them to have told Gilmore. So it wouldn't be the strength. It's very, like, if they even came out and were just like, yeah, we told him while we were sleeping in Whitestone one night. Like, you know, it's a really easy piece of information that makes a lot of sense that they would pass on. When a dragon reels around a powerful spellcaster, I just has to assume that the spellcaster might figure out stuff, I guess. I just noticed the guest star. Yeah. Yes, he is, Sarah. He is indeed. Gilmore just assumes everyone is secret dragons because he's an intelligent person in Matt's world. Lol. Oh, man. I could also see, I mean, we've fucking talked about it. It would be insane if Gilmore didn't transform during that fight if he is a secret dragon. But I could also just see Gilmore being a secret dragon, and therefore he, like, knew about Jamon/Devosa. I just don't know what the fuck this rune thing is on his forehead. What's going on there? Maybe it's like a detect magic? Or maybe it's some sort of spell that is giving him some info. It's like a third eye sort of deal, where Gilmore, because of the rune, can tell that this is Jamon. I don't know. We're gonna keep going and see.
They both begin having a conversation back and forth, which at this point Pike is also curious. He needs to pay attention. It kind of settles up next to you as you begin to out. Goes,
are they talking in their language, the Marquette language, or?
If you want to listen in.
No, I'm just curious.
Marquesian, and yes, they are.
Exciting.
But if as you begin to kind of taking out and getting ready to go ahead and snort one portion,
one third
of your suit, Pike approaches from behind and kind of claps her gauntlet onto your shoulder and says, "Scanlan, you okay?"
Oh yeah, I just this is some healing herbs that I got.
Okay. Well, I'm trained in medicinal applications. If you need my help.
I put it away.
She looks over towards Kima, and Kima is now kind of approaching the rest of you guys and walking into the lair, and they're feeling out the vicinity to see if the lair actions have come to a halt and made it safe. And so Pike begins shouting out orders like, "All right, we have to make a perimeter. Make sure there's no other exits. Make sure there's nothing else waiting for us in this cavern." I'm giving orders to a dragon. "You, dragon, help us do a perimeter, please." And kind of interrupting the conversation between Devosa and Gilmore, the brass dragon turns the head down. "Well, if you insist, small one," and sets Gilmore back down onto the center of the lair floor, and they just begin to walk perimeter as Pike joins up. And you are still left alone in the tunnel, should you be so inclined.
All right, I'll whip it out again.
Make an intelligence check if you don't mind. Just add your intelligence.
Oh, not good.
Wow.
You're gonna put it in your butt.
6.
We'll call this episode
6 total?
Okay. This looks exactly like the kind of substance you should be snorting for use. So you take a look at the suit.
It's hard to say.
And this particular suit, taking a close look at it, the grains of it is like a vine, almost like a brown sugar type texture to it.
Yeah, sure.
And it is a dark brown color to it. It looks like a crystallized dirt almost. And you kind of like take a second. It burns. It burns. Oh man, does it burn? It burns a lot. And you're like, oh.
No effect?
It burns. That's an effect.
Okay. I take out the flute.
All right, I can't tell if Matt hasn't done a lot of drugs or if these just aren't drugs. Once again. And I don't know which one it is, and either way is funny and or good with me.
I pack some in the front of it.
This is how you treat relics that were gifted to you by the leader of a foreign nation, by turning the expended energy into a makeshift pipe.
I'm taking another third, and I'm packing it in the front of the flute. Wow.
Okay.
Like,
Free basin, so.
I will I will
cantrip under the flute on the end.
I will dip a torch into a bit of lava to light it. And I am going to bong rip from this ancient brass flute.
Alrighty. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving.
Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving.
Constitution saving throw.
Not good.
8. Roll 1d4.
Here we go. Here we go. 3.
As you inhale deeply, as opposed to the burning sensation from when you decided to snort the granules, the smoke and mist that emerges as it fills your lungs actually has a very fine herbal taste to it almost, and it is warm, and there's a head rush immediately that hits you. You feel for a moment your vision kind of crystallize and clarify. All of a sudden, all the colors become briefly brighter, and you feel this slight.
Okay, never mind. I definitely don't think that Matt has not done drugs now. I think maybe he has enough experience to describe at first taking the drug wrong, and then what happens when you take it right.
Pulse of energy whenever you cast a spell, like the fingers kind of warm at the tips, and you feel the immediate need to just practice something right before your vision gets blurry and dark. As yeah, that's it. The rest of you guys come walking down the tunnel, being careful, weapons out, but talking and kind of getting up to speed with what's transpired. You look in the distance, you can see within the layer, and you're seeing this. It's a down a decline into this large, heavy tunnel that is just made of volcanic rock and blackened stone, and with occasional cracks of melting rock that are just spilling through in these small orange glowing pockets into this large central underground cavern that has an entire pool of molten rock that is kind of spiraling through portions of the floor. There is a large brass dragon just casually strolling around the opposite side, huge, gargantuan in size, strolling on, and a few other humanoid individuals, and you guys watch as a singular male gnome ally is face down on the ground, not moving.
No, there was no one even in here.
Can I run up to him?
Yeah.
Scanlan? Smack him a couple times. Does he wake up?
No.
Can I roll him over?
I'll get over there pretty quick too. Not that I don't think that these guys can take care of their own wounded, but
yeah. So you rush up and have both of you make a medicine check right now.
Oh my god.
Great time for a personal crisis.
Yeah.
Great time.
I'll do anything
Only-
for Sue.
Only
That's
8.
his turn.
I've got,
Yeah, fair.
but I've got a cure wounds potion a cure wounds spell I can use.
Oh, what'd you roll your medicine check?
8.
8.
not great. Like, is he gushing blood?
No, there is no blood from his wounds.
Do I know what that smell is?
What'd you roll for your medicine check?
Not worth speaking of. Like,
Okay. Okay. So you're not sure exactly what happened. You do smell the strange kind of herbal, almost like an incense scent that is centered around his area, and he is breathing.
Oh.
But he is not conscious.
I check for poison.
Can I do a nature check to see if I recognize the scent?
Sure, make a nature check.
I'm gonna cast.
I'll join you on
cast
that
cure
nature
wounds
check.
just to
And I'm
try
just
it.
shouting out Pike's name.
Oh, I rolled a natural 19.
Okay.
So that's 29. No, 30 total.
Okay. Best that you can make it. Strangely enough, the scent is medicinal almost, but it's also synthetic in a way that's not natural. Whatever the smell is, it's not a natural incense.
PCP. He was laced.
You want to check to see if the pipe's still packed?
Yeah, are there any signs around Scanlan as...
Well, yeah, there is the tarnished brass flute that was gifted to him by the leader of the foreign city of Ankarel that is currently tarnished by the use of its magic, and it is jammed packed with a black, ashy, crystalline substance with a trail of smoke that is kind of lazily drizzling off the tip.
What did Jamon do to him?
Well, regardless of what's going on, you healed 13 points.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay, I pick up the pipe since I recognize that's where the scent is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Can I, do an investigation check
Can
or
I
something?
smack
I don't
him
know.
across the face as hard as I can?
You can.
Now that I just
I
healed
also
him.
have,
See if I can put together what's going
poison.
on.
This obviously, if he's not gushing blood, there's
Right.
some sort of poison going on.
I think that in this situation, I can how do I say it? I can imagine some people or some portions of the internet being kind of annoyed at Sam here and feeling like he is possibly hogging the spotlight or something like that. I don't think that is what is going on. I talked a while ago about role play resting, like that sometimes things are so intense for a while that the players need an amount of just like fuck around role play. And I think that is what is going on here. I think like Sam just wants to fuck around, make his friends laugh for a little bit, and like, give them something a little bit more lighthearted to use their skills and enact their characters on, in the middle of this very intense scenario. And I think he's doing a pretty good job of it. Some sort of poison going on. Goodness gracious. But yeah, it feels a lot like coming up for air, sort of. But we're running ads soon. But yeah. Nah, the internet loves Sam almost no matter what. I also love Sam. That's not the problem, to be clear. Yeah. If they have a problem with this scene, it'll be something like Marisha asking for specific rules or something. Gotcha. Good. Carrick is not wrong. It is a type of poison. It is a type of poison. That is true. Yeah, the line between what is a poison, what is a stimulant? It's like capsaicin for spicy shit. But yeah. So I like this. I think it's a nice little moment of not downtime necessarily, but like nice little moment of rest during this very otherwise mentally taxing period. And it's, done in a way that's not of huge danger or consequence. I'm sure that Pike has like a fucking... What's up? What? Resume. There we go. Will there be a cries this weekend with Mother's Day? Yes, because me and my mother do not live in the same city. I will certainly be calling her that day. But yeah, we won't be doing anything like big together. Next thing you'll be telling me that oxygen can be toxic and or narcotic. It's both. Yeah. Anyways, let's see where we go from here. Because while I think the roleplay resting is really good, like player behavior. I think it is a good pacer. You know, it provides like nice little lulls or the right type of lulls that help people recover and then take things more seriously later. But as a viewer, I am very like, what are they gonna do next? I know that this broadly will resolve, but I'm so interested in how. You know.
Okay,
So, having any sort of dream, Matt?
No, darkness. You utilize detect poison, and you don't sense anything that is clarified toxin to the point where it would register as a poison. So at least you're calm. You're calm to know that there isn't something coursing through his system right now that is in danger of killing him.
Okay.
15.
15 on investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he smoked something out of this.
Guys, I feel like this was a classic Scanlan. In terms of choices, I don't think anyone did
the
this.
flute. I don't understand.
I'm gonna start kind of like, can I start seeing if I can find whatever he put in this pipe?
Make an investigation check as you start rummaging through his stuff.
11.
All right, you're pulling through pockets. He has a lot more pockets than you'd expect.
Oh, can I do an investigation check? Because I'm good at hiding things on my person.
Hey, Vex, I think he did something. I think he tried something. Look and see if you can find what he might have put in this pipe.
Okay.
So they're starting to go through rumors through his pockets. Make an investigation check. What'd you get here, Vex?
God damn it, I'm rolling like shit! 10.
Okay, you both start pulling through the pockets before Scanlan.
I have a porn book that they might find in there.
And you do. You find a fantastic small pocket-sized tome that manages to contain a lot of very, very detailed pieces of artwork about male and female anatomy.
I'll take that.
I take the pipe.
All right.
I'm putting on art. Sorry.
And
the flute.
you watch as Scanlan begins to shift and his eyes begin to flutter open, and you come back to consciousness with a mild headache, with all of your friends gathered around, and Keyleth and Vax with their hands in your pockets.
I'm Vex. Hi.
Vex.
Hi.
Get your hands out of my pockets.
What
You
the
like
fuck
it.
did you do?
Wait, first. Are you real?
No.
Is this a hallucination?
Yep.
Yes.
Scanlan, why would you be asking if this is a hallucination? Just curious.
We've had a very rough day. How do I feel, Matt?
I mean, you feel like there was something to the rush, but your body rejected it.
Rejected it. Interesting.
Are you tired? You were asleep when we found you.
Face down.
I was shaken by today's events, and there was a lair action that knocked me unconscious.
Holy shit.
What's a lair action?
I mean, there was a trap set by Thordak previously to his death that knocked me unconscious.
What was
What's
it
in this
like?
flute,
like
you
a
piece
bear
of shit?
trap, or-
What's in the flute?
Herbs, give it to me.
No.
No, you're too short, you can't even reach.
I would do it.
Ah, God, angry T-Rex.
Can I do an insight check on him?
Sure. Scanlan, make a deception check.
32.
What'd you get, Keyleth?
22.
Legitimately, like, I guess a misunderstanding.
I'm shaken, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not myself. I'm just.
Was it like poison gas or like lava or did a rock fall on your head?
I appreciate your concern, but
Yeah.
what the fuck, Vax? Why did you just charge in after Raishan like that? See how I did that?
This is the best thing ever.
Next time, will you please tell us?
There wasn't a lot of time there,
She was
Scanlan.
casting. She was reaching for whatever it is she's been angling for months.
Well, you almost got me fucking killed, all right?
Actually, you did get killed.
You died.
Yeah.
So did I. Death.
That's even worse than
What did
almost
you
being
think
killed.
we were? I reach out and I do this thing to his eye, like that, to his eye. What did you think we were coming here to do? We're here to the fucking world is on fire.
Yeah, but we're your backup. You don't go in without your backup. You've done this so many times at this point. You got to wait for your backup to go.
I do.
Listen,
See.
I will do anything that you want me to do. I will kill Care, right? Hi, Care, by the way. I will kill him dead right now if you tell me to. That's how much you are my brother. But you need to trust us and tell us what you're doing. Care, no offense.
None taken.
I hear what you're saying. She was reaching for whatever power she has been working toward. And I wasn't going to freely let her take it. And you weren't there. Fate didn't place you there. And when we ran in that cave, you were 10 seconds behind me.
I have little legs.
Listen. We failed.
I know.
Hard. It doesn't mean it was wrong to try.
That's true. Man, we really did fail, though.
If not now, when? If not us.
Dude. I mean, speaking of Sam using comedy for like a goal, awesome. But also that whole thing just makes me think of I've talked before about like flaws that are interactable, right? And it's like Scanlan said it. This is not an isolated behavior for Vax. And I like there's a certain amount of comfort and trust that is needed. But in general, I like someone calling him out on it. It's good. Again, it's like good interpersonal drama of even if the players ultimately agree that Vax was in the right, and even if Vax doesn't back down from this, the idea of him not waiting for people, of taking on risks without, anyone else there to back him up, of, kind of having a bit of maybe a hero complex. It's a fun flaw to interact with, because even if you agree with Vax in every individual circumstance, at a certain point there is a pattern. That's fun. That's very, very cool. That's very, very cool. And it's also, I wrote it down, but I talked a lot about Vax being fate touched, and his relationship with the Raven Queen and how that might present itself along his arc and along his path. And I cannot imagine first 30 episodes Vax saying that, frankly. I can't. Like I feel like first 30 episodes, like pre-Briarwood, Vax was so much more we're the heroes, action, we can do anything, like our will overcome, blah, 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 blah. And now there isn't a discussion of strategy. It's like, yeah, I didn't wait for backup because I wasn't meant to. Fate didn't place you there. It placed me there. Fate always places me there. He's like almost giving over responsibility. It's really, it's very interesting because I talked about in the when he said, I'm doing this because this is what Keyleth said. This is how I'm interpreting what she said. And I kept talking about like, deflection of responsibility, whatever. Even now, it is not like, I could have handled it differently. It was, this is what was happening. I know you weren't there. That's just how it was. It couldn't have gone differently. Fate didn't place you there. It feels very, I don't know. Maybe Vax has always been more like this than I thought, and I'm only just detecting it now. But it really feels like a shift in his character perspective over the course of especially the Chroma Conclave arc. Which is cool. It's a very cool character shift. And like a cool, like, if he's doing it on, especially, if any of this is on purpose, which I think a lot of it probably is, it's like this deflection of responsibility. Because like even with Kynan, he took on a lot of responsibility. But it's like the new things that are happening, there's a little bit of diversion. It's very cool. It's very interesting. Of this flaw of like, oh, I'm fate touched. I guess, what happens just happens. There's nothing that my personal free will is going to do to change it because I'm just pulled along by the strings of fate. Interesting. I don't know. Yeah. When you frustrate your fellow players with stymieing them to talk about their meta knowledge of drug taking. I feel like the see how I did that shows even Sam was a little impressed. He thought of that switcheroo. There's also a little bit of like cut to it. It's a little bit of like, oh, don't worry. Like Scanlan's a little mad about that, but I'm not. Right? It's a little bit of an above the table thing of like, I'm about to say something that will probably sound pretty aggressive and is also probably something that people have been saying on the internet, not role-playing. This is probably a sentiment that Scanlan would feel, but that has been levied at you very unfairly as a person. And so I can make this really quick joke to kind of, give a little bit of a break of like, hey, like this is Scanlan, this isn't Sam. So it's also, I think it's a good little above the table comment to be like, hey, it's roleplay. I like it. Vax never apologizes for getting his friends killed. Ma John can't shake his bias against Vax. He doesn't. And it is like, there is a sense there of like, if it's your time, it's your time. It wasn't. Which is a flaw and a half. Or maybe not even a flaw, but just like a worldview and a half. Vax was a little bit more high horsey back then, for sure. He leans a bit more greater good. Yeah. I think you're right. It's a perspective shift for Vax. Yeah. Switched his alignment from Vex and VM to now also including Fate / the Raven Queen. Yeah. I do, because I do think he is still incredibly like defensive of Vox Machina. Like I think he's still very in that mindset, but I think you're right. I think like this aspect of like greater good fate stuff, he's given over a lot of his like morality to fate in a way. Because that was his big like crisis, was like, are we the heroes? Are what we do, are the things that we do good things? And it's a choice. It's a shift in perspective to be like, what happens is definitionally good. Like, the workings of fate are what are going to happen. The story of fate is definitionally good. Like, I am choosing to believe that fate is going in the correct direction, and therefore whatever happens is according to fate, as long as I don't actively subvert it, and therefore anything that happens is definitionally good. If Scanlan, if you had died there in Thordak's lair, that would have been right. Which is, it's a philosophy. And I feel him, that is what it feels like he is embodying, and it's what it feels like he has shifted towards, which is an interesting character arc. Yeah. Canonically, he's always been a bit like this from his childhood backstory. In practice, he played a lot more idealistic in the early game. I mean, it's arguable that he's still idealistic. He's just really changed his ideology. Or his ideology has kind of shifted a little bit. Because I think I see what you're saying. Like it feels like, to a degree, he's always had a little bit of that zealot in him, a little bit of that ideologue. It's just kind of come out to more or less of a degree, but now it feels like it's really getting expressed. Yeah. I do think Vax was desiring to be righteous before, but now he doesn't have to back it with his own heroism. He can back it with fate. Yes. I think that's exactly what's happening. Exactly. Yeah. He can be like, oh, this is heroic because it is according to fate. It's very fascinating. Yeah. Yeah. One of the things I admire about this campaign is the cast leaning into the gods their characters are devoted to. I've never had a table where anyone is interested in exploring that. Yeah. I think the idea of occult devoteeism is very missing at a lot of tables. I've talked about this before of a lot of tables will kind of lean into the classic, D&D, Forgotten Realms, a lot of the D&D stuff of there's one pantheon that everyone worships, but they often, and they'll maybe have separated temples, but they rarely, I feel like, super hard lean into the cultic nature of pantheon worship, where it's everyone believed that all of these gods existed, but they would they would normally worship and or be a devotee to a singular god. That's why, temples would be devoted to a singular god. It's for that cultic type worship. And I agree. I rarely see tables lean into that side of polytheistic religion. It's super interesting, yeah. I do think Sam intentionally used this opportunity of his own screw up with the drugs to frame and give context to lashing out at Vax. Yeah. Yeah. I think Sam is really, really good at that sort of thing in a very unique way. I think some the other players are decent at it, but I think Sam is especially good at it. Yeah. We talked in this campaign before about how Vax has to externalize his strength, what he hangs his actions on. VM didn't conflict with that when VM was his primary attachment. Yeah. I think Liam is role-playing that his new attachments are opening a gap to shift away from VM somewhat. Yeah. It's not necessarily that he's caring less about Vox Machina. It's just that the things he is caring about more now naturally open a rift between them. Because it's this very unheroic mindset, or at least it's not the classic heroic mindset, right? I think the classic heroic mindset is much more sort of underdog, meritocracy sort of vibe to it of the whole world is against us. Maybe even fate is a little bit against us. And our strength of spirit and will is enough to overcome even the hand of fate. I feel like that's a little bit more of the classic heroic archetype sort of vibe. Maybe with the slight exception of more classic Chosen One type stories. I think there's in terms of classic heroism, there is Chosen One, and then there is kind of what I just described. And this is kind of neither. It's a little bit Chosen One oriented, but it's definitely distinct. And I think that the rest of Vox is much more on that underdog, fuck fate, we're going to do what's right regardless. And Vax is, there is kind of a gap of Vax starting to respect and value fate more. Yeah. By idealistic in this case, I mean he played as if he was always trying to find a solution with no downsides, and now he embraces solutions with huge downsides if it has the upside he wants. Yeah, no, I think you're totally. I think that's totally fair. Yeah, I think that is very, very fair. Yeah. Looking at it, in hindsight, as viewers, we could say that Scanlan is searching for a similar external attachment right now, but he's not finding it. No goddess came around to personally save him. That's not a bad analysis, I think. Yeah, I think you could easily say that, yeah. And it's like, to an extent, I keep wanting to say Kiki, which is not it. Not Cassandra. It is his daughter, Kaylee. To a degree, Kaylee is that external attachment, but also it's a little bit complicated because she's like a whole ass adult that has not had him around for this whole time. So it's not like it's not as clear, for him. It still is kind of confusing. He still finds himself a little bit lost. It's given him a reason to keep living and like a broad code of like, I want to be who, someone that Kaylee would be proud of. But even that is not a super clear morality. You know what I'm saying? So it's still much more gray and fuzzy and yeah. And she kind of hates him, right? They reconciled. Like they did reconcile to the point where she doesn't want to kill him anymore. And she's not actively upset when they meet again. But they're definitely not like, hoorah. They're certainly not like lovey-dovey, So yeah. How would you play an atheist in a world with verified gods? It's a good question. I think there's a lot of directions you can take with it. Because one of the things about gods is that they are often employed in what apologists or theologians might call like the god of the gaps, right? They are inserted in order to explain things that are unexplainable. I'm not saying that like modern theologians are falling into that often anymore, but that is historically a way that God has been invoked. And so it's like if you're in a D&D setting where something like a wizard exists, right? Someone can just go to school and they can cast magic. And then you go to a temple and you see a cleric, and the cleric says, I have talked directly to God. Or a god. And then they cast magic and say you're a peasant, The magic doesn't look that different from a wizard's magic. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they certainly do look different. And obviously this cleric has never been to, school in the same way that a wizard has. But also some people are just born with magic. Sorcerers. It is not hard for a sorcerer to impersonate a cleric because from an external observer, they really don't look that different, especially to an external observer that cannot cast magic themselves. So, where I'm going with this is that when we talk about verifiable gods, a lot of the ways that you would verify gods are through their works and or through direct personal experience. And that's how modern theologians look at God is, looking at verifying him either through logic or through his works, through the natural, like the fine-tuning argument's a good example of like verification through works. But obviously we still have atheists. So in the modern world. So I think it's difficult to talk about gods in general being verifiable unless they come down directly pretty often, at least like once a lifetime, and like directly interact and do things and like claim like I am a god and watch me do something that only, you know, your definition of a god could do. Like I'm going to make a mountain right now. You know, something that like a wizard couldn't do, that sort of thing. Unless the gods in your setting are doing that, there is still an explanation. There is still a rationale for atheism. You know, you can just say, I don't think that the gods are giving you your power, cleric. I think you're getting your power from somewhere else. And you're either lying about it or you're misinformed. You think that you are getting it from a god, and you're just not. I think that's like a very direct thing that an atheist could say. And there's very little that the cleric can do to disprove that. So that is a way that I think it could be taken, you know. The classic answer is I believe they exist. I don't believe they are actually gods / are worthy of our worship. Yeah, that's Keyleth's that's Keyleth's standpoint, is that she recognizes that entities such as the Raven Queen literally exist, but not that they are gods and like should be worshipped in the way that people perceive that. Yeah. It's like whatever a god is to a normal person, she does not think that the entities that are receiving the worship qualify as that definition, you know. So yeah, I think that's also a way to be an atheist, is like, okay, I don't think that the devil princes are gods, but they can give warlocks power. What's the difference between that and the Raven Queen giving a paladin or a cleric power? You know, that why is one a god and one is not? So there are ways to believe in entities of power without being a theist, so to speak. Yeah. Feet of Clay is an amazing atheist in the face of real gods. Ooh, I have not heard of that. Yeah. If your setting has objective proof of some deific being, only a truly insane person would be what we would classically call an atheist. Yeah, I mean, it really, like, objective proof is pretty hard to come by. Unless they are really directly meddling all the time, and that's really risky in terms of world building. In my head, the atheist would be looked at like flat earthers. I mean, yeah, again, it depends on how readily apparent the gods are, I think. And, like, how godly they are. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so far, we actually have very little interaction from the gods in Critical Role so far. We've got the Raven Queen, which Vax and Percy can very directly, you know, identify. But again, she could just be a generic entity of power. Who's to say that she is the god that people assume her to be? Yeah. As in the gods have been seen walking around the earth. In your lifetime? Because, yes, the gods have been seen walking around Exandria back in, like, you know, First War era, pre-Second Spark. But that was a long time ago. Those are basically legends and myths. Like, we have legends and myths of gods walking around literal Earth. People are still atheists. So it depends on how often they're coming down and walking around and how recently it's been, you know? As a really good distinction. It's really wild to be that the same spell can come from different distinct sources. I agree. Bro thinks he's a cleric, but really a warlock. Yeah, maybe he is a warlock. Maybe the fucking pacted entity is tricking him. That could easily be the case, yeah. Is where he is. Yeah. So yeah, that is. There's plenty of other good conversations going on in chat. I'm just probably bringing this discussion to a close. But yeah, it's. I think it ultimately just depends on how involved the gods are. If they're not very involved, if you are only verifying them through followers and through works, I think it's relatively reasonable for atheists to exist. Now, do they exist in as great of numbers as they do in the real world? Who knows? But that would be generally what I would say.
Well, it's not now, so when?
And it is us.
And I'm not calling this a failure.
You're not calling this a failure.
I am not calling this a failure.
Well, it is.
We bought time.
No, yeah, we shit the bed on
No,
that.
but truly,
Complete
here's the
failure.
thing.
Two dragons.
If she had succeeded, if we hadn't attacked her when we did, and she had succeeded in whatever she's about to do with Thordak, we probably would have had to fight a much more powerful Raishan or Thordak again, or whatever the fuck she's
We don't
doing.
know what it was.
Yep.
And I wasn't about to stand back and listen to her Scooby-Doo monologue. I wanted to put an end to it.
What's Scooby-Doo?
Don't know. Folks,
It's an island far away in the next campaign.
Listen, I get it. I know why you acted, and I probably would have done the same thing had I been closer, but just next time, give us some sort of a heads up, all right? We have a code word and everything.
Holy shit, I'm throwing a dagger!
Jenga, I think it's Jenga.
It doesn't apply to this situation. I'm sorry, you weren't there. She was moving. The only thing I regret is that she got away. I'm sorry, Scanlan.
I'm sorry, too.
I reach out and I pick him up by the scruff and I walk off to a far end of the cave, away from everybody else. I shove him down in the corner. Sit still, don't say anything. Really, don't say anything. It's going to take a minute. And I start to unbuckle armor.
Oh, no.
Shush, I start to unbuckle armor. It takes a while, as we learn with that fucking wolf.
Yeah.
And I reach down into my back.
As you're in the middle of unbuckling, Kima has kind of approached from the side of the wall and goes like, "What it?
Sup, girl?
You know what? Keep going." And she kind of just leans back and crosses her arms with her sword sheathed behind her back, and there's a little part of her looking at you, Scanlan, as this is happening, that says very silently, "Remember that Phantom Dick circumstance that happened back in the Underdark? Oh, yeah. I'm gonna enjoy watching this." With her eyes.
Reach, and I pull out a piece of paper. Yeah? I shove it into your chest. That was for if I died. If you're gonna die, don't do it with a fucking flute up your ass, all right? I storm off.
I have a piece of paper. Can I read it? Does it exist?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, it's a roll sticker.
Let me pull it up.
Vinyl sticker.
Pardon me while I pull up the actual information that this has.
While you're pulling that up, is there anything shiny in the cave that I can walk towards? Because I'm bored.
Oh my god, if I roll poorly on a perception check for loot, I'm gonna be so sad.
Let me pull up.
Oh, there's like lava and gold. It's gotta be gold, right? Platinum.
Melted together in big hunks.
Yeah, like cheese if we're lucky.
Oh man, I want to know what the paper says. Also, I feel like I am correct in assuming that Vax is also mad at Scanlan for not blowing the flute. Which, again, it's really tough with the layer of the audience. I feel like it would be easier at a normal table. But I do like them acting out, like both being, mad and upset at each other. Like, it is, I don't want to say it's rare, but I don't think we as often get a lot of inter-party, like, anger and conflict over things done in the heat of the moment, which is one of the reasons that I am so anti-earring, is because when, like Vax just said, you weren't there, I had to make a decision, I'm standing by it. I love that. And that is something that is so much harder to get when you have the earrings where you can, like, check in on shit. So I really like, it's uncomfy, but I like the tension between these characters. I really like the inter-party drama and conflict. It's good to occasionally do the above the table thing to let people know that that it is just character drama. But it's very engaging to me. I'm like, oh. Yeah.
You don't dream of cheese in your treasure?
That's not what she means when she says cheddar.
Oh, what? I cannot keep up.
Text or an email.
I will say, go quick, but yeah, it is hard to commit to RP and not get meta. I agree. It's something that you really have to work into. I don't think it's something that comes supernaturally. That, kind of splitting your brain in half and being like, well, I'm not mad about it, but the character is, and then they're doing the same thing. And I think it is definitely hard, but also one of the more rewarding things you can do if you can practice it. But it's definitely a I don't want to say like a higher skill thing, but it's a thing that takes practice, I think, to unlock the kind of good version of it. And I think while you're practicing it, it's mostly going to feel awkward. But I think you just got to push through that awkwardness. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly, Sarah. It's like practice understanding to commit and not get worried. Yeah. Especially from Scanlan and Vax. Yeah. Two people that are, and two players that are very good friends in real life. Yeah.
I didn't have it ready.
Very short. It says you were right.
To me. All right. I just fold it up and put it in one of my pockets that seem to have been messed with. I'll just sit there and think for a while.
Okay.
As Vex walks back, I kind of pull him aside and I say, you ran in after me. Is this partially on me as well? All of us, I guess. And
we're not mercenaries. We didn't come here looking for a fight we knew would be easy to win. We do what we have to do. When we landed on the shores at Glintshore, we fought, we kept going because it's what needed to be done.
Care. I tried to be the hammer that you said I needed to be. I don't know.
I know. Oh, I might not be great at writing letters. This is not my...
I don't know. That was a pretty great letter.
You don't need to be anything.
Writing just really isn't my forte. I don't know. I was going to write you a third letter, but I just kept debating the contents. Kurt, that's the connection. That's the only connection between Patrick and Kurt, is that Kurt also gets writer's block.
And you certainly don't need to be anything other than what you are. But he has a good point. I mean, in situations like this, you do what you have to do. Everyone does what they can do, and you can't do anymore.
I feel like I focused so much on just my want for revenge and justice against Raishan that I made it so personal that I forgot that this isn't about me. It's ultimately not about any of us. There's something so much bigger going on here. And maybe my onus and guilt was in some ways selfish. I don't know.
Well, congratulations, you're a person like the rest of us. No, I mean, no offense, but we all do it. And if you think it was wrong, then you can do it a little different next time.
I admire your wisdom.
No.
I do.
No. Don't do that.
Would you be willing to lend at least a little bit of your knowledge to help us maybe find Raishan?
For what it's worth. It seems like you won, you didn't win, you failed, someone was killed, but they're lost?
That was a pretty good summary, actually. Yeah.
Killed one dragon, picked a fight with another. That
Got our asses kicked.
didn't go as well as the first, and the second made off with the first.
Sounds like you maybe got sandbagged a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's always the worst.
Yeah.
And you can't expect to win that fight.
she knew far more about us the whole time than we ever knew about her. And that's still the case.
We almost did.
I see that you're alive.
Yes.
And if you get caught unawares by a dragon who has been gathering intelligence on you and you walk away, that is not nothing.
She downright ran.
She did.
How about she teleported?
I'll miss you.
Where am I going?
As this conversation's happening in the intensity of the emotions, you notice that Gilmore, Kima, and Devosa, the brass dragon, are all just kind of sitting watching. Devosa has their hands kind of clasped in front with their jaw resting on the end, just kind of watching, and the dragon's voice kind of billows up forth. The drama of such short lives. It's heartwarming for us who don't get the chance to see it often enough. It's lonely in the tower.
You know you can come down and join us whenever you like.
I appreciate the offer. However, the longer I'm away from my city, the more in danger I leave it. I have many enemies, as does Ankarel, and I can guarantee you, the moment that I absconded with your magic to aid you, that's the opening they've been waiting for. So, I have to return to my city and my people. But I believe our debt is collected. Your victory against Thordak, complete from where I once left it. I wish you luck.
Would you like, you let me this symbol, this necklace, symbol. Would you like it back?
The large brass dragon face kind of shifts down right up to you, and the immensity of distance is already intimidating, but when the front of the snarling jaws, the immensity of the nostrils flare right at the presence of a gnome-sized individual, you've grown up fighting the sensation of feeling small in comparison to the world around you. You feel truly small, this close to the front of the dragon's maw. The teeth curl into a grin, and the voice kind of billows out like a slow-rolling landslide into your face with the warmth of its breath. Nah, keep it.
John.
And just steps over and starts making its way up the hall of the cavern towards the district.
Before you leave, if you were fighting a green dragon named the Deceased Deceiver who wanted ultimate power over her domain, where would you start?
In my opinion, entities that are this intelligent, you never want to wait for them to fight on their terms.
Good answer.
And the slow, rolling impacts of the dragon's feet grow quieter and quieter before you hear eventually the wings lifting up, and you see as a cloud of smoke and ash kind of pulls forth into the tunnel, showing the liftoff as you can only ascertain. Jamon Saord, leader of Ankarel, the brass dragon, begins flight back towards their home.
Oh shit, did Jamon fly here that entire way?
No, I don't think so.
No, there was no flash.
Maybe.
I was joking. I was joking.
As terrible as this day has been, there is some gold at the end of the tunnel.
Which is probably rigged to explode.
I think it's probably, well...
Want to go check it
I
out?
kind of feel like we should, heal up a bit. I've been here before. It didn't go so well.
Yeah, how knocked about are they? I mean, obviously singes and abrasions and,
Like,
and
really,
weariness,
really
but like
knocked to
everybody
shit.
is.
Raise your hand if you have less than 30 hit points.
I'm at 30.
Oh, I could probably take out the whole group.
Wow, that would be a twist.
Oh my god, are you Raishan?
No, it is
I'm
Raishan.
sent here by acquisitions. Assassination mission. You sons of bitches. Next time you...
Bro, no, that's the clasp. That's the clasp. Oh, shit. I guess the clasp is one other loose thread that seemingly the players don't even acknowledge as a loose thread. But the clasp has been so repeatedly evil. The clasp tried to assassinate them. Like, yeah, Hodis did as well, but the clasp were cool with just assassinating the people trying to kill Thordak. Seems a little evil to me. Also, Devosa kinda did something. I mean, Devosa was threatening. Devosa was very, very big and threatening. I think Devosa got like one hit off. But presented a threat that was not going to die. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the main thing that Devosa did is, like, before Devosa shows up, it's like, oh, man, maybe Raishan can just kill all of Vox Machina. And then Devosa shows up, and it's like, okay, well, even if I kill all of Vox Machina, then Devosa will just kill me. From Raishan's perspective. So now it like, really clenches. It's like, fuck, I gotta run as Raishan. So I think Devosa was mostly a threat more than a legitimate, like, damage dealer. He's Kima. They've never been seen in the same room together. Except for right now. Except for right now.
Hey, protection money.
Just like us to do this. We trust everybody. God, we're idiots.
Oh shit.
The last thing you hear is the laughter of a one-armed man in the distance echoing.
Rhoda, Zoom, Rothas, never ends.
But no, if people are that bad, like, oh, you know, how are you? You're obviously like it's gonna be like, are you like visibly like knocked about?
I mean, she's basically black cinder right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's face planted into lava.
She's burned. She's burned.
I'm like, do you really want to go looking for gold right now? Because you, would you like to come over here and sit down? I can take a look at.
As they discuss, can I just walk over to high level?
Cash, how low are you on healing? Can you heal us?
Cash
you
and,
just-
and Zara, who are kind of just sitting off the edge of the cavern, kind of taking a breather. We've got a little bit, I guess. Zara, by the way, is like healed to full.
Of course.
Yeah.
Keyleth just bursts into tears. It's just, I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
I'll kind of usher her off a little bit, wherever like is a little less in the middle of everything. And I've got my little pack, and we can lay down a blanket, and she needs to get some of these charred, smoldering clothes off of her, and so I can look at these burns and start. Yeah.
I nudge Vax. I think that guy's putting moves on your woman. Okay.
Super worried.
As this happens,
I do the same to Care. I just lay out.
Cash kind of walks up and slaps you on your shoulder, Vex, and with a kind of a jolt, and you heal 14 hit points. This cure wounds a little too, but is a bit of a jolt to your body.
It's good. It's good. Thank you.
You're welcome. He turns back around and walks back to Zara.
And I just kind of do the slow talk, you know. We'll kind of like, it's like, oh, this isn't as bad as it looks at first, you know. And because this was the old thing that I did in town for years. Somebody would come to me hurt, and I'd be like, oh, it's like nobody knew who I was in town for 20 years. So I do the gentlest, least obtrusive laying on of hands. You know, where it's like, oh, you know, this probably stung like the Dickens, but you know, it's just, look at this. It's just rubbing. This is just.
Oh,
this
you
is
skinned your
mostly
knee.
just
Let me blow on
ashes,
that.
see? Yeah.
Why am I so cold?
I heal Vax 12 points while I'm hugging
I
him.
take a little potion.
Okay. Try and clear my guns in the hopes that they're actually going to work all right.
How bad are you?
So proficiency?
So down, like you could soak up another 30, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Yay!
I have a 118 max. So
Just a flesh.
Then yeah, actually soak up a full 35. I guess I could do that.
Whoa.
There you go.
Is this? Are we calling this a short rest? Is that what's happening right
is that
now?
what's happening?
That
Short rest before
are we
going
having
away?
like
Can we do
some
this?
sort of
You guys.
spontaneous short rest?
If you would like to take a short rest.
Oh my god.
I got 16 hit dice, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna burn a few hit dice as well on top
All
of
right,
it.
so
There's a
Two
full-blown
dice.
war happening up on
Oh
the
shit, that's true.
Yeah, you know, we just fought 2 dragons. They can handle this.
Okay.
Okay, so you all taking a short rest before you, or are you going to the gold, not taking a short
Gold.
rest? Okay, so as you all take a moment.
There's a
to
lot of talking happening. I just wandered off.
Okay, yeah. So as you guys begin to take the rest, tend to your wounds, take a breather, and begin to mentally prepare yourself for whatever the next stage of your journey is. Grog, you step out into the cavern now without the red in your eyes that normally calls to combat, where your focus is on what you can hurt and kill as soon as possible. Now it's what you can loot and keep as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And make an investigation check.
Okay. Gonna be high. Oh, 17 plus minus 2. 15.
15. Doesn't matter too much. As you walk in and begin taking in the surroundings, you can see there are edges of the cavern that are just crammed with gold and platinum and art fixtures and vases and gold and brass and silver keepsakes and knickknacks and decorations. You can see chains and candelabras. You can see all sorts. It looks like, and you kind of, some of you glean this as you went in here, this is more wealth than you've ever seen in your entire life. This is probably a majority of the wealth of Amon that has been slowly brought to Thordak and forced into his lair as part of the tyranny that he took over the city. So all the money here is been amassed from the guilds from the villagers and the townsfolk, from the temples, from the shops, from the cloud top. This is the economy of Iman crammed in.
Hey, if you take this gold, here's all of the people that you're fucking out of their life's savings and wealth. Listen to all of these people that you professed to save and be the heroes of. You're really gonna take all of their wealth? What, you think that a dragon horde just appears out of nowhere? Let's talk about where all of this money and jewels and candelabras that you're about to loot. Let's talk about where they came from. Come on. It's the West Run thing, but just so much more in their face. In their face of like, okay, heroes, let's talk for a chat. Let's really think about looting right now. Let's think about what that means. Oh, love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Because a dragon's horde is inevitably unethical. Like, there's an argument that, a loot in a dungeon, that's the loot of ancient times. Those people are long dead. They're not going to miss whatever was in that tomb or crypt or cave. It's fine. But a dragon is actively building its wealth off of living people. So let's talk about finders keepers real quick. Oh, man. I knew you were going to catch it, but I was biting my tongue until you said it explicitly. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Vex, can you give up this much money? Yeah. What's the ratio that keeps your heroics intact? Maybe you could skim a little off the top, right? Like, I mean, let's be real about it. A lot of people probably died. So you can keep some of it, right? You can keep some of it. But how much? How much can you keep where you can still sleep at night? The main attack started in the rich cloud top district, so most of it couldn't go to the owners anyway. Well, that is the question. It's like, okay, the most probably ethical way to go about this is to like try to enumerate fairly everyone's previous wealth and return that to them at base. But you also have to, make sure that you check for fraudsters and scammers during that process. Then it would be to distribute, like, the wealth of the fallen to close family members, or is that ethical? Because that keeps generational wealth going. So should you distribute it evenly amongst the populace? Is it more ethical to distribute it to the poorer first? I don't fucking know, man. And, even if this was a quest, like if the council had hired Vox Machina to do this, they certainly would have paid them, but they didn't because they couldn't because they're dead or scattered to the wind. So how much is it fair for them to skim off the top? Even if you only skim the funds of dead people, how much? It's a big question. And I really like that Matt is posing it to them directly. It's the thing I talked about like 2 or 3 streams ago, morality checks. Or not morality checks. Someone had a comment that had a much better phrase. Testing their convictions. I liked that. He's testing their convictions. How do your convictions hold up against this much money? And how much effort are you willing to put in order to, like, fundamentally change the lives of the citizens of Iman? Because people did die. You will need to redistribute wealth. This isn't like a governmental policy scheme, right? This isn't something where it may, like, the redistribution may or may not work or what have you. You have to redistribute the dead people's wealth. And so there is just an ethical, philosophical question of what do you think is the right way to do that? And are you willing to put in the effort as a player of a game to keep your ethics and your convictions intact? And if not, do you delegate that? Who do you delegate that to? That also says something. I love it. Because our heroes, in quote, will give the gold back are awful. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Grog absolutely knows what he's doing. Oh, man. Yeah. Honestly, Vex could probably steal most of it and still sleep at night. That is the question. That's the question, I would love that. If my player said, fuck yeah, I'm the loot goblin, I saved the city. They would still be under a dictatorship without me. This is fair. That is a ethical position you can take. You can take that position. She would have to defend it, but I would love that. I would love it if my player took that position. That's drama fodder for me as a GM. I would love that. So I adore that Matt is not only posing it to them in general, but that he is posing it to them so just blatantly. But also the whole city needs to be rebuilt. Also true. Yeah, a bunch of people died, but also a bunch of destruction was wrought. And people will need to be paid to rebuild that. You will need to pay for materials. Absolutely. What's up? Hello. We're back and we're gonna watch some more Critical Role. But yeah, I love testing their convictions there. That's fucking awesome.
Into, or at least the majority of it, into a singular cavern.
I feel overwhelmed by the sheer amount of stuff. Are there any, like, unique-looking knickknacks or really lovely or dangerous-looking weapons that grab my eye? Because it's just a lot of shit.
Well, as based on your investigation check, which is a 15, you do find a couple of fun things. You find
I love it when he reaches for stuff.
I know.
You find a somewhat familiar-looking metallic rod, about that long, cylindrical. Looks to have a couple of small, almost like ring divots on it. You're pretty sure you have one of these.
Immovable rod.
What?
A movable rod.
Yeah.
Who has ours?
I think I have it.
You've seen it?
Oh, we use that more.
Oh, no. It's not the same thing.
Is awesome. You do cool things.
No,
Oh yeah, you'd be like climbing.
this is different.
What?
This is a movable rod.
Oh, it's a movable one,
Yeah.
not an immovable one?
Which means it's just a rock.
It's just a rod, basically.
It's just a shake weight. It's a shake weight. It can't stop moving.
Oh my god.
Silly Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Mind you, that fighter's forearms look amazing. So you pick that up, and you start glancing through, and you're just kind of pushing through some of the art objects. A large painting that's standing there just kind of breaks in half.
If there's a vase, I will totally smash that.
You smash a few vases, actually. It's pretty
Ironically,
great.
there are 2 gold coins inside.
You also do see to the side what looks to be a wooden box about that big that is latched shut and has beautiful engraving all across it, and what looks to be almost like gold leaf with little gems of blue and red kind of put towards the corners. It's a really beautiful looking artisan wooden box about that big. And then there is a large, looks like a beautiful tapestry that is rolled up and bound.
Okay, that's boring. The box, like, does it look like it's simple to open?
You pick it up and look at it. It has a little latch on it.
What would
Make an intelligence check.
that guy that's always sneaking around do? Intelligence check 2 minus, 2. Okay, so 0.
0. You shake it. There's something inside. Rattles around. It's got a little heft to it.
Oh boy.
You look at it. You try and pry open the side. Nothing.
Even with the tight so knuckles, they don't open.
You want to use your strength? Go and roll a strength check.
Yeah.
Force it open.
A break a wonderful item.
Damn it. 11.
11. Okay.
It was a low roll.
You and the wooden case just breaks in half, and as it does, you see what looks to be a small leather sleeve, similar shape, kind of and land.
I'll go get it.
Pick it up, and it's a leather pouch. It has a little top that's buttoned shut, and looks like there's something inside, almost like cards.
Oh.
No. No.
Yeah. Open the sleeve, the leather sleeve.
What are you gonna pull out?
Well, I just want to open it.
Okay, you open it, and you can see inside what looks to be about 13 cards, like tarot-looking cards.
No.
Cards, yeah.
No.
Do they smell like anything?
It's okay.
They smell clean and fresh.
Can't read.
How far away is the lover?
Maybe from where you are right now, in this portion, I'd say 25 feet.
Who the hell uses
No,
cards?
Travis!
What?
What are you even doing?
I'm going through the loot. You all are fucking healing and shit. I'm trying to find something useful
Did
here.
you find anything useful?
Laura Bailey manifested.
It's like the devil on his broad shoulders, Laura Bailey.
A heart plays.
So as you guys have been resting, to be fair, as you're all sitting there in the tunnel kind of talking, you hear in the distance occasionally, cling, 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 cling. You look in the distance and you see Grog just like rummaging through the loot and throwing
Pretty
it.
much.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm trying to find stuff. There's a giant rolled up carpet over here.
A carpet?
Well, yeah, I mean, some people call it a telepathy or whatever.
I go over to Grog. What do you have in your hand?
I don't know. It looks like a bunch of cards.
Can I see them?
No, they're mine. I found them. You have all of this stuff to choose from. Have at it.
What's that tapestry he's talking about?
Oh my god, dude. I think the only 2 times that I have seen Laura hard metagame is when Travis specifically is fucking around with loot, and I feel like Travis is just doing it to push her buttons. I mean, he knows. He knows exactly. He's just like, oh, what, the cards? Because the only other time I can think of that she like hard metagamed it is when they were in Vasselheim and Grog was like not bargaining but haggling with the shopkeep, and he ended up paying like 200 extra gold or something, and Laura absolutely like hard metagamed it to like chase after the guy and get their gold back. That's so funny. And now that I've seen it twice, it's a pattern. Because I can't remember her actually doing it with any of the other players or characters. It's only with Travis and Grog. So I feel he's just like, oh, wife, what am I doing? Uh-oh. Oh, boy, oh, boy.
The tapestry is spun down?
Yeah.
Go make an investigation check.
I'm gonna start wandering into this mess. This is exciting.
Okay.
24.
Okay. As you quickly go over, you find that there are a number of what look to be types of decoration, wall tapestries, and things. There's one that Grog caught that is a very, very fine material. Looks like it's probably expensive, made like a very deep dyed navy blue silk with looks to be a very light tan pattern across it. As you unravel it, it's roughly 6 foot by 9 foot. It rolls out in front of you.
Do you fly? Fly. Try to fly right now. Go up in the air.
No.
Did you just spit on it?
Yeah.
Well, that's my code word for my flying broom.
Draconic fly. Which sounds like.
Naturally.
What do you want to do? Do you want to spend some time with the tapestry?
No, I'm gonna roll it up and save it for later and look around for other cool stuff.
Okay, so you grab the tapestry and roll it up and toss it to the side.
There's really no way around this. I'm going to pull the card out of the leather sleeve, right?
You're gonna take this fucking tapestry and look around the room?
Alright, so you pull one card out?
Yeah, I'll pull one card out, but I want to pull the one in the middle because I remember magicians being like, choose a card, any card.
Travis, you could destroy the world.
You could.
I'm just so excited.
I mean,
Like, you
on
can kill
any
us all
day,
right
but
now,
you're
'cause
lucky I'm really in
I don't know
control.
what can come out of that thing, but like really bad things can come out.
Okay.
What
I'm
is
gonna
it? I
ask
don't
you
even
to
know what
real
it is.
fast. Ryan, do we have a deck of cards anywhere?
Jesus Christ.
What is this?
I probably.
Just regular playing cards.
I'm going to look for some.
So, is it fair to say that everyone knows what this is but me?
I have a deck of
Sam
cards in
doesn't
my
know.
backpack. Oh, of course.
I've heard that. Oh God, there's cards right there. They had them right there.
Thank you.
Scanlan doesn't know what this
my
is.
God.
Do you know what this is? Yes. Laura, do you know?
I know it can be really bad.
Patrick, do you know what this is?
Didn't they pull this out during one of the
It could be
charity games?
Yeah.
amazing and great, or it could be
I love it. I
I'm
love it.
feeling amazing and great. right now. Yeah.
Oh God! Oh God!
I'm so glad we got a short rest.
Okay,
So I would.
just
There's
pull one
nothing
and
I'd
close
rather
them.
be here
Just gonna-
for.
Oh, really? Just straight up?
Alrighty,
We
so
have to use the left and then take on.
I was there for the end of Critical Role.
I'm sweating harder than the dragon fight right
To be
now.
honest, though, I'm not going to open it and just be like, close
be
it.
patient here for a second, folks, as I have to pull out the proper deck here so I know most people. As Travis is now currently pulling
Well, I don't
a
even know what
card
it is. I genuinely
from
don't
some sort of
know.
Maybe he
enchanted
really
deck.
wants us to
die?
It's called an
Maybe
enchanted
he's
deck?
over us.
If he wins, he could win big.
Is there a name for it, whatever this is?
Oh, yes.
What's the name?
Idiocy.
After you, yeah.
You know, I'll be real. I don't even really know the. Like, I have a general idea of what is in the deck of many things, but I honestly don't know the range. Like Liam is saying, like, it could end the world. And I'm like, can it really? I feel like the worst it could do is, like, probably summon a big ol' enemy. I know that there's, like, a wish spell in there and shit. What is in the deck of many things? I've definitely looked through it before, but I've never actually used it, so I don't think I've ever had the oh, look at that, it's a meteor storm. I've never had the, like, the internal, like, of it. Let's see. What do all the things do? Balance, comet. Oh, interesting. Donjon. I'm not seeing any end the world stuff. Oh, well, this would be great. That's not bad. A powerful devil becomes your enemy. Nah, shmeep shmop. This all looks fine, dude. What's wrong with this? NPC, the DM's choice to number hostile, all forms of wealth. Okay, well, you know, that would be tough, but not that bad. Ooh, the Avatar of Death doesn't sound great, but it's just gonna kill Grog. Death, a new avatar appears. This all looks fine. Chat, what's so wrong about this? I think there is an end of the world card. Really? Where's the end of the world card? Is this all new stuff? It can blink the game out of existence. Well, that, honestly, I would be real. That sounds lame. It can definitely kill people. Well, that's fine. You know, you got trade-offs. They released like 4 years ago. Okay, wait. Let's go back. I'm sure that Wikidot has the old version. Let's see. Balance. That's a little weird, but sure. You disappear and enter an entombed state. Yeah, this is fine. You're just imprisoned in a sphere. It's fine. What's wrong with that? This all seems fine, Chad. I think you're Vex for single cards, books of many things. I need you to find me what is so wrong with this. I think Grog's fine. He seems chill, dude. Grog could easily accidentally destroy the world as his wish. The end of the world is early edition. Interesting. You'll have to link me something. Because I don't know. I couldn't find it. And the deck of many more things. Spoken like a true warlock. Look, this all seems fine. I mean, like, it's a little risky, but whatever. Seems fine. Look at that! 50,000 XP to Wondrous Item. That seems fine. It's mega... Travis. Look, yeah, he might die. Sure. Kima might finally turn against them, as she was always fated to. But this just seems fine to me. Permanently reduce your intelligence? It's like he's not even gonna change. It's basically the same. The devil becomes your enemy? Maybe that's why they go to hell. It's like they've got the devil enemy and Hodis. They gotta address it. Talons looks like it sucks. Where's the Talons? What could suck so bad about the Talons? Every magic item you wear or carry disintegrates. Artifacts in your possession are destroyed but do not vanish. Oh, wait, aren't destroyed but do vanish. Meh. I mean, yeah, that's pretty bad, but, you know, you gotta risk it to get the biscuit. Honestly, if we're being real, like, it would be bad, but it's not that bad. Like, as a DM, I would be like, oh, no. But in the back of my mind a little bit, I'm like, I mean, that's kind of nice. Kinda solves some problems. I won't even lie about it. Oh, Megan's Cast Goblin confirmed. Look, I'm looking at this shit. See, I would pull a card. I would pull several cards. Do I know the contents of the deck? If I don't know the contents of the deck, yeah, why not? Not the end of the world, but this one could be bad. Uriele. The card puller suffers a -2 penalty to all saving throws, which can only be removed by a deity. Shmeep shmop, they know a couple deities. All I'm saying is that I think Liam's overreacting a little bit. Like, yeah, it'd be bad, but, like, pull that shit. Who cares? And this is why I've never given it to my players. I've never used it, because if it was given to me, I'd be pulling shit. I'd absolutely be pulling shit.
We'll tell you later.
Soon everyone will learn.
Here, man.
We're all out of character.
I genuinely am only doing this because I don't know what the hell it is.
You are playing
go.
just
Perfect. It's
right now.
perfect.
This is
It could not be better. Although honestly, they'll like into the lava would also have been
amazing.
Yeah.
Right.
Would that have activated all of them? And then
I don't know.
Look, unless someone can show me where to find the earlier versions, like earlier 5e versions, or like 3.5, Because, like, I'm sure that versions from earlier editions were worse because earlier editions cared about their characters less. But unless someone can tell me where to find it, if there's an earlier 5e version, I couldn't find it based off of 3 minutes of Googling, and that's all the effort I'm willing to put in. Raven Queen Bay, come on, dude. Come on, bro. I'm actively looking for the version, like, 2nd edition bag that goes back to 2e. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, of course the 2e version was worse. Everything in 2e was more brutal and, like, more designed to murder the players at every step. Of course. I fully expect that. But in 5e, it's not going to end the world. It's going to end a single character at worst. You know what I'm saying? If I was in CR, I would not bet on it guaranteed that they were working with 5e. Well, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But also, I don't think any of them know the differences between the versions that extremely. I guess in that case, Liam could be thinking that it's as brutal as 3.5, maybe. But in terms of 5e, he's overreacting. It's more of old school based on this time. Yeah. I'm not saying that I think Liam doesn't believe this. I think Liam believes that this will be very bad. But I think he's overreacting. If they're using, the 5e deck. Oh, man.
It's hard to. You can't really destroy magical items, though, right?
No, they would have just put them in.
They would kind
rock.
of floated.
Oh, they're magic.
In my rush to get everything ready, I did not.
How dare you?
I didn't think any of us would be this crazy to actually have to make
Well, there was that too, but I learn lessons the hard way sometimes.
If Travis
Don't
gets
we
a hold
all?
of it.
Not ready for esports, Matt.
I hate you so much.
Not ready for.
I am
Okay.
so excited.
Oh, God, I'm
think-
terrified.
Oh, and
I don't know
there
what all
is
the things
Joker.
are.
I
that
don't
they
think
can
I would
do.
have the guts to do it. I think
wouldn't.
because I would know. I would not have the guts. I couldn't.
Because you
even-
know what it is.
I couldn't mitigate.
Well, there's like 13
I couldn't
cards. How bad
unmetagame
could it
around
be?
it. I couldn't
What's the
unmetagame
percentage of
around
bad
here.
cards?
That's wild that Taliesin couldn't do it. I'm legitimately surprised that Taliesin wouldn't do it. Because it seems directly up Talison's alley. The 2e one looks very similar from what I can tell. Look, maybe people are just more, maybe they're just weedies. I don't know. From 2e, all magical items you possess disappear permanently. Yeah, who the fuck cares? That's not end of the world. That's fine. That's fine. It has an explicit way to destroy it. Trick the Grim Reaper into drawing the skull card. That's fucking awesome. Okay, but that's pretty fucking... You gotta know what you're doing. That doesn't happen by accident. Okay. So even you guys are overreacting. Again, unless you can find me the more brutal one. Sounds like everyone here... I don't want to say it. Sounds like you guys are kind of weenies. I don't know. This seems fine. It seems fine. Pull a card. Who cares? Let's go for it.
It's a good card.
It's mostly
Probably
bad.
like 5%.
It's
mostly bad?
Do you know?
All right, Grog.
You know all of the cards.
But the goods are amazing.
Okay, here we go.
Shuffle these here for a minute.
Oh God! Oh my God! What if we're all about?
Yeah, I mean, if they had homebrew cards added, that would be like saying that 5e's combat is so brutal and deadly because of critical fumble tables. It's like, okay, yeah. If you're playing with the thing that makes it more brutal and deadly and unfair, then it's more brutal and deadly and unfair. Oh, man, that's funny. I agree, the ones we found are not worth its reputation. And maybe that's also the thing, is that I have not been very immersed in online D&D culture. Or I was not immersed in online D&D culture until pretty late in my experience of actually playing. You know what I'm saying? So that is certainly also probably a factor. I can see its reputation having morphed kind of as it was disseminated. Yeah. 13 cards is tamer than the 22. Is it? I mean, depends on what the cards are, innit? Those could be all the bad cards. At least if it's all 22, you know what you're working with. I imagine most anecdotes come from low-level parties, effing around with them and finding out. That's fair. I could very much see it being low-level parties or people like, fucking around with it in like, times of crisis and like big moments where they needed a lot of help and then it fucked them. Yeah. An end of the world card seems stupid anyways. Just end the game. Jim should either end the game themselves, nerf it, or take it out. Yeah, exactly. That's what when people were saying that's why I started being like, okay, what is Liam saying? Because there's no way that there's an end the world card. The only one that I could see being interpreted as an end of the world card is the Fates, because it said that you could erase one event. And so you could then erase the creation of the universe, I suppose. And then that would end the world. But that, the player has to actively choose that in that case. I think if I had to really guess where its reputation probably came from, there were a lot of cards that seemed very open to PC fuck-arounds. And so I'd assume that its reputation is probably more from chaotic players than from, and the very open design rather than explicitly terrible effects. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would assume. It's not just online, it's also just D&D culture in general. Maybe. I guess I've just never run into it in the segment of the culture that I ran in. Although I also ran in a side of things that was heavy on the homebrew magic items, homebrew settings. So I did not encounter a lot of the really classic magic items until much, much later into my D&D experience. Because I was encountering a lot of ground up homebrew things. Like people that I ran with would not have just homebrewed a few cards. They would have, they just homebrewed entirely new magic items. Now that was not always, that was not better, to be fair. But that's probably why I did not, that is why I did not probably encounter that. Dangerous moments, like say for example, after a lethal fight before taking a rest. Yeah. Avatar of Death could chain to have a TVK. Could it have? I didn't see that. Could it have? I thought it was just the single person that it went after. Deck of many things. Let's see. Wait, I think I might have misread it. What was it? It was Death? Where was Death? Skull! Warning all is you must win the battle alone. The Avatar fights you until you die or drop to 0 if anyone tries to help you. Oh, well, yeah, that could. If they choose not to take Death's advice, then they could chain into a TPK. That's true. I have not found the end of the world one. I did find this, but it would only affect one person. Oh no! It cleared out the it cleared out your link, I think. You'd have to send it in the Discord. Damn. But yeah, I think the worst thing that I saw in there was just it would kill one person, if barring other facets and situations. Which killing one person, yeah, that's bad, but it's not end of the world. Basically, all of us had heard of the card that ends the literal world. It blows my mind that the card never existed officially. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's great. Because it does. Yeah, like everyone in chat and Liam is like, it could end the world, and I'm like, really? That seems weird. But apparently, yeah, it's just it's just the shit. Yeah. Interesting. The void, your mind gets trapped forever. Yeah, it seems like there are several that would kill the individual. So like Grog is absolutely risking just pure death right now. Just the easy death. But he's really only risking himself, you know. Killing death is quite some lore. It is awesome, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. What is divine magic if not a literal god killing you? Yeah, true. The card is true. I heard it from a friend of a cousin's girlfriend in Canada. It further specifies that even a wish can't save you from the void. Yeah, but a god can. So, meh. Again, one character, absolutely. Tons of ways for one character to get fucked in that. Totally. But it's certainly not end of the world. It's not end of the world, seemingly, unless the player chooses for it to be. Yeah. Anyways. Rogue, for instance, make an NPC turn against you. If the GM chooses the wrong NPC, it can fuck things up. Sure, yeah. It seems like broadly there are routes for the cards to essentially end the campaign, but it would be pretty on the players and GM to kind of actively choose that if they wanted it to actively end the campaign. Because otherwise, but those same cards also very easily offer routes for it to not end the campaign at all.
To die, like right now. Because it could be world ending, right? It could just...
You don't know.
You could just...
I'm with Kara in the hall, right?
Yeah. You guys are all just resting and
I'm still resting.
Backs asleep.
I'm checking to
standing next
see
to
if
Grog.
there's any more in the flute that didn't get burned.
Now's the time.
No,
Smoke him if you got him.
literally. No, as you check the flute, what you put in the flute has been expended. Yes.
You've still got one.
There's no way.
I think
right, so-
one of these cards could end our game.
I want you to just pull one of these cards, turn them all around.
Soothing
Shuffle a
it's
bit.
going to be fine.
How many pulls do I get?
You said you're just pulling one card, so you pull one card.
What's really amazing is that
Only
your
Travis.
has
Travis is the
All
only
right,
one.
what's it say?
You have this conviction to your
No,
voice.
you show me what it is.
I believe you.
I'm very calming.
Yeah, I believe
All right,
everything
good to
you
know.
say.
Good to know.
Good to know you all died.
It's a giant...
I don't. No, don't look
Is
at the
it-
screen. Don't look at the screen. That's not going to make anyone feel better.
Please be quiet. Please be quiet.
No whammies, no
Matt's
whammies.
50
face.
gold, 50
Matt's
50,000 gold.
face.
No whammies, no whammies.
Okay.
He's turning more pages. Why? Why more pages?
I am
all the
actually
loot, just
sweating.
all
It should only be on one page. Why would it need to be on multiple pages?
It is the most powerful thing.
It's a centerfold.
The most powerful thing in the book.
Okay, hold on. I have to go back here
Why are
first.
there more pages, Matt?
You'll find out. You'll find out.
Yeah.
Why would you give me that?
Matt's got the same question.
You know, honestly, kind of fair. Kind of fair, dude. Why would you give it to him if it could kill him from drawing from it, and no one in the scene has the in-fiction lore? If the only thing stopping them from drawing a card is meta knowledge, that's a little fucked up. I honestly, I'm with Travis on this one. If there is a risk of him getting a card that just kills him, there should be some tell of that other than its metagame implications. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should not rely on out-of-game like knowledge that is apparently wrong to to dissuade him. So actually, honestly, beyond everything else we've talked about, a little fucked up to put in the horde and not have an NPC jump in and explain it to Grog. Especially after there was like a stop and like, you know, NPC, like Gilmore's still there, assumingly. Gilmore could have interrupted him and been like, yo, that's a little dangerous. That's a little fucked up on Matt's part. I ain't even gonna lie. Yeah. In an older edition, it was an artifact level magic item. Look, we were just talking about this. Find me the more potent deck list because people haven't been able to. I'm sure campaign ending derailing got translated to world ending. Like use 10% of your brain or 90% of your body heat through your head. Oh, yeah. Probably. Okay, but would Grog care? Maybe not, but I do think that, like, if you're rolling a die that could just kill you, I do think it's, to an extent, there's a GM responsibility. I mean, I guess it depends on the tone of the table. If you're running fucking Tomb of Annihilation or Tomb of Horrors, whatever, if you're running that sort of like a character can die at any moment and we just laugh it off, you know, if you're running that sort of game, sure, yeah, draw it. But that's not the kind of game that Vox Machina is. They care about their individual characters much, much more. And so I do think that there is a level of like, yeah, he could just draw the skull and then he'd just be dead. And that would suck. That would not be cool, I don't think. Like, again, Gilmore could just grab, you know? None of the characters in the fiction have stopped him. And so if you are Travis and you don't want to be metagaming, then you should pull a card. The only thing stopping this right now is metagaming reasons. Grog has no reason to not draw a card. No reason. And if you're gonna put the deck of many things in a loot pile, you need to be prepared to give an in-fiction, at least an in-fiction warning, you know? I don't know. It's fun as hell, and I'm so into it. I'm so into Grog drawing. I would draw. I would absolutely draw. I'd take the risk. But I do think there should be some warning to Grog that this is dangerous. Yeah. Grog could only possibly be talked down by the best buddy Pike. Too bad she's not actually here and nobody is thinking to have Pike dissuade it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, and I'm not even saying that like they should try that hard. Like let the man live his life. But Gilmore could jump in, Pike could jump in, and just warn him that it is dangerous. Because Grog has no idea. Grog just found a pack of cards and is drawing one. You know? But Travis could have found an in-game reason for Grog waiting if he wanted to after that reaction from the table. He did. He did wait. They told him not to throw the pack of cards in, and he found a reason not to, and then no one jumped in that period of time. Like, I fully think that this is like a little bit of a fuck up at the table. Like, he gave a distinct period of time for a NPC to jump in and stop him. Or just talk to him and mention how dangerous it is. I don't think you should rely on 2 layers of metagame to do in-fiction choices. Especially at a table that is so on about metagaming. Like, I'm normally the metagame defender. I'm normally the one that's like, oh yeah, like, you know, you shouldn't be so hard on people for metagaming. But you should not rely on metagaming to stop someone from killing themselves. I don't think that's good. Multiple people said it was potentially super bad and he did it anyway, and now he's just taking it more seriously. Let people FAFO a lot. Fuck around, find out. I disagree that this is fucking around and finding out. If the fucking around part is purely reliant on metagame, I don't think that's fucking around. That's just playing your character. Like, I get what we're all saying, and yeah, he is taking a risk. Like Travis is fucking around a little, but it's simultaneously a very bad decision, I think. I think it's bad DMing to put the deck of many things in there and have no in-fiction warning. Again, unless you're playing at a table where it's like, yeah, player death happens, you have a new character there that's pre-rolled, you all have an understanding that, like, new characters are going to come into the story. Like, if you're playing at that sort of table, absolutely, go for it. But I fully agree. I fully disagree. I think this, even if Travis is doing anything wrong here, which I'm pretty hesitant on if he is, I think it's a bad DMing moment. Truly. He still chose Chaos Gremlins. Vex tried to stop him. She tried to get the cards. Yeah, but she's metagaming. Like, again, everyone is metagaming here. There's no in-fiction rationale that Grog or Travis has experienced as to why he shouldn't pull a card. Vex doesn't know. You know what I'm saying? If you ever GM for Mega, include a deck. I would absolutely draw, says the Warlock, mate. Yeah, I'd draw. Absolutely. Oh, man. I want to see CR run Tomb of Annihilation. I can just see the off-the-wall characters and backup characters. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. I'd love that. But, yeah, come on. 2 layers of metagame plus luck. Exactly. It's like, I don't know. But in game, only Vex knows he has the cards and she doesn't know what they are. That's not true. He said, like, you can all see him. What are we at? 114.55. Matt said you can all see him. And then Vex just happened to go over there. Where is it? Is it mostly bad? Because I think I would know. God, I'm terrified. No, they were just letting him put in the rock. There's Sam doesn't know. Yeah, no one knows. I don't know how long ago it was. This is exciting. It is exciting. They're mine. I found. Oh, there we go. I can go back this far. As you guys have been resting, to be fair, you're all sitting there in the tunnel kind of talking. You hear in the distance the occasional ting, 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 clunk. You look in the distance and you see Grog just rummaging. So they all see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could all go over there. And again, Matt, I don't think it should be on the other players. Matt could have Pike or Gilmore go over there. And he's choosing not to. Either we have to go by in-game knowledge or we have to rely on meta knowledge. Either way, he's drawing the cards. Exactly. I'm saying Matt fucked up by designing a scenario where this is the case. Matt should not have designed the scenario in this way. He should not have put the deck of many things there. I think that's a fuck up. The fact that we have to rely on meta knowledge. I think that's bad. I don't think it's bad because the table is having fun. This is not the case for other tables. The table is currently having fun. You know what I'm saying? It is, I don't know. I will see if he dies. But I would argue that if he dies from the deck pull and if he dies from the deck pull and doesn't get resurrected, that's not fun. That kind of feels like shit. I don't think that's satisfying to anyone. They're having fun right now, but he's risking an incredibly, kind of shitty and unsatisfying moment here. I don't think Travis is doing something bad. I just don't think he would have been dissuaded from it. That's fine. That's totally fine. If he's not dissuaded in fiction, all good. Like I said, I wouldn't be dissuaded. I'd pull the card. But you at least need to give him the opportunity to be dissuaded, which he has not had, I would argue. I wouldn't say Vex Laura metagaming. Laura gave Grog a chance to willingly give her the deck, but didn't demand for it or anything. She gave him a meta out that he didn't take. Sure. But okay, so I guess I can agree that she's not metagaming, but if we say she's not, Grog has no reason to give her the deck. You know what I'm saying? He has no reason to think that he should give her the deck. So I wouldn't say that that's an in-fiction rationale for Grog. That's not even an attempt to really dissuade Grog. That's just an attempt to say, hey, do you want to metagame real quick without it being as obvious? Because again, why would Grog give her the deck? I don't know. I can't think of any reason he wouldn't give her the deck. And again, if Vex had said in fiction, that's dangerous, that's at least a reason for him to give her the deck. Again, in fiction. But then she's metagaming. I don't know, man. I don't think Matt thought Grog would try to break the box open and someone else would get to it first, but it's Grog. Yeah, you gotta think about that shit. Yeah. They said Grog could see Grog looting, but not the deck itself. Yeah, but again, Pike could have gone over. Gilmore could have gone over. Anyone could have gone over. In Honor's player choice, it's not bad Matt is confident that they will have fun with any of the card options. Yeah, I guess that's true. If Matt is confident that Grog getting killed by the Avatar of Death and then not getting resurrected, if he's confident that that will be fun and that everyone and that people will be satisfied with it and that Travis will be satisfied with it, yeah. I personally doubt that, but I could be wrong. I personally doubt that that would be satisfying. Yeah. Yeah, Laura basically gave Travis an opportunity to invent a reason if he wanted to. Yeah, to an extent, yeah. If I found a deck of cards in a fancy sleeve, in the real world, I would slide out the entire deck out of the sleeve. In D&D world, I guess my PC would have drawn every card. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. I was like, there's no reason for Grog to be even remotely afraid of this deck. There's no reason. If Gilmore came up behind him and explained how it was dangerous, Grog 100% still would have taken that chance. And then you have done what you need to do as a GM. Because I am not like I am all about honoring player choice. I just don't consider this a choice. Because you have to use all of this, even if we talk about metagaming, out of the fiction, whatever, Travis doesn't know. And so not only is would Travis have to use knowledge from outside of the game, but he can't even use his own knowledge. That's way too many layers between. Especially when we take into consideration, like this is a new part, so I am kind of trying to I'm going to progress the conversation a little bit, or I'm going to try to. If we even consider everything I've said, whatever, we know that even as we've talked about in this, people homebrewed things into the deck. Matt homebrews stuff all the time. He homebrews magic items, he homebrews monsters, he homebrews every single monster that they fight. So not only do I think that it's bad for metagame to be like the thing you rely on to stop player death, but even that, it's not appropriate. It's not even good to rely on metagaming, not even from like a, keeping the integrity of the game or whatever. But it's also not good because it's just unreliable. It could just be wrong. Like we're seeing here. Like Liam is convinced that there's an end of the world card, and there's just not. So not only is like metagaming kind of iffy for the integrity of the game, but it is just it's not reliable for like making fun experiences. I'm very firm on this. I'm very, very firm. Even if, Travis, even if Grog could not be dissuaded, there needs to be a Grog choice, not just a Travis choice, Grog 1v1 in Avatar of Death does sound kind of fun, though. It does not. Do not kid yourself. It does not. The Avatar of Death would murder him in like 2 turns, and Grog would have nothing he could do. It only sounds cool because you're picturing it in the Legend of Vox Machina art style, okay? That sounds boring as shit. That sounds very boring, and it leads to Grog's dead body cooling on the stone as he tries ineffectually to do anything. Oh my god. I don't... But it does sound fun if you picture it in the Lovum style. I don't have that much of a problem with Matt not interjecting a warning because I think Grog would have not heeded that warning. I think in that mindset, this is also a new point. I'm trying to progress it forward. Honestly, in my mind, that is like not honoring choice. Like we talk about, like someone mentioned, like Matt, like honors player choice radically, to an extreme degree. If you are not giving your players, if you're not giving the characters choice because you as a DM think you know what they will say, like if you are assuming what Grog will do, and therefore you are building the encounter differently, like you are building it to not even give him the choice because you think you know what he'll pick, I would argue that is not honoring player choice. I would argue that is choosing for them because you think that you know their character, maybe not better than they do, but at least as well. And I think that is not, and yeah. And I'm also not even necessarily, like, I do think that he should have interjected, but even beyond that, this was a powder keg no matter what. Because you're right, like Gilmore or Kima or Pike interjecting would be a little weird. Like, it would be the DM metagaming. I think it's more okay for the DM to metagame because they are controlling the entire world, kind of inherently. I think it's more okay, but I still really avoid it whenever possible. And so it's like, I wouldn't want Pike or Gilmore to interject here either. So I don't think it should have been there in the first place. Or it should have been put there in a different way. essentially. So I'm kind of taking issue with that, the fact that it was there at all and seemingly didn't have any manner of built-in warning. I think it needs to have one of the two. At this point, we're just assuming it's an unmodified deck. We don't technically know that. Exactly. And again, that's the problem with metagaming and metagame knowledge, is that you really don't know. You really don't know. Yeah, this is turning into a circular. It is, or it was. I'm trying to bring up new things, but yeah, paper cuts, spherical, egg-shaped. Oh my goodness. It doesn't say instant death, WrestleMania. That shit, dude. You know what? I actually don't know the Avatar of Death stat block off of my hand, or off of the back of my head. Strangely. But I also have to imagine that it's a very, very powerful entity. Challenge 0. Good. Good. Oh. Half the hit point maximum of its summoner. Oh, wait. Okay, actually this is more doable. Reaping Scythe +4. Hit 5. The Avatar can move through other creatures. It takes force damage. Oh, wait. That seems actually... That kind of seems like a chump. Wait. Okay, honestly, I just assumed that the Avatar of Death would be a lot scarier than that. That did not seem very scary at all. I mean, there's obviously still the whole lock your mind away, but that can get undone. Dealing 7. Oh, wow. Hit points 1. Wait, what? Summoned by drawing the skull. What? This is even weirder. The Avatar fights you until you die or drop to 0. Oh, there we go. Half the hit point max of its summoner. There we go. The Avatar can move through other creatures, turning immunity, condition immunities, damage immunities. I mean, honestly, this is way less of a threat than I thought it was. Never mind. I think the most risky thing at that point then is the Void or whatever. The Donjon, I think. Yeah, it seems like the Donjon is the... Yeah. The Donjon seems like the worst, but honestly, I would say that that's fine. Okay. Your soul is drawn from your body and contained in an object of the DM's choice. You know what? Honestly, none of these seem like they would actually kill a PC other than the actual Avatar of Death. The Avatar of Death seems like the only one that would actually kill a PC. And even that, it's way less scary than I originally thought it was. Okay, so I'm going to take some shit back. Because if there was something in here that would almost certainly kill anything that drew it, like kill and have the chance for, no revive. Because all of the revives in Matt's games are, chance for no revive. Oh shit, we're about to go into an ad. So I'll apologize really quick. Because I do think it is fair of Matt to have assumed that they would not loot and draw the card when they were so damaged. Now, frankly, I do think that might is a tad bit of a naive assumption. I think that players often experiment with their magic items even when they shouldn't before the next long rest. But I think it's fair to have assumed that I think even if it's naive, it's a little fair to assume that they wouldn't have drawn it until they were full health, at which point they probably would have been able to deal with the Avatar of Death, at which point it doesn't seem like any of these insta-kill them, at which point I'm cool. What's up? Hello. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna roll it back. I don't think Matt fucked up. Or if he did, it's a much smaller amount. I think he may have fucked up a little bit, but I think it's probably to the same degree as the Chaos Goblin. as Travis and Grog, the Chaos Goblin duo. I think there's pretty equal responsibility for whatever happens, honestly. Before, I was putting it much more heavily in Matt's camp, if there was just an insta-die card. But I think it's fine. The Avatar of Death is not necessarily a chump, but Grog could have taken it. Grog could, at full health, like after a long rest, Grog could have taken it. So, I think that's fine. I think that's fine, especially if he curated the deck at all to, avoid things like the one that puts your mind off, or maybe, he was fine with that. I could also see that being fine. That's just a quest, the PC has to sit out for a couple of sessions, but maybe they roll up like a temporary character and then they quest to find their old body. That could be fun. So, as long as there was minor curation, I think if there was minor curation, zero fuck up. I think, honestly, I think it's just pure fun. If there was some curation to avoid some of the insta-kill stuff. Or the things that were even maybe close. And if there was no curation, it's minor. If there was no curation and it's just all random, then minor. But I think about as much as Grog and Travis. Because although Grog is dumb, there is a little bit of asking for trouble in what Travis is doing. I'm not gonna pretend there's not. Like, if we're really sinking into the character and the mindset, like, Grog's probably really fucking tired. Grog's really, really tired, likely. I think he's probably resting as opposed to immense looting right now. So I'll assign blame equally on either side if it's not curated, but without saying what I do think it's been curated, honestly, then I think we're probably fine. I think it's probably fine. I think it's probably chill. I would like to pull all of the deck. Look, that would be I still think I would personally put in more info about the deck before giving it out. However, that is more of a personal taste thing to prevent something like that. Because my players, I've talked about how my players are extreme not metagamers, like they would suicide a character. Absolutely. Well, like full well in their player brain, knowing that they are sending that character to death. If it made sense to the character, they would do it without question. So this is the sort of shit my players would say. Even if they had an inkling as to what was going on. So I would still put in a little bit more. But that's a my table thing. I think more generically, I think they're chilling. Yeah. My players have done that. They are so intensely non-metagaming. Yeah. Yeah. Ugh. Anyways.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. 24.
Okay. As you quickly go over.
Dude, it's so funny. I don't bring this up a lot. It's so funny. This. Oh shit! You can't see it as funny because it got like weirdly extended when it wasn't on the other monitor. But this big dip right here is right when I started talking about how I thought that Matt had fucked up. Oh, that's funny. That's very funny. It looks so much more distinct on the side monitor because the side monitor's vertical. So the resolution is different and it's like all squished so you can really see the drop. Oh, funny, dude. Anyways. Dip in viewers. Yeah, big dip in viewers. Probably coincidental. I truly believe it is just confirmation bias, but it's funny still. Super chat delay to delay ad break. I mean, I'd do that. I would skip an ad break entirely. I'd hold the piss in the bladder for a super chat. I have been thinking about like special stream things for super chat, like basically having like a super chat menu, I suppose. I've been thinking about doing that. It's on my list of to-dos in terms of improvements to stream. Yeah. Quickly say something good about Matt. Beautiful hair. Something about his hair, yeah. Beautiful hair, absolutely. I just imagine it waving in the wind and me holding his waist like we're on the Titanic. Was that good? Because I feel like that's a compliment. I feel like that's good.
You find there are a number of what look to be types of decoration, wall tapestries, and things. There's one that Grog caught that is a very, very fine material. Looks like it's probably expensive made, like a very deep dyed navy blue silk with looks to be a very, very light tan pattern across it. As you unravel it, it's roughly 6 foot by 9 foot. It rolls out in front of you.
Do you fly? Fly.
Oh wait, I forgot that I rewound a little bit. Jesus Christ, does it? Everyone know what it is? They all know what it is. I'm feeling amazing. Wait, we gotta wait until Travis actually gets a card. Where's Travis getting the card? It's like 114, I think. Yeah, right around here. All right,
No, Matt's
let's
face.
see.
Matt's face.
No whammies, no whammies.
Okay.
He's turning more pages. Why? Why more pages?
I am actually sweating.
It should only be on one page. Why would it need to be on multiple pages?
It is the most powerful thing. It's a centerfold. It's the most powerful thing in the book.
Okay.
Oh, Delphi, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. What's your request? What's your request? That I skip the next ad break? Or that I cut it off in a funnier way? Oh, man. He's the king of the vests. Are you both married? I don't condone adultery, Mega. Adultery. What, you don't stand on the prow of a ship with your homies? Come on. That's just bonding.
Okay, hold on, I have to go back here for
Why
a
are there
second.
more pages, Matt?
You'll find out. You'll find out.
Yeah.
Why would you give me that?
Matt's got the same question.
After the
You
break,
give
we're
me
gonna-
like chastity belts.
Look, man, the last thing I expected was Grog to be the first to loot for magical items and roll a decent investigation check. And yet, here you are, discovering this deck. All right, so with this, you pull the card out, and it looks like this beautiful tarot-like design of what looks like a metallic key that is currently held aloft in space behind what looks like almost like the stars converging into some sort of a pattern in the night sky.
That's good. Stars are nice.
Good.
At this point,
Orion wouldn't fuck us.
nope.
That's not a sword on his belt.
There is. As you pull the card and look at it, the card bursts into flames,
Oh, that's fine.
and you feel the slight tingling in the hand that held the card. Suddenly, you watch as there is a flash of light within your grasp, and what looks to be something extending from where the card once was. You immediately feel something steel in your hand, and as you clutch your fingers instinctually around it to try and crush whatever it is, you look and watch as this beautiful-looking scimitar-like blade is now in your grasp.
Whoa.
It's beautifully made, an ornate hilt and handguard, and it has like a chain dangling from the bottom of the pommel that has looks like a small blue gem. It's a beautiful looking piece of weaponry, and as you kind of whip it back and forth, it's perfectly balanced.
Does it make any
How did you
noise
do
like when I
that?
swing it?
A card turned into a sword?
We should pull the other cards
Just
to see
think,
what swords they'll
You
make.
could do that 12 more times.
I'm apparently the most powerful sorcerer that has ever lived.
This is a deck of weapon cards.
I mean, seriously though,
Well, I have to hit something with it.
we'll go hit something.
Is there like a tall statue around or anything?
There's
Okay.
half
I mean,
eggs.
you can see there are a few marble busts.
Oh man, part of me doesn't want to know what the star is, but I also there's a bigger part of me that super does. Let's see, what's the star? Oh, well, that's not what happened. Wait, is there one that's like constellation or comet? No. Interesting. So this might be different. Oh, it's key. Ah, interesting. It was the key. Fun. A rare Raric magic scimitar. A rare magic scimitar. I'm also trying to think, what would the key actually be? Does it... oh, it only gives it in terms of normal playing cards. I thought it might like give the equivalent in tarot. I guess maybe the T could be the tower if there's no tower. Interesting. Huh. Well, that's fun. See, I would pull it. Regardless of everything we just talked about, I'm pulling it every time. If a DM gives me the deck, if they put it in a location that it is pullable, and my player or my character is not aware of the consequences or the potential consequences, I'm pulling it every time. That's on them. That's on them. I am diverting responsibility. That's called positive reinforcement. Absolutely, dude. That's exactly what that is. I'm pulling another after this. I don't think anyone does that. You're saying I don't need to convince you of that? So weird. So strange.
And things that have been collected from the more
That's good. That's perfect.
Please don't decimate.
This would also be extra good because my favorite warlock is the Blade Lock. So this is extra good for me. I love this.
The antiquities.
Can I pick it up?
Okay.
Lob it?
Grog, also don't forget this is property of Amon.
It just broke because you distracted me. I gotta go find another bus. Is there another?
There are a few, yeah.
Thank God there's another.
And you do recognize some of these used to exist in the Alabaster Lyceum. These are actually busts of old heralded teachers within the arcane halls of the Lyceum.
They wrote on stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then nobody cares what they look like. Cool.
Oh yeah, crazy. Well, I mean, and that's kind of the thing. Is it's like, in my mind, if it has the potential, if say the Avatar of Death was like substantially more scary. Say the Avatar of Death had the stats of like a dragon. That's what I was picturing in my head. I was picturing something very, very scary. If that had been the case, I would say, hey, the DM needs to take more precautions, think more carefully. But seeing the Avatar of Death stat block, which is seemingly the only thing that would outright kill the PC, seeing that stat block, my standard for like the level of caution that Matt should have put in went way down. Back when I thought the Avatar of Death was scarier, I was like, oh, Matt should have been more cautious. That's the part that he fucked up. He needed to be more cautious. But now I'm like, meh. Like maybe a little more cautious, but meh. I get it. Yeah. Immediately after the point Mega had paused to, oh yeah, absolutely. Matt tried to remind him about this stuff is real stuff as Grog just breaks it. Well, and that's great. I love that. I love the whole that little thing of that's the property of Iman. That's the sort of thing that I needed from them being like, ooh, the playing cards might be dangerous. Yeah. I forgot that Matt said he didn't expect Grog to find it, but I suspected as much. Oh, I absolutely, to be very clear, I also expected that he did not expect Grog, of all people, to find it. I absolutely didn't think that he considered that. I would have said it was a fuck up because he should have considered that. But now I think it's fine. Yeah. If he did draw the Avatar of Death or any devil, Matt can just say nothing happens and then spring it on them at any time when it's narratively juicy. Does it not say that it doesn't just like appear? It just says that it appears. So I don't think that's, unless you're homebrewing or wiggling a little bit the deck. If you're following the deck totally raw, I don't think that is feasible. But also, It's not that big of a change, honestly. I think you'd be perfectly justified in doing that. I think it'd be chill. It doesn't say it instantly appears, though. Well, it says it appears and attacks you. I guess I'm assuming that since everything on the list happens instantaneously, I am also assuming that happens instantaneously. And that it would specifically say if it didn't. You know what I'm saying? But that is true. Like, I think that's, frankly, that's enough of a weasel wording, rule. Yeah, oh, it doesn't technically say it. Then I think that's justifiable. I think if you really if they drew the skull and you didn't want them to die and you thought they would, I think it's vague enough that you could justify it. I think you could get away with it. So that's fair. I don't think that's what it says, but I think you could get away with it. Now I wonder who in Amon had the deck of many things. I mean, it feels very Allura, right? To me, it feels very Allura. Or Gilmore. It's like those two are kind of the only two. I guess maybe Brahm. Or someone at the Lyceum. If the Lyceum had like a head master, I think those are probably the three. It's like Gilmore, Allura, the headmaster of the Lyceum. I can't think of anyone else that would have that sort of thing unless something else is going on. Yeah. The Avatar of Death is the snail that is slow but always knows where you are would be fun homebrew. It would. You could just always feel the dread getting nearer. True. Honestly, I think that's a fun way to recover things if you did find yourself in a situation like this as a DM. Maybe, you thought that things would go down differently and you didn't want it to be, as like, oh, as that. Yeah, you could easily make the Avatar of Death. Yeah, like the slow snail. That'd be super fun. That'd be very, very fun. And then it gives them time to think about it and to figure it out. And it's a lot of trauma, and it's now this thing they have to deal with. Kind of like your mind getting trapped in the sphere. I like the mind getting trapped in the sphere. I'm totally down for displacing or trapping or even kidnapping PCs off of them being relatively careless. Like, I think inarguably Grog / Travis was very careless here. And I'm super down with the consequence of that being that he gets essentially kidnapped and trapped. I'm fine with that. Because then it's like this recovery story, and the consequence is them kind of being out of it for a few sessions, and the players then get to interact with Grog after they finish the quest, after they rescue him. And it can be like this, this character turn moment for him of maybe now he is more cautious, or maybe he sticks with the flaw all the way down. Yeah. So I would be so down with that, even as a random no foreshadow thing. I think it still is, it kind of depends on the tone of your table, but I think that's totally fine. Or it was in a magic vault, never to be opened. Never to be opened. Or with some other people yet to be introduced at some point. The Clasp could also have had them. True. That is true. He has what appears to be a spoon. No, not the spoon. I know the internet pasta you're talking about. Anyways, let's see more.
Take it, lob it in the air, big swing.
Make an attack roll.
Okay.
Whoa.
Can I make this a reckless attack?
You can.
Is it a strength or dex weapon?
13, 14.
It's a strength weapon.
Oh.
27.
27. Roll damage. It is considered a scimitar.
Okay.
Scimitar.
So it's a D8, I believe.
It's considered a scimitar.
I believe a 6. Maybe
But
not.
really,
It looks
But really,
exactly like
a scimitar.
it's a meal.
Yeah.
It's actually pronounced.
Oh, so yeah, just pure damage with
Scimitar.
With it on
kind
a
of doing it off with a
Scimitar.
blood axe, so like 16. No necrotic,
No magical bonus on it.
Just
It's
16.
16? Okay. And with your gauntlets, you have siege, which means you do double damage against objects and structures. So as you take the sword back, you strike the edge of this bust and watch it just turn to gravel and dust. It just shatters and explodes out the side with one singular swing, and you watch as the small chunks of rock that still somewhat resemble any sort of sculptured structure go scattering across the black lava and magma encrusted darkened floor of the cavern. Blade is untouched.
It is really well balanced, that is, and I just hold it up to my ear.
A moment passes. A second moment passes.
We're good.
Yeah.
We're totally good.
It's a cool weapon.
It is, yeah. And I stealthily try to pocket the other cards.
What are you doing?
But
What are you doing?
I haven't showered in a few days, and my
Make a
moment is-
sleight of hand check, Grog.
Come on, Grog, come on. Damn it,
Watch
Grog.
as Grog so discreetly takes the cards and just kind of
You had the whole
throws
world
them.
in your hands.
No, what I'm
They go,
do.
somehow throws them closer to you, and in between him and you guys, trying to hide them, and just go.
I picked them up.
Does anyone
That was
know
your
what these
chance.
Grog just made a sword out of one of these cards. Do we know what this is?
They only activate under my magical touch.
I'm gonna look at it and just see if I happen to know anything about it.
Roll an Arcana check.
I don't know anything about it.
I may take
I
it.
rolled a 12. Do I know anything about it?
They're apparently magical.
23.
23. You, being a studious child and reading many things, you have heard rumors, you have heard myths, you have heard legends of glory and woe based around an artifact referred to as the Deck of Many Things.
I start to open it up and
No. Oh,
I think these make weapons. though.
They can make a lot of things.
Can they make bad things?
They can make a lot of bad things.
And do you know what activates them? Just looking at a card?
If I recall, it doesn't take much. Let's
I just shut the little case and stuff it in my.
Let's keep it.
Well, look,
I was going to say, let's
obviously.
put it somewhere no one will ever find it, but that will be fine for now.
May I? Actually, I found
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah, Grog, that's
Someone
sweet.
will find it there.
But I don't. I want to hold on to it. It's mine.
No,
You will
You can keep all the other gold.
Yeah, no, I don't trust you with
Making
it
a request, if anything.
Why not?
because you do stupid things.
Look what I made.
You made a beautiful sword, and I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like reactivates user, and I have
Maybe
a
there's
golden
another
heart.
set in here. We should find it.
And
oh
then
my
you
God.
can have it.
No,
Oh,
if you find
gee.
another set, you can have it.
That's a bad deal, too.
I go to look for another deck of many things and nothing else.
For all the gold that is in this cavern,
Look. This is where I will not be on Travis's side. Because normally I would say, man, this is a little fucked up of them. He did find them. He found them. They are his. They shouldn't, they shouldn't take away his magical items because of his intelligence. That's kind of a dick move, I think, on the part of players versus players. However, he did just draw it. And now there is the in-fiction warning from Percival that it can be very dangerous. And so now I am like, okay. Although it is a bit of a dick move, it is now an in-character justifiable dick move. Oh, poor Grog. Poor Grog. I wanted you to have him, buddy. I wanted you to keep him. But I get why they're not giving him back. I get it. Because I'm Grog in this situation. No no person I've ever played with would let me keep the deck. They would certainly not. Isn't it funny that my least favorite subclass is Wild Magic Sorcerer? I hate that subclass. Look at the devious glare, though. Oh, yeah. Look, I wanted you to keep him, buddy. I wanted it. It was Travis's reaction when Matt said what the item was. He's clearly heard of it before. It just didn't click until then. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He arguably set himself up, possibly on purpose. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Unlike everyone else at the table, Travis Button Pusher Willingham would actually use the deck. Oh, I agree. I agree. I fully agree. I'm glad that they had in fiction reason to believe that Grog would also do so. And that is something I'm glad about. So that's what I'm saying. I can't be on Travis's side here as much as I want to be, because I would love it if Grog kept the deck. I was praying for that nat 20 right there. I reacted without pausing. I was so
None of it has any luster or shine to you as you are singularly focused on finding another one of these deck of cards. You are throwing handfuls of platinum over your shoulder.
Garbage.
Nothing.
Filth. Life has no luster to it anymore. You wretched.
All right, so continuing off of your investigation check.
What a heart attack.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you do have the deck of many things, which has now 12 cards in it.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna hand that to
Next time
Laura.
I go to that casino, I'm taking that with me.
You have that tapestry. You have you find what looks to be a pair of very fine crafted dark green leather boots that have almost like a silver or platinum scrolling along the edges of the leather, almost like leaves and branches that tangle in towards the front of the foot.
Ooh. Do they look elvish?
It looks elvish in design. And
wait, okay, I gotta check something. Don't mind me. Sam gave me an idea. Okay, wait. Let me just check this. Most of these decks only have 13 cards. Before you draw a card, you must declare how many cards you intend to draw and then draw them randomly. Any cards drawn in excess will have no effect. Otherwise, as soon as you draw a card from the deck, its magic takes effect. You must draw each card no more than 1 hour after the previous draw. If you fail to draw the chosen number, the remaining number of cards fly from the deck of their own accord and take effect all at once. Once a card is drawn, okay, it fades from existence. Unless the card is the Fool or the Jester, the card reappears in the deck, making it possible to draw the same card twice. Okay. No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, I thought I'd found a loophole. I thought I'd found a loophole for a moment. The fact that it reappears does make this tricky. It makes this tricky. Because I was thinking you could declare 0. You could, if you had the 22 card version, and you theoretically found a list of what all of them do, you could declare 0, draw 21 of them, and you would waste 21 of them, but you would know what the last one is. You would know what the last one is, and then you could use it strategically to greatest effect. However, the fact that they go back in, big problem. Although, okay, wait, follow me here. Oh, I know what to do. I know exactly what to do, dude. Okay. You get a magic marker, right? You get not a literal, not like a marker that does magic. Not gonna mark. How quickly do they? Okay, wait. I know what to do. Okay. You can only do this with the 22 card version. If you have the 13 card version, you're out of luck. I'm sorry. 13 card, no dice. But if it's the 22 card version and you can find a ledger, actually, you don't even really need a ledger. You just need to give them all unique symbols. Because you'll see, on the first draw, you'll see what all of them are. You'll see what all of them are named. So you declare, so step one. Step one, declare 0. Then, step 2, draw 21 very quickly. And as they are disappearing, step 3, take your magic marker and mark a symbol on the back of the card that you did not draw. All of the cards will reappear, and then rinse and repeat this until you have a symbol marked on the back of every card. And now you know which card every card is. Because you don't have to draw the last card. Right? You don't have to draw the last card with effect. You can leave it in there. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If you want predictability, declare you're going to draw the entire deck, then wait at a predetermined time. All cards happen at once. Right, I don't want them to all happen at once. That's why I'm declaring 0. Because if you draw more cards than you declared, they have no effect. Any cards drawn in excess of this number have no effect. But once a card is drawn, it fades from existence. And then unless the card is the Fool or the Jester, the card reappears in the deck. So now you know all the cards. Now you know all the cards, and all you have to do is find a ledger. You have to find a key or someone who has drawn, like legends of someone who have drawn a card before. You can slowly piece together what each card does, and then you can use the deck more strategically. Classic Warlock. This is the way the Bob-on works. I thought the cards disappeared and a new version of the card appeared. Oh, that's true. So they would lose the mark that you put on them. Fuck. Okay. You could just repeat this process until you get the card on top that you want. So you would only be able to determine a single card in the deck, because every time you draw it, it would disappear, and it probably would lose the magic mark that you put on it. So you could at most determine a single card. So all you need to do is find a desirable card, and then figure out a desirable card, and then rinse and repeat this process until that is the card that is left on top, and then you declare 1 and draw it. Man. Right? Come on. But how do you know what the last card is? Also, why wouldn't it work with the 13 card? Because the 22 cards, there are only 22 cards. So if you have the 13 cards, you don't know what the last card is because it could be any of the ones that aren't in the deck. But if you have 22 cards, you know that the last one in the deck is the one that has not been drawn already. And as long as you declare 0, then you would get to look at the cards and know what they were. Therefore, process of elimination, know what the last card is because of what all the other ones were not. And so then you would know it. That's assuming you know all the cards and their effects. In this scenario, I'm assuming you don't know any of the effects. So you would have to pair this with also a quest to figure out the effects of the cards. I do think you would probably have to determine that separately. And this is why we always try to find out information that doesn't seem relevant at the beginning, like these dragon whelps and figuring out more about them. This is why you always collect seemingly useless information, because it might be useful later. I thought you were a chick. All right. Okay, slow up for a second. Look, you gotta know when to hold them and when to fold them. Where does it say you can draw and it doesn't take effect? If you declare any cards in excess of the number. You must declare how many you intend to draw and then draw them randomly. Declaring 0 might not work. Why wouldn't 0 work? 0's a number, ain't it? Seems like it would work for me. You're assuming you can draw more cards before they return to the deck, though. It should be instant. Are we assuming that you can't draw more than one at a time? Are we assuming you have to draw them one at a time? As soon as you draw a card from the deck, you must draw each card no more than 1 hour after the previous draw. You know, it does. This would imply. I would take that to mean that you could draw the same one in the same draw. That does complicate things because it does sound like they return instantly, and so you wouldn't be able to narrow it down to a single card. Okay. Wait. Yeah, give me a second. I can figure this out. The cards are drawn randomly. I guess, are we assuming that... I assumed randomly meant like they're shuffled. You know? I assumed the 13 deck was set. That makes much more sense. Oh, I definitely assumed that it was not, but maybe. Not in order. Yeah. You don't need a ledger, just the identify spell. Can you identify the cards? Oh, if you can identify the cards, well, that's way easier. Can you just do that? Wouldn't identify just say, this is a deck of many things? I would assume that you would have that you wouldn't know, right? Deck of many things. Wait. Once the card is drawn, I'm looking to see if it notes anything at the bottom. The question of enmity. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know why identify would help you here. Maybe there's something else. Yeah. Specifically, you can draw the same cards twice, saying you need to draw all the cards you're going to do within a time period. Yeah. You're assuming the cards reappear won't shuffle within the undrawn. I was assuming that, which I don't think is true. Aren't you assuming that the cards go back in a predictable order? No, I wasn't assuming that. I was assuming that they would go back after some period of time. So I was assuming that you could draw all 21, there would be one left, and you could mark it before the other 21 came back. That was the assumption that I was making, that I think is incorrect. I think that is actually wrong. But that was the assumption that I'm making. Because I'm not assuming that there's anything predictable about it. I'm assuming that I can use process of elimination. So I can say, I'm looking at all of the cards that I drew, then because I declared 0, they have no effect. And so I now know the contents of the deck. You could still use, I think you could still use my method to determine the contents of the deck. I think that's kind of inarguable. I think you could use my method to determine which cards are even in the deck in the first place, which is not useful at all in the 22 card version, but is useful in the 13 card version. You could use the mega method to determine the 13 cards, I would say. You know what I'm saying? This is too complicated for Grog. Yeah. What if in Exandria 0 isn't a number? I don't know. What if in Exandria 1's not a number? What are we talking about here? Now I imagine Mega as Percy in front of a blackboard. That is me. We are still talking about the deck. Yes, indeed. If I'm the gym, you absolutely cannot identify a single card. I would say not. Yeah. I will say it's very to try to take a magic item that's all about unpredictability and bend it to your will. That's a warlock, baby. That is exactly my mindset. And that is why I love the mechanics of the Warlock's class. I think it's my favorite class, mechanically, in 5e. But also, I'd be playing it no matter what. Because that's just who I am. I will bend it to my will. Although I guess that's a little wizard, I suppose. The gift of gab. The gift of gab. Aren't you glad we talked this through before you drew any cards? I'd be fine. Declare you pull one card, use the gift of gab, change it to 0. Matt has said that there are now 10 cards left, so they don't respawn. Matt might be, I'm just saying. If they don't respawn, I think my method is perfect. Although it's not perfect with the 13 card. And my 13 card method requires that they respawn. If they don't, it's not good. Yeah. The Roll20 version of this chart implies that the 13 are fixed. Oh, interesting. Huh. Whether on purpose or misunderstanding, they clearly don't respawn in this iteration. That is a good point. I didn't think about that. Because you're right. Matt has not... Although maybe it's like a never-ending fountain sort of thing where, like, you can't tell that it's respawning, but it actually is. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's that sort of thing. I don't know. The 13-card deck is for the DM to be able to choose which cards are there and for the players with meta knowledge to not know exactly what's there. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense as, like, the reason for the version. It'd be kind of weird to me if the 13 cards were fixed. But the old school version, they didn't respawn. Oh. Yeah. Anyways. I'm going to go back to it. But I'm going to be meditating on a way to bend it to my will. Just you wait.
You find what looks to be a very, very well-crafted Warhammer. It has its shape and its design is, and only because you've seen this type of bow before, it appears to be dwarven in make. And it has a series.
I mean, this isn't overly clever, but it is an idea. If you could, like, summon a creature that, like, say you could summon a familiar, right? That is a sentient creature, but that creature can also respawn. They could draw the cards. They could draw the cards. And so all the bad shit would happen to them, right? And then if they draw a really cool sword, then they just give it to you. The problem with that is that all the good shit mostly happens to them. Oh, really? Like it's non-transferable? Like, I don't know. How much longer until we break? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Another old school was to get a minion. Most of it is like your strength goes up. That does seem non-transferable. Shit.
Of runes and glyphs along the sides of the Warhammer head itself that seem to give you the sense that this is a very expensive, or at least a very, very elegantly crafted weapon.
Okay. Sweet. Can I see if they're magic? I can't, can I?
I mean, you can take the rest of your short rest with one of the objects to see if you can ascertain any sort of magic or information about it.
I'm gonna do that on the tapestry.
Okay.
Fly for me.
All right. The rest of you guys do anything else for your short rest? Just healing up?
Healing up, fixing my guns, and then sort of trying to navigate some of this crazy in here, and then eventually looking around the cavern to see if there's anything.
So has everyone spent their hit dice? What do we got? Hit point totals here.
68.
Oh, I got 1 or 2.
79.
I think you're still full.
99.
100.
I didn't roll in it because I was looking for
That's
another
true.
deck of many things.
Yeah, 90. Okay. At the end of the short rest, Vex, you've taken the time with the tapestry, looking at it. Its design kind of hurts your heart a little bit because it reminds you of the flying carpet that you once had, and you're like hoping and praying. And as you're concentrating on it and hoping that something comes to you, you're like, fly, go, traverse, carry. You're just throwing all these words out. And as you're just getting more and more exhausted, and the rest of your party kind of look over with this like, oh, give it up, girl type of look, and shaking their head, a sudden hit of inspiration hits your mind and clarifies the word lift. You say lift, and the tapestry goes.
Shut the fucking... You guys!
What?
The irony is
It's a flying telepathy.
Lift higher. I am in love.
Another flying carpet.
Oh, you guys, this is
I
wonderful.
legitimately thinks it's the one she tried to replace the one we stole.
Oh shit.
She collects magical cards.
Well, she only ever needs one. We just keep taking
it.
Well, how much does it say how much weight it can hold? Can it?
800.
800 pounds. It
How
can
big
carry
is
more
Grog?
than the last one.
How big is Grog?
Is it a bigger
Pretty big.
tapestry?
This is
800 pounds big?
It's 6 by 9.
Like 300.
So it's like
you
the
can go
Harmony
hit
King
things.
Bigger
version.
than the one you had before, yeah.
It's the California King version.
Grog can get on that and go hit things.
Yeah, flying speed of 30. I can run faster than
Can you
that.
can you be like a silver surfer thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's my carrying capacity on my broom?
No.
I should probably know this.
Your broom can carry. It can carry 400 pounds at a flying speed of 30.
Oh, good. So.
Oh, sorry. It can carry 400 pounds, but its flying speed becomes 30 while carrying over 200 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is amazing.
That's a good find.
That's a very
Some good stuff. Some good stuff.
Vex, does it look like our old carpet?
I mean, it looks similar. It's a little bigger.
Yeah. Does it look like they were maybe in the same family?
Definitely, Keelan.
Yeah?
Hey, look
We
at these
should name
boots. I throw them down to you. They look kind of druidish.
They do look druidish. Do they look druidish?
Roll an Arcana check.
Okay. I'm not good at this. 5.
They look pretty.
These are so pretty. I think the color looks nice. They're with a good dress.
Okay, I'll look at these later.
Okay. Nicer than the boots you have on.
Ooh, that's a diss on your boots, dog.
They don't necessarily match the ensemble per se,
I mean,
but
you
they're
get
nice
to
boots.
kind of fried, a lot of
Yeah, they got the soles are a little melted now.
I mean, basically, Keelan has been naked this whole time because all our clothes were burnt off in lava.
This is the magical world of fantasy in which characters don't suddenly lose all their clothing or facial hair or body hair because of magical spells.
All right, sure, whatever.
So that sounds like that Japanese RPG.
Unless you don't.
We'll talk about
I'm sure there are RPGs out there that let you do that.
Yeah,
I'm sure
definitely.
limitations
Flame Princess lets you do that. I think it's actually some Exalted expansions that let you do that. Not this game. The fan artists take care of that for us.
And with that, yeah, I'd love to take a look around the room, see if anything catches my eye.
I think also Keela's hair would probably be shorter now again, thanks to the fire again.
Yeah.
Maybe like black to red.
Sure.
Can I fly up on the carpet and see if anything catches my eye from above?
No, just like
Sure. You can jump on the carpet and get an aerial view, and as you get up towards the top of the cavern.
Not that I could have done that on my broom, but I feel a little safer because there's stuff all around me right now.
Yeah, it's a nice big square patches for you.
I'm gonna lay down and.
Is there room for your broom on your carpet?
Yes.
I'm gonna run on up there and get a vantage point from the, because I still have some spider walk.
You do, yeah.
Hop on over, Buzz.
So you watch as Percy kind of walks upside down from on the cavern and kind of gets a similar perspective as you. Make a investigation check.
Come on.
Not great.
That's no.
That's
I can't
real
pretend.
bad.
I can't pretend that that's
Real bad.
Pretty bad.
Where am I even bothering? 6.
Yeah. In all the time you spent here, most anything that catches your eye beyond just value, you've managed to scavenge and glean from the hoard. Everything else seems to be just collections of expensive or valuable knickknacks, collectibles, museum pieces, silverware, furniture, art pieces, gem collections, and then gold, silver, platinum. It's you knowing good amounts of money. You can't even fathom the scope of this. Like this is.
Vex, you're drooling.
Millions of gold pieces.
Wow, it's a lot.
I feel like this is like too much for anyone.
No, it is. We need to return this to the people of Amon. I mean, that's where this money came from.
Yeah, but how do we do that? Like,
Yeah.
Do you see anything from Grey Skull in there?
Oh, do I see anything from our keep?
Nothing that stands out or you would recognize.
Not that I can see.
All right.
No, we'll take a tithing for ourselves to help rebuild, and then everything we're going to have to post gods, and someone's going to have to take charge of all this, put it to use rebuilding the city, make sure that the antiquities get back to the proper owners, and that the money is used to just rebuild everything.
People will have to put in papers with the council.
Yeah, as I say, people are going to have to pull papers.
I think they're probably not going to get the money back, but they're at least going to get the
something.
Should we reward Care? Care, do you want some of this bling?
Actually, Care, after you're okay and kind of up and about yourself, probably very casually, like, kind of wanders around, and, like, when he gets to the jewelry and the gems, like, very matter-of-factly fills up a sack.
Very matter-of-factly.
Awesome. You know, like, and no, like, oh, I feel a little awkward about this, just like this is really not my first rodeo, and money,
You work for that.
and money does some, this is more than they can carry, and I have some uses for this money.
Yeah.
I did give 20 pounds of gems when we were down in the city of Braz. Maybe I can find some more gems.
Okay, yeah.
No.
I was expecting more of a reaction from Mega when Vex said we should give it back. I'll be real with you. While I really like and I am really glad that Matt did test their convictions, I was not anticipating them keeping the vast majority of it. I was expecting it to be a pretty normal loot haul, even from Vex, because they're like post-scarcity, dude. Like, they have so little need for for fungible wealth. They have so little need for gold coins. Yeah, they'll absolutely still, they'll look at like one of ones. They'll look at magic items, and they're the heroes. They, if it's an item of power, they'll put that to use. But I did not. They're already so filthy rich, and also. They've basically saved the entire continent. I don't think that, like, they just don't need material wealth anymore. Even if they go to a place that they haven't liberated from tyranny, even in that case, they can probably just call up Iman and they can be like, hey, can you shoot me a loan of a couple thousand gold that I never have to repay back? You remember how you have an entire city because of me? Like, if Vox really needs any amount of gold, they could just ask for it at this point. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it is the right thing to do. But I'm more curious with the details of how they handle it. Like, I'm really curious as to what kind of government they set up. Ooh, we're about to go into ads. But I'm curious, it's like, they were like, oh, we'll need to like find someone like to distribute this and rebuild the city. And like in Whitestone, they took direct charge of rebuilding the city, and they put Cassandra in de jure, leadership. I'm really curious as to who they put into de jure leadership, because the succession is very flimsy right now. Emperor's dead, but also he was going to form a republic, but we have no idea what his like detailed plans were for forming the republic. And the palace is probably in ruin at this point. I doubt you're going to be able to find any plans. So like they need to define the governmental structure. That's the thing that I think will be more of a test than just do they give the wealth back, because the wealth should be What's up? We're back, and we are going to finish the episode this time period from hour 6 to hour 7. We're gonna finish it because we've been chatting a lot. But I am starting to grow maybe the slightest bit bored of the looting. But I don't even blame them on this one, because I have stretched out the looting a lot. They're probably going relatively fast with it.
Well, we are taking our tithing. We are taking it. We have work that needs to be done.
How much are you taking? I mean, it's your choice, really, at this point. How much do you want to, and how much can you carry? Do you feel comfortable?
Not a ton. We do have a lot of money right now.
We're going to be rebuilding. We need gems and platinum. Let's not take anything that isn't gems and platinum, and let's not take a ton of it. No.
Okay. What about like big diamonds or rubies for like important spells and stuff?
A few of those would be good.
Yeah.
Gems, yeah. Gems for heroes' feasts are always good.
Oh yeah, smart.
We did burn a bunch of them for this.
Smart, Grog.
I pass out from the smartness.
as Grog falls asleep, cuddling with the gold coins, and they got like a slow rolling Scrooge McDuck. Vex, you do find, with 8 of your friends too, there are 2 diamonds roughly worth about 1,000 gold pieces that you can put off to the side as a component. You do find gems, but really, I mean, how much do you want to take, really? This isn't how much did you find. There's enough here to take pretty much anything you can carry. There's no way you can carry even but a fraction of this, so what do you want to take?
So platinum is worth 10 gold?
Yeah, so like...
I'm taking 200 platinum for myself.
Okay.
I think I would actually honestly say at least 1,000 platinum in general, just for general use for the group.
Yeah.
And then 10 of each gem that we can find.
1,000 platinum for the group then?
Sure.
Okay.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, totally.
We're also going to need to put somebody in charge of all this.
Yes. Someone trustworthy.
I do like that Matt is like unabashedly just like, however much currency you want. We have entered post-scarcity for you. It does not matter. That's based. That's based as hell. Matt is just saying, I literally don't care. I'm not going to worry about currency for you guys ever again. So what? Yeah, 1,000 platinum, whatever. Sure. That's sick. I love that. I love it. There was like the testing your convictions aspect to things, but now it's not even necessarily like, again, it's not even how much are they taking, because they literally can't take enough. It is, who are you putting in charge? What are you doing with all the stuff afterward? Yeah. No, I love that. It's, they've already, if we're being real honest, they've already been in post-scarcity for a while. They've already been in the point where currency does not matter. This is just giving him an excuse to make it fictional, you know? So, I think that is good. That is good. This is the precursor to Daggerheart. Matt, I'm over money. Just make money abstract and barely a thing. My favorite money system is Bitdies. Oh, who could have guessed it? Bitdies is just they abstract like a sack of gold into one coin. And you have a certain amount of wealth in like a stash at home. And if you fill up, and like the stash is like 4 lines, and every time you fill up a line, it makes lifestyle rolls, which you use to like buy a drink at the bar or something like that. It makes you better at like essentially wealth rolls. So you still have this aspect of like earning money, and like important things like magic items might cost a few coin, or like a loot haul at the end of a quest might be a few coin. But then you also have this aspect of like your daily necessities also kind of upgrading, because the more coin you stash at home, the better your lifestyle rolls get. I love that shit. I still track currency pretty detailed in my games. Literally, Paige, I gave them a bunch of silver last session, and my wife was like, oh, 500 silver, so that's 50 gold? And I was like, it is. Don't write down 50 gold. I told her, write down 50 silver. Because I'm going to make it matter. I'm going to make the distinctions matter. And then I think if you do make it matter, it's cool. But D&D by default does not. Yeah. The one I've heard about and love in theory is basically your wealth is a single digit number. Small things are just paid for. Big things roll to see if your number decrements. Yeah, absolutely. That's very similar to Wild Wastelands resource dice. It sounds like, your currency is represented by a die size. And then every time you buy something big, you roll on the die to see if the die goes down. Absolutely. That sort of abstraction, I think, also totally works. Patrick Roth must be on the guest episode. Be on the looting episode, yeah.
Oh, we know you have things to do.
How do you feel about the Daggerheart money system? Frankly, I do not remember it. I do not recall how it works in the slightest, which is maybe a testament to it in some ways, or it's a testament to something about it. But I remember quite a lot about Daggerheart. I do not remember. I barely even remember currency existing. So, oh, yep, that's it. I'd forgotten the die size thing, but reminded me. Yeah, I love resource dies. Resource dies are one of my favorite ways to handle that sort of thing in D&D. I've never used it for currency, for money, but I love it for consumables otherwise. Yeah. But maybe I'll try it with currency someday. The Daggerheart money system mostly doesn't exist. It's these there to shut some people up. Probably. It's getting some major tweets for release, but that's a whole other convo. Tweaks? Tweets or tweaks? Tweaks? With a K? From what I've heard, there are some relatively major changes coming to Daggerheart on release in general, so I'm very interested to see what 1.0 looks like. Tweaks. Okay, that makes sense. Anyways.
The guilt of it.
I see Care hesitate, and I bend down and I pick up like a handful of gold and say,
Yes. No, it's more like, am I going to be in charge of another city?
No,
is
no,
the fear.
no. Not unless you want to be.
But no, I grab mostly like not big gems, nothing flashy, but light, portable, and stuff that can be converted into cash. Like I got troops who are going to and a city back home. And, yeah.
And you did come here, so.
Vex.
Yeah.
There are 6, 7. There are 7 of us.
Yeah.
We should take a bit more.
I'm taking a little bit of gold for myself just because I'm low.
Yeah, if you guys want to grab stuff yourself.
No, it's just a.
Kima's abstained, by the way. Kima's not taking anything. Well, Gilmore is currently filling up his small statue, and it's like, have to rebuild something. Shoveling in small amounts, but not too much.
Same. Yeah. I'll take. This is so hard.
I'm taking 184 gold pieces.
Good job, Rob.
Nice, Grog.
I'm just going to put 500 gold pieces.
He thinks that's $1 million.
That's what I did.
500 gold pieces.
Yeah, I'm just going to take 50 platinum, so it's lighter.
Okay.
I'm scowling because the other dog came over and wanted pets, and then I turned around to pet her and she ran away. And this dog, the bird, is not bashful at all. She was like, "Oh, pets, I'll take some." Jesus, doggy. Nice NPCs on either side, so the GM can't judge. Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's like, how do I say it? I think the aspect of like, oh, there's more than you can carry. I will say, I think if it was my table, I rarely do this, but I might break out the rules around the weight of coins, around the weight of currency. And I would literally just tell them, I would be like, a coin weighs this much. Here's how to calculate your carrying capacity. Go nuts. However much it takes, or however much you want, as long as it is under those two things. I almost never use those. But I do think to a degree. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. It depends on your intention as a GM. Like if one of Matt's primary intentions here is to say, I'm never too rarely going to care about currency again, then I think this is good. I think this is fine. If he will still occasionally care about currency and like actually make them parse it out, then I would say that I would give them more guides in terms of coin weight and carrying capacity, purely because I think it will make things go faster in terms of the actual looting sequence. I know that may sound contradictory. And I would tell them, hey, don't worry about anything else that you're wearing, anything else that you're carrying. You know, maybe if you want to be easy about it, take half your carrying capacity. That's how much coin you can physically take. Literally just to speed it up. Because I think that if you give them a truly unlimited number, Like, if they say 1 million platinum, Matt's probably going to say that there are not 1 million platinum. You know what I mean? So by not giving them any sort of guide, he's putting them in a situation where they have to, like, not say a ludicrous number when they don't necessarily know what a ludicrous number is. And I don't think that's a horrible position to put your players in. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I do think it slows them down a lot because they're debating of like, oh, well, I can take as much as I want. Like, I guess I could take this much, but is that too much? Like, how much really is that in the whole grand scheme? Like, is 1,000 platinum? Like, is that like enough to set me up forever? Like, you know, it begs all of these economical questions if you can just write your own check, essentially. In a way that I think combining the coin weight and the carrying capacity would still result in them being able to take a ludicrous amount, but not, it would give them some guide on where the top end even is. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather give them the entire economy of my world than deal with encumbrance. Look, that's fine. Hey, that's more than fine. It's more it's more like I want them to know where the entire economy of the world even is. Like, I would give them some max. Not because I care about the number that they say, but because I want them to be able to, like, have something to base a decision on. Which I guess they have the amount of gold and platinum that's in their inventory. So I guess that kind of gives them something to base the decision on. But yeah. I find it interesting that Scanlan took much more money than any other party member. Everyone is grabbing like 500 gold. He took 200 platinum. Like, Vex isn't being greedy in comparison. Yeah. Which is like, again, I think one of the weird things about it to me is somewhat the aspect of Matt saying you literally cannot carry enough to even make a dent, but then not constraining how much they can carry. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they can name any number, then it becomes like a negotiation of like, okay, well, I can carry this much. You know what I mean? It's just a little bit weird. It's a little bit off. Again, if the message was just, I'm never going to care about currency ever again, I think this is great. I think this is fine. This is a good way to signal that. But if there is any care about currency in the future, it's kind of like, give them a little bit more of a guide around the top end, you know? I just say most of the non-magical stuff like coins melted together because of the heat. If they want 200 platinum, they have to mine it out of the ground. That's funny. I mean, that's, yeah. Yeah, I think that is a way to go about it. I think I'm taking it from the perspective of Matt, you know, essentially offering them unlimited wealth and thinking about the ways that you can take that. But there's also very easy ways to not give them unlimited wealth here. Make it mostly in terms of like furniture and like household objects that you can't sell to anyone because no one has any gold. You know, make it mostly like material wealth. I think that's a way you could handle it to make it to where they can't take a ludicrous amount. I think there's lots of ways to handle it to where you don't have to give them unlimited money. But I think that Matt very clearly wants to give them unlimited money. It's just kind of how he's doing it, you know. I don't think most of us know where the economy of our world is going right now. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. At my table, this would be a place I'd speak frankly above the table. If my intention was that gold didn't matter anymore, I'd say that explicitly. That's fair. I also think that's an incredibly fair thing to do, and frankly, probably better than inferring it. I think that is a better way to handle it than just inferring it. But I get why Matt wouldn't do that on the actual play, which you said like at your table. So I know you weren't saying that. That's what Matt should do. But I do think that's a better way to handle that. It's just not. I don't think it's in Matt's toolkit, unfortunately. I think using the encumbrance numbers to define what can be taken works as well. You don't even have to have them be encumbered upon taking more later down the line, just to use it to define the now. Precisely, Deadly. Yeah. That's exactly my thought process as well. Is like, you don't even need to actually care about the encumbrance. It's just, you just use it to kind of define what the ceiling is. And then your players can operate in the range between 0 and the ceiling and feel like, oh, I'm taking half the amount that I could. Like, that's the statement that I'm sort of making through this action, is that I would take half of the amount that I feasibly could. Because then you have a way to express your character without it being necessarily like only comparative to the other characters, right? Because we were just saying like, oh, it's weird that like Scanlan took so much more gold than Vex. And like, yeah, that is a little strange, but it's hard to know exactly how much more it would have felt like, because the upper limit is undefined. So if Scanlan took, 80% of the maximum he could take, and Vex only took 10%, that's a real clear, like, oh, wow, yeah, Scanlan took way more than Vex. But right now, it's like, on the undefined continuum, it's hard to pin down exactly how much more he even took, That's the only real reason I would go about defining it that way, but I think Matt, rightfully or wrongly, does fewer things above the table than would be ideal in a more normal setting. Yeah. If all fans were like me, I'd say that he should be doing more above the table, but I know there's a vocal set of fans who are very much not me. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no complicated opinions on that. I think Matt should do more above the table, but I also definitely understand why he doesn't. I very much get it. If a GM says currency doesn't matter anymore, that would be kind of a bummer. Better to stay immersed. I don't want to be reminded by the GM that money is fake when I'm trying to feel proud of a huge campaign win. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I guess in my mind, saying write any number on your character sheet, it doesn't matter. 2,000 platinum, whatever, sure. To me, that is also a reminder. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that implying it through like kind of the actions that Matt is taking versus just straight up saying it, I think have similar effects. I am normally someone who's very much on the same page of like stay immersed. That's why my mind goes to the carry capacity discussion and like encumbrance, which I normally don't use. But to me, that's the best way to give them a stupid amount of currency while keeping them immersed. That's one of the best ways I can think of. Because if you just say blank check, to me, that is also kind of an admission of the money's fake. I don't care how much you take. You know what I'm saying? And if we're already in that mindset, I'd rather them just say it over the table. Because in my head, those are pretty much the same. But I can understand that they might not be totally equivalent to some people. I can definitely understand that. To me, they're roughly equivalent, but I can very much understand that they would not be equivalent to some people. Yeah. I don't think my players would mind, but I could easily be wrong about that. I'm the same way. I also don't think my players would mind, but I could also be super wrong. At least at this point in the campaign. If I told them money doesn't matter at level 3, I think they would care about that. They would want currency to still matter at level 3. But at this point, when they've liberated 2 cities and basically have unfettered access to those cities' treasuries, like, money kind of doesn't matter. It's not even like the money's fake and it doesn't matter. It is like, in fiction, money doesn't matter to them anymore. You know what I mean? But delivery would matter a lot too. That's true. I can very much see that. Yeah. Delivery definitely could shape the reception. Yeah. Nobody using actual DM. I like Matt's implications better. Yeah, I guess. I definitely get that. I don't see a difference, but maybe if I were actually in the situation, I would see more of a difference. But outside, trying to imagine both, I can't really clock one, but I get it. I definitely get it. Because there's also, there are different factors to a game that keep people immersed. Like, I know what I don't know all of the factors, I guess, probably. But I at least know a lot of the factors that keep me immersed, both as a DM and as a player, and the factors that don't really impact that. Like, it does not unimmerse me if, I think an example would be well, actually, I shouldn't go down this rabbit hole. I wanted to finish the episode between hours 6 and 7. I shouldn't go down the rabbit hole. But all that said, I think there are very much things that keep different people immersed within the story. I think that's not only a fair point, but a really good thing to bring up and acknowledge. See you, John. Have a good one. Yeah, that's a really, really good thing to keep in mind as a DM and as a player, of the things that keep you immersed might not be necessarily equivalent, or at least equivalent impact to other people. Yeah. I get that. Liberated 2 cities, more like liberated the continent. Oh yeah, very much so. Very much so. Yeah, I mean, if they had a slightly different moral outlook, they would just be the rulers of Taldore at this point. Be nothing that would stop them. I can guarantee you, if they cared, Craghammer would bend. No shot. No shot that anyone could stand up to them if they had a slightly different moral outlook. But anyways.
We're going to have to seal this cave for now.
Why? The city is secured.
The city is secure. The city is about to become a riot once they finish getting
And
everything
losers
out
will
of
come
here.
down here and take far more than we did.
No. Really?
Wait a second. Don't we owe the Clasp half of this?
We owe the Clasp half of our loot.
What does that mean?
But
If we
that's our
don't
loot,
take,
not the
Yes.
cities.
if we don't take as much, then we don't give them as much.
I don't think they would view it that way.
That's the deal they made. This is not our loot. We just looted.
It's not our money. Simon's.
The Clasp should be aware of that. As
I
you
think
once
we're going
said.
to make an enemy out of them by doing
We
this.
I
already
think we're going to keep
have.
an enemy out of them. It's really far more likely.
Plus, how do we even know who we told? It could have been 2 underlings. Nobody would believe what they said anyway.
Sure would be a gesture in the right direction, though.
Well, I'm sure we can still throw them a little bit of platinum, but I mean,
Well,
Percy,
what,
you
5,000? Is that what you're saying? Half of what we take? How does this work? That's nothing to them. We promised them untold
We
riches.
took 1,000 platinum for ourselves. If we took another 1,000 and gave it to the Clasp, that's a lot of money.
How about we don't give them anything and we just let them know that it's clear to come down here and do with it as they will?
They'll take
They'll
everything.
take everything.
I don't know if they'll take everything, actually.
Well, Percy, you once said that every good city needs a good underbelly.
It's true.
So
You said
I
that?
imagine that the underbelly would also have invested interest in having a good city. I imagine it works both ways,
I'm
right?
so proud of you right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh my god.
I'm learning from you just like a little, where
I'm
it's
so
appropriate.
sorry, but I'm so proud.
Only where it's appropriate.
So what is it? We hand deliver it or we just let them know it's clear to come down?
Hand deliver. We don't want them coming here at all.
I agree, it's
They're
more
gonna come
personal.
here,
You write the limerick and we give them 2 platinum. What was the number you said?
That too is what I said.
That
Yes.
one.
Send them an envelope with half of the deck in it.
It just turns into swords. I don't
How
see
are
why
you
it's
the
such a big deal.
coolest human ever? Oh my.
But
That's amazing.
I don't know what the deck can do. Could it cause the entire city to crumble? Potentially.
Or can you all going.
Ooh.
That I do not know.
We could give them the
Vax does welcome.
Hi, Max. Welcome back.
So what? 5,000 platinum.
5,000 platinum.
Like that? Where are you coming up with these numbers?
I know, you're clearly saying different numbers every time.
We could give them like 3 pizza platinum. It doesn't really matter to me. I just want to go.
Hey, big man.
Yeah.
That's a nice sword. Where'd you get that?
Right.
Or fucking stiff them. Who cares? What? And Percy and Caleb and Sam were talking about just letting them come down there and have free reign over the entire city's wealth? What are we doing? Have they lost their minds? This isn't even an ethical or philosophical framework. Give all of the money in the region to the criminal syndicate? Why? What sort of economic policy is that? The American economic policy? What are we doing? I'm sorry.
Took out a card of this little pouch and it turned into this thing.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was like a little card in like a leather pouch and then Vex took it from me.
We have to
'Cause
give
apparently
them
I make
something
too many
big.
weapons.
They
If we want them to be our allies and not hate us and try to kill us, we have to give them a good amount of money.
We
What,
also
their Clasp?
Yes.
We're
I
talking
think
about payment.
We give them 1,000 platinum and say that's half of what we took.
Oh, they're a crime syndicate. They're going to laugh at that.
I agree.
And they know when someone's running a game on them.
Right.
But we didn't take any more. That's our loot.
It's
It's
still
not how they're going to see this.
Yeah, that's a letter of the law argument. They're going to want to go spirit.
we also just saved their city from utter destruction.
Also, I mean, okay. me and Giorgio had a comment about the law, the transitive law of badassery or whatever. Of like, oh, because they beat Thordak and Thordak beat Raishan, that then they could beat Raishan. And I think that it was applicable in this situation, but it can be wrong. Like, it's, you know, people have different strengths and weaknesses, so the transitive law doesn't exactly follow. However, you just defeated Thordak. Why do you think that the Clasp is a threat? If the Clasp was a threat to you, why would they have not just killed Thordak by now and taken over the city? They could have, right? What? I am frankly lost on what is going on. How this convo should go. High spiraling, whichever. Turns out there's no gold. Yes! Yeah, fuck them. Who cares? Why are we worried about paying our debts to the people that tried to assassinate you? To the people that tried to assassinate you, that tried to frame Eskil Darien for the rebirth of Skysunder, that stole the souls of the Emperor and tried to do a demonic coup. They've already tried to do a coup. Already. And we're going to give them... Why? I'm flabbergasted. My gast is currently flabbered. What? I don't think the party thinks of the Clasp as evil like you do. Why not? Why not? And also, even if they aren't evil, honestly, if you want to shoot him some gold, sure, whatever. You want to shoot him a couple of platinum, you want to shoot him even a couple hundred platinum, whatever. You know what? I can get behind that. You want to try and like mend the fences. I think that's silly, given that they tried to assassinate you and coup your city. But whatever. Even if you want to do that. The idea of just giving them free reign, of picking them to be the ones that manage the city's wealth, is batshit insane, no matter what philosophy we're operating under. That's a self-interested philosophy, a one where you're trying to get in good with them. That's ludicrous. I can't even imagine. I don't even know if they think the Clasp tried to have them killed. Wasn't that just the retribution of the Rakshasa personally? I mean, the Rakshasa, Hodis, hired the Clasp to kill Vox Machina with him. So, I mean, the fact that they received gold, they received payment as part of the transaction, if I was Vox Machina, would not make me sleep well at night. Doesn't exactly speak to a long-term allyship here, right? If they're willing to take gold during the apocalypse to go and murder me with this demon, it either does not speak to them having, any sort of discernment on who they kill, because Vox is like the last people you would want to kill in that situation, or two, it indicates that they are stupid as hell if they just didn't consider that they might not want to kill Vox during the dragon occupation. Or it means that they're collaborating with the dragons. Totally separate, bad thing that might be going on. Any way you slice it, they're not the ones that I put in charge of future Imanian fiscal policies and wealth redistribution. I'm already nervous about putting it in the hands of the former the former council members. I would already be nervous about that. I don't think they would handle it very well, frankly. But putting it in the Clasp's hands, I can't even imagine. Have the Clasp tried to do a coup? They worked with Jezerazel, the demon prince, or not the demon prince, the demon that was pretending to be the devil prince, that was during the last Winter's Crest. The Winter's Crest before the one that we see in the actual campaign. The Winter's Crest before that, they are the ones that were holding the souls of the Emperor and his family. So maybe they didn't mastermind the coup, but they were insanely complicit if they didn't mastermind it themselves. Yeah. The party seems to think of them as morally gray, not evil. And I guess that is just batshit insane to me. I don't know why. Like, I don't get it. It is baffling. They were just independent contractors working under the banner of the Clasp. Then the Clasp doesn't make good decisions. That even in that case, which I think is the most generous you can be, that speaks to a staggering level of incompetency and a lack of vetting. I don't know, man. I know Assume is working with the Clasp, and they have more trust in him. And yeah, Hodis was just a job, which wasn't even the Amon chapter. It was led by the same Spiraling, though. It was led... So, actually, I think it was just the Amon chapter. Because they were hired by the same Spiraling that they traded the info to and from for... not Eskel. What the fuck's his name? The guy that said he was the body of Vecna. Now, I do also think that could have been a little bit of maybe a mess up on Matt's part, because I do think that it was kind of implied that they weren't the Amon chapter. But either way, I think at best, this speaks to an incredibly incompetent organization. Raishan even called them incompetent. And working with them, and Assume working with them, does not give me trust in them. It tells me that Assume was very, very desperate. It's hilarious how Percy thinks Clasp has Amon's best interest in mind after they tried to kill the world-saving superheroes. That's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, I'm not saying, we need to arrest them or try to root out the underbelly. I I don't agree that black markets are a good thing. I think that is a weirdly idealistic view of crime. But I do understand that perspective. But it is wild to me to think of them as altruistic. That's very crazy to me. For argument's sake, they could be individuals of the class that do not hold the same code as the greater class. They could be. However, you know what? Actually, I have a compendium. I am so firm in my opinion that the Clasp are super duper evil that I have a theory article about it. I have a whole theory article about how super duper evil the Clasp are. Like, kind of just inarguably. The Clasps are the ones that delivered the crystal egg that birthed Sky Sunder, and they tried to pin it on Eskel Rindarian. They also were the ones holding the souls of the Taldores during the demonic invasion. I've already mentioned both of these. They were also the ones that were going to transport Riskel Daxios, self-identified blood of Vecna. They also, at the very least, seem to be very familiar with the planar magic involved with the dragons. They also appear relatively chill with the New World Order when Vox encounters them during the fall of Iman. They try to haggle with Vox about okay, let's make a deal. Not saying that they were necessarily happy about it, but they were very apathetic, which isn't necessarily a point necessarily against them, but it's not a point in their favor. And they also attempted to assassinate Vox Machina. I think it would have been clear to the class that Vox was trying to topple the Chroma Conclave. It's the class member identified themselves as being from Stilben, which would imply that they're not the same Imanian sect, but indicated that they took their orders from Spiraling Vikar, who is currently in Iman. So either there was a fuck up on Matt's part, and that's just wrong, or Spiraling Vikar now controls multiple Clasp sects, and they're not as separated as they once were. Also, the Clasp is apparently the only power structure left in Iman, and they were very specifically interested in getting a foothold in Vasselheim, which is established as the closest thing to a dragon safe haven in the world. Yeah. I don't know, man. To me, it's so clear that at the very least, you should not trust them. If you want to pay your debts, by all means, pay your debts, try to get in good with them, whatever. But giving them control over all of the loot in the basement is actually mind-boggling to me. I can't think of... give them a couple... Shoot them a couple platinum, whatever. I'm not like, oh, don't power them up. But I'm like, do not give them control. That's insane. Also, something I didn't even write down on there is fucking their backstory. They wanted to human traffic Vex. Let's not forget about that. And Vax found someone else. They're not good. They're not good. Anyways, is just another faction, but that's like video game logic. Yeah. Like, it is clear to me that the players are clearly understanding the Clasp differently than me. I can't even begin to understand why. Like, I can't understand why they don't think... It makes me feel like I'm missing something. Like, truly. It makes me feel like I am missing something because this seems so radically out of line with what I understand. So it makes me feel like I'm getting something wrong because it feels so out of the realm of possibility to me. Yeah. That's crazy. Just working stiffs looking for an honest day's pay? Bro. I mean, yes, but there is also like that is a philosophy you could have, but when you take it to the extreme, it can become evil. Like if you do business, like let me take a different kind of example. You could also be an arms dealer that primarily deals weapons to militaries and police. And there's already some, moral questions about that, but whatever. It's at least a little bit gray or ambiguous if you're a war dog, let's say. But let's also say now that the person on the other end of that transaction is a demon. And the thing that they are having you do is store the immortal souls of the rulers of the city. At a certain point, your lack of interest and your lack of concern over the actions that you take and the effect that that has on the world is, in and of itself, evil. Being that ambivalent and that no questions asked itself is evil. You need to care more about the effect that you have on the world. Especially if it is repeatedly demonstrated to you what effect you are having. It's not like this is a pattern of behavior. This is not a few extreme examples. This is multiple examples over a couple of months. So I'd say even in that case, they are incompetent or evil. Oh, man. I looked up, the wiki says it was the spiraling from Stilben mentioned in 58, but I and the wiki could be wrong. Well, I could see Vikar being the spiraling from Stilben, because he's not the spiraling that they interact with during when they what am I thinking of? It's not the spiraling that they interact with when they are hunting down Riskel. That's not Vikar. So I do think it's possible that Vikar could be the spiraling from Stilben, but Vikar is the one that they interact with during the fall of Amon. So it is possible that Matt just kind of flubbed the name, But I'm flabbergasted. And by the way, I know you guys are trying to steelman it. I know that we're having a healthy and rousing debate. I know you guys aren't like legitimately trying to argue in favor of the Clasp. I know. It's just woo. Even the steelmans are ludicrous to me. Yeah. I couldn't remember if you knew about Vex. I know about Vex, yeah. They're just good delivery boys. With that bit, it's extra crazy that the twins are ambivalent. Oh my god, insanely crazy. Insanely. Yeah. I do think, like, the most, like, real logical explanation, or maybe not logical, but, like, the most, like, Occam's razor type explanation where, like, all else is equal, and the simplest one is we choose for simplicity. It is probably that they just forgot. That is probably just the explanation, is that they have forgotten everything that the Clasp was involved in, and that it was specifically the Clasp, and they are just thinking about this organization as a generic criminal syndicate that have not done anything in particular that is noteworthy. I think that is just like the easiest or the most direct explanation for how this conversation could even make sense. Because otherwise, I can't even imagine this conversation taking place. I just looked at the 58 transcript, and Iman is not mentioned in Command F. Where did you get that? The 58 transcript? Which one is 58? Wait, let's see. Zoop-a-doop-a-doo. I gotta go back to the dashboard. Oh no, wait. How do I get back to the dashboard? Or how do I get back to the homepage? I don't remember the button. Oh, there it is. It's the eyeball. You just described Iron Man. Most of the campaign, I forgot about the class because they don't seem to matter. But all in all, that is pretty evil. Yeah, I'm 100% just fucking around. Yeah, I know. It's insane to me, man. It's insane. The Clasp. Oh, wait, no, shit. Not this one. The Clasp. Let me see what I said in the article. Did I specifically mention episode 58? Or is 58 just the fall of Iman? Okay. I didn't reference episode 58. What's episode 58? 58 is the battle with Hodis. Oh, I see. What did... Yeah. In the battle with Hodis, they identified themselves as being from Stilben, but then also indicated that they took their orders from Vikar. And we had encountered Vikar once before during the fall of Iman, which was in Iman. So unless it was a mistake, and it's not supposed to be Vikar in both places, it seems as though Vikar is leading both Stilben and Iman simultaneously. Read the rest of your chat. Wait, what's it? Oh, 42 dangerous dealings. VM interacted with spiraling Shen. Am I totally wrong? A dead class member that said that they were hired by Hodis. Was Shen not? I thought Shen was the one that they interacted with. Red monocle over the eye. Not a huge fan. Oh. I think you're right. I got confused at some point during the notes. Implying that they were from Ramon. Why did I think that he was from Iman? Is the first time that Vikar is ever brought up, is it 58? Because I definitely thought Spiraling the class, they were hired by Rakshasa, but the Spiraling Vikor gave them their orders. I mean, this was still during the Chroma Conclave arc, so there's still that part, but... yeah, I mean, okay, I guess the rest of it is still accurate. Yeah, when was the first time that Vikar was mentioned? Because for some reason, I really had it in my head, which I'm not seeing it now in the notes. I might have just mixed up Shen and Vikar. Because I definitely thought that Vikar had been mentioned before in Iman. From the wiki, it only links to Ep 58 for Vikar. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. So it is, yeah. Yeah, in that case, it is, I will need to edit my article because I definitely thought that was part of it. So I just made a mistake. The class were also the ones to transport Riskel Daxio, which they were. They're relatively chill. Raishan. They tried to assassinate Vox. I highlight this because it's been clear that Vox regarding... Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that Spiraling Vicar was in Iman. Yeah, strange. I must have gotten a note wrong at some point. All right, there you go. Yeah, because I have both Vicar and Shen noted, but I got them mixed up at some point. All right, there we go. Vicar doesn't even have a wiki page, so I can't confirm if he was mentioned elsewhere, but it makes me think he was not. Fair enough. Fair enough. Aren't there like transcripts where you can search through like all of the transcripts that have been said? Anyways. Oh, I got it. VM noticed Kima not taking any money and took it as a sign that she cursed it with her evil Orcus powers. You're so right, Gioka. You've got the answer. You've got the answer. Interesting. Huh. It made characters recognize Vicar's name, but that's because they started in Stillben, and that's where the confusion came from. That might be it. That might be it, is that they recognized his name. They were like, that's Vicar. And I assumed that that meant he was from Iman. That could have been it, because I was taking notes by that point. And so what might have happened is I might have misinterpreted the notes that I took as their recognition, meaning he was from Iman. Or I just straight up messed it up. One of the two. Who knows? Interesting.
Honestly, are we going to stay around and really regulate what happens here? We're not, right? We've got shit to do.
I would honestly say, and I cannot believe that I'm agreeing to this, but I think just if we run into them, we let them know that the dragon's dead and that's where it is.
I'm with Percy.
They're not going to bankrupt the city. It's not in the best interest.
No.
They're going to take a look at it and they're going to get what they can carry.
So we're turning over the city and the city's treasury to a bunch of thieves.
We turned over the city to a bunch of thieves. They've basically been running the place for the past...
Do I know, how small town am I? Do I know about these folks?
You've never dealt with them directly other than scaring
I'm sorry, they've basically been running things during the apocalypse, and that's why we should let them run it during peacetime? You sound insane, Percival. We didn't pick them because they were the best option. We picked them because they were the only power structure left. And even that I was not super pleased with. This is crazy. Sorry to be no. I'm cool with it, Crazy Smith. I'm totally cool with it. No worries. I want to strangle Percy right now. It's so crazy. I don't know if this is Percy or Taliesin. I have to imagine it's at least a little bit Percy. But this is like...
a couple of younger cutthroats you caught in like an alleyway here or there, but you're aware of the Clasp. The Clasp, while largely centered in Amman, is a syndicate that is across all of Tal'Dorei and has some hand in every village, no matter how small.
Right.
Maybe we let them know that it's there, but the guards are coming. They won't have a lot of time.
Why don't we just hand this over to someone else and let them handle it?
If you hand it over to someone else and send them a letter, it will take a while to get there.
The Clasp? They're down the hallway.
Oh. Which one? Have we done?
They're probably
in the sewers 1,000 meters from here.
Oh.
No, they ran away.
I agree with Grog. We have more important things to worry about right now.
I'm running for office.
T-shirt. Regardless, I agree with Grog.
Dude, speaking of testing convictions, holy fuck. I would have to really think, if they actually go through with this, if I'm Matt, I would have to really think about how to handle it. Because I wouldn't want to punish them too hard. But their total... I don't want to say total apathy, but they're just like... I don't want to say level 1 care. I don't know exactly how to say it. I guess like lack of care, lack of concern with the future of Iman. is either like one of the most weirdly naive things I've seen from them, or it is just truly apathetic. It is just truly like, to not even say like, oh, let's hand it over to Cassandra, or ask if Cassandra knows, like someone who's been running a functioning city, not one being ruled over by Thordak. Like, hand it over to Cassandra. Hand it over to Allura, who was a core part of running the city before its fall. I would have to really think about how to handle this, because I can feel myself wanting to be very harsh about it. Like wanting to just make the Clasp run it into the ground, because I kind of think they would. No, do not run ads. We're gonna push through. But that wouldn't be fun. And it's one mistake. It's a big mistake, in my opinion, but it's one mistake. So I would have to really think about how to handle this. But this is I would have never expected this from a testing of their conviction. Would have never anticipated this. That they're just like, we got better shit to do. We got better shit to do that ensure that the lives of these citizens start off on the right foot after the apocalypse. Like, Percy knows that there will be, like, rioting and looting. He understands that, like, law and order doesn't just, like, spring out, like a fair and good society doesn't just, like, spring up out of the ruins. He understands that. And he just thinks the Clasp will do it. Not only does he think the Clasp will do it, he just does. They don't seem to care. They just don't seem to care. Is crazy. This is why I test my players' convictions, because sometimes they will fucking shock you. I'm shocked. I'm shooked. This is the exact sort of reason that I test my players' convictions, because sometimes I think I understand where they stand and their moralities and their ethics, and a lot of times I get proven correct. Like I generally think I know about where it's going, but I still want to test it. Oftentimes I'm slightly surprised, but then sometimes it's a left turn for me. And this is one of those left turns. The man who made a deal with the demon knows what he's talking about, right? For sure. Weren't they only intact because they appeared to Thordak? I think it's just because they were not an upfront faction. Like, they weren't, like, literally on the surface. And so, like, they were just more difficult to root out than, like, the wizards in the Lyceum, that has, like, a building. I think that's the only reason that they weren't destroyed. I can't tell if this is Tal intentionally playing Percy being stupid or Tal being stupid. Or just, like, incredibly naive. Just immensely apathetic. Like, honestly, Marisha doesn't even seem that naive about the class. She just truly, or I shouldn't say Marisha, I should say Keyleth. Keyleth seems to just truly not give a shit. And I know that Grog just doesn't give a shit. I'm more surprised about Percy. But, like, for Percy, who seemed to take such interest in the political turnings of Whitestone and legacy and the things that we build will outlast us, Keyleth. Apparently only the things that he gives a shit about, and he does not give a shit about Iman. Bro. Matt may realize the party isn't seeing it the same way. I know, which is like, and that's what I'm realizing. And that's why I'm torn on how to even handle this. Because, like, they clearly can't be seeing the Clasp the same way. Like, they clearly have to be viewing the Clasp differently than I am right now. And so that makes it very tricky to manage the consequences. That makes it very tricky to be like, you should have just remembered that they were evil, but you clearly didn't. And I know how you are making your decision, but your decision is uninformed, but the fact that it's uninformed is your fault. Like, I don't even know how to, I would have to think long and hard about how to handle that. Cassandra's not gonna want to run another city. That's true. That's true. But like, make Allura, make it an Arcana autocracy or whatever. I think it's weirdly naive, not comprehending. Yeah, it would have to depend on what Matt wants to do in the city. It would. Maybe Tal wants him on to be way more corrupt for future stories, but that doesn't make sense for Percy. No. This smells to me of not taking the world setting seriously or something not being communicated to them. Yeah. That's why I say, like, I don't even know what to do. Is because this decision makes so little sense that I feel like I did something wrong as the DM. Like, if I'm presented with this as the DM, in my head, I'm like, oh, I fucked up at some point. I don't know how I fucked up. I don't know how Matt fucked up. I can't tell. I've gotten it. I've gotten it very loud and clear from Matt that the Clasp are not an organization to trust with this. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, crazy. Yeah. It's super weird to side with the organization that trafficked the woman you love or wanted to. They might not have the same emotional reaction to Amon versus Whitestone where they could definitely care about who's in charge. Yeah. 2-up fight and a deck of cards. The cast is just loopy. Yeah, man. What if whoever responds to the Clasp right now will go, wow, that's quite a score. Will make VM second guess that horrible decision? Maybe. I'm tired. I'm worn out. Yeah, let's watch a little bit. Let's watch a little bit. I really hope this does not end up being what they go with. I really hope.
Regardless, I agree with Grog. We have more important things to worry about right now.
I'm running for office.
T-shirt. Regardless, I agree with Grog.
Things have never been said before.
Is there any of the people collected, the generals or whatever, have you worked with them as well?
The Clasp? Or the...
No, the former leaders of this city, any of the people that you...
We don't
The military, we could put them in charge of this.
There's not really any military of
Well, there's a visiting military. Yeah, we could put them in charge of it, at least temporarily.
Yes!
They can be trusted.
Can they?
Kima.
What? I'm gonna freak out, dude. Oh my God, Percy. What are you talking about? Oh my God, I have to push through it. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. We can trust the Clasp, but no, let's not trust the general at the fort who kept her soldiers alive and fed, even through the very desperate times being right next to Thordak. Let's not trust the general that organized, not Sildor, the fucking Fey City. Let's not trust him. The one that we organized all of this with and was just stuck in the Feywild preparing a counteroffensive just like us. Let's not trust Brom Golden. Let's not trust Assume. Let's not trust Allura. Ah! Oh my God, dude. I'm shooked. I'm shooked. I'm shooked. This is one of the interesting episodes as well because you just can't comprehend the cast views on the Clasp. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Clasp helped them get into the city for the fight. Could just be recency bias. It must be. It must be. It must be. Because I would have even said, I don't think you're right up until that line, where Taliesin is less willing to trust any of the military commanders that aided them in the assault than he is to trust the Clasp. Like, yeah, they led them through some tunnels. If you remember correctly, they didn't really even want to do that. And then they paced out the moment you got there. It is incomprehensible to me. It is incomprehensible. I can only imagine that it's a combination of recency bias, of forgetfulness. Because, I mean, a lot of this shit happened over the course of a long time. You know, the last time that they've interacted with the Clasp in a negative way was episode 58. Like, that was a long time ago. Literally, in real life time. That was a while ago. So I can only imagine that it is recency and it is forgetfulness over real life time. And let's do the critical eyes thing really quick. God, this is making me fucking pessimistic on the concept of my own show. That's how much it's fucking with me, dude. But to do the critical eyes thing is a good lesson to take home for any of the DMs out there. That your players will forget things and they care more about the recent stuff. I don't fucking know, man. Fuck it. Why do I put effort into the theories if they're just going to completely ignore the most blatantly evil people that are left in the setting? That's crazy, dude. The military at the minimum would hopefully free their own troops. Yeah, at minimum. Kima is seemingly trustworthy. Put Kima in charge. Put Kima in charge. I thought that Kima was a squid person for like 20 episodes. And I would rather put her in charge thinking that she's a squid person. I would rather put her in charge than the Clasp. Truly. Because then at least she would at least have an incentive to pretend like she's doing the right thing. The Clasp don't. Exactly. Sarah. Exactly. Kima would at least pretend to be good to hide her identity. Yeah, this is the opposite of lawful stupid. This is actually maybe one of the most this is more insightful than anything I've said. It is morally stupid. This is the opposite, the antithesis, the dark mirror of the lawful stupid paladin, which is the chaotic stupid warlock. That's exactly what this is, because I cannot fathom another reason to do this. And like, I'm a pretty anti-establishment guy, personally. Like, as a person, I have a pattern of problem with authority. I'm not a huge lover of like the military or the government, but holy fuck. Yeah. There's definitely a little bit of anti-establishment stuff here. What if we place the government with something much more corrupt? Not a very smart anti-establishment, yeah. Okay. All right. All right.
Do you feel like
brother and sister team.
keeping an eye on a small group of soldiers from Singon, protecting this? A few days?
Could probably run it. I'd probably have to go and check in with Allie. I'm sure she'd be interested in knowing about this. She's, part of the council.
Right, we need to tell her.
We have assume. I mean, we still have a number of standing council members, and there's a few we still haven't accounted for.
This is in charge.
That would be better, because at the moment...
Western, to be honest, but I've kind of taken...
Look, I get it. If they have their reservations about the council, I do too. Better than the Clasp. So much immeasurably better than the Clasp.
Standing council members, and there's a few we still haven't accounted for.
This is in charge.
That would be better, because at the moment...
Western, to be honest, but I've...
Thank God Percy's on board. Thank goodness. And good on Matt for, like, Matt showed a lot of restraint there, not jumping in sooner. Maybe too much restraint, frankly. Although this was probably quicker. I've certainly stretched it out. This was probably quicker than it appears. But good on Matt for trying to fucking direct them. And I'm not even going to say that it's the right answer. Again, I have a lot of skepticisms about the council. I frankly think that it would be better if Cassandra took over. If I'm being real frank. I think it would be better if Cassandra took over and we folded Iman and Whitestone into the same governing structure. And Percy was put in charge of Whitestone, and she took over the day-to-day governing of Iman as part of a new republic or whatever. I think that would be the decision that I would lean towards as me. But oh my God, anything else than what they were talking about before this. Matt did not step in. Vax asked Kim about looking. Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that he exhibited immense restraint. Again, it probably wasn't as long as it felt to me, because to me it feels like he held back for so long before, providing that. But it probably wasn't that long. And yeah, he did not jump in, which is good. Like, I think that is a good DM behavior. Wait until the players engage the NPCs. I think that is like A-tier DM behavior. But it would have been hard for me to restrain myself from doing so watching this. Whew. But again, it probably would have gone faster than it felt. Oh, yeah. I wonder if he forgot that most of the council is still alive. Also probably possible. Because they've really only interacted with Assume and Braum and Allura. But I think it would be very hard to connect them back to the council, because they really didn't interact with those people all that often, I think in real time, this is less than 5 minutes. Yeah. Fucking give me a heart attack, Taliesin. Holy.
Kind of taking this as a second home.
Far more stories of treasures being looted by foreign
Honestly, we need to get to
military
Whitestone,
might
speaking
than by
of.
Yeah, don't we need to give
criminal
a hand
enterprise.
and plant it under a tree or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Forgot about that.
We have a hand.
We have ashes to bury in Vasselheim.
We have a lot to do.
We have to find out where the fuck Raishan is. Can we see if maybe she went to Whitestone and the whole city is decimated?
No, the
I can try and
longer.
scry with the scrying eye, but that's it.
How about we go to Whitestone and then scry?
Well, we won't need to if we're there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just find out if it's all right.
Let's crawl upstairs. Let's keep some people on this, Kima, and we'll crawl upstairs.
I can try and scry on right. Did I find a little, a scale of hers, by the way, Orny, in the...
Glancing about, roll an investigation check specifically looking for the scale, as opposed to looking for other things in the room.
That's correct. That's better.
Slightly better. 10 total.
10 total. It takes you about 10 minutes, and because the shifting low light in here, the rocky formations of the ground itself, you're having a hard time finding any scales, Raishans.
Just anything.
You have to. It takes you.
And I mean, I can. Now that I am cooling off a little bit. Now that I'm cooling off a little bit, I can construct a version of Percy that still fits with this. I imagine there is a version of Percy that exists that is sort of students' revolution in France, right? The student revolution before the actual French Revolution, where it was a lot of very like ideological young kids that were just like, just read a lot of philosophy and chatted in cafes, and they tried to do a revolution. And it very much failed because they did not know how to do a revolution. And it ultimately led to the actual French Revolution. But they were incredibly ineffective because they were young, dumb ideologues who did not think beyond just the pure philosophical case. Not to speak too illy of the dead, but like broadly. That is my understanding of it. It's what Les Mis is about. And I can construct a version of Percy that is very similar, of someone that understands things in abstract and understands broad forces in abstract and assumes that it is the one in Les Mis. Yes, sir, Delphi. And I can picture a version of Percy that is very intelligent, who is very smart, and assumes that everyone else also act in long-term intelligent self-interest. Because he is right. He is right. Like, it is theoretically in the best interest of even a criminal syndicate to keep a functioning society and economy. I basically argued that this was going to be Raishan's mindset before we learned her actual mindset, before we actually met her. I thought that was basically the mindset that Raishan was going to have, is like, hey, I don't want to rule over rubble, right? I want to rule over a functioning, productive thing that I can then benefit from. Like, that is the more intelligent, more long-term thinking version of a tyrant. That is the long-term vision of that. And it is very naive to think that that is definitely what is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Now, it still doesn't totally explain to me why he would then also be like want the class more than the military, unless he's very naturally anti-military, which could also be a side of Percy that just hasn't had a lot of room to express himself. I could see it. So it's like, I can construct a version of Percy where everything has made sense. But I do think if that is what's going on, and that was all Percy, not Taliesin, I think we saw maybe one of Percy's most extremely flawed moments ever. And I also find it hard to believe that that's what was going on. But that's the best steel man I can make of that situation. That feels like a Percy untouched by the Briarwoods when he was still young and always had his nose in books. True. I don't think it's really what was happening, but that's the best version that I can come up with. But I agree. It definitely seems more like before times Percy than current Percy. Les Perciples. God damn it. Maximilian Robespierre? Yeah. That sort. I can construct a version of Percy like that would make those statements. They are crazy flawed, but I can figure it, yeah. Marius, who was upper class and basically partied with student rebels until they all died. Yes. Then married a rich girl and lived well in the upper class. It's like a sad ballad about it, though. Yeah, precisely, yeah. Our Percy has actual real-world experience, though. He's been through the depths of poverty and despair, yeah. Yeah, so I don't think it really makes sense, but that's the best argument I can make. Yeah. Clasp could just take the money out and dip out of Amon, move their headquarters to Stillben. Oh my god, yeah. Like, there are innumerable ways it could work out that are not what Percy is imagining. Infinite numbers of ways that the Clasp would fuck over Amon, given the chance. But I can think of a way. Whitestone's military did enforce Briarwood rule on its citizens. That's not a bad point. That's not a bad point. That's not a bad point. Yeah. Do we know that they all... I guess, and also it was mercenaries. So even, you could think of it like military for hire. Percy could easily conflate mercenaries, soldiers, military in his head. Because all of the governors were like former mercenaries, right? That the Briarwoods hired and like promised them land and titles. So that could be where like a distrust of military establishment comes from. I could totally see that, just without any sort of abstraction. But yeah, they don't need to stay in rule. There's nothing of value left in Amon except for that horde. Yeah. That just felt more like Tal than Percy. I agree. Ultimately, the class could decide to establish their headquarters in Whitestone, which would be a fuck you to Percy. Yeah, they know where Whitestone is. Let's not forget, the Clasp are well aware of the location of Whitestone. Oh, yeah. They don't even have to stay with the class. Those individual people could take the fortune and flee. Also true. Yeah. Okay. I'm good. I've gotten it out of my system. They're on a good path. I'm not unpausing until the end. He says right before he pauses before the end.
About 15 to 20 minutes before you actually find a small cluster from one of the wounds left behind by Grog.
Yeah, well, I'll do it, yeah.
I'm going to grab the bag of colding and take samples of the dragon eggs that we cracked, the fluid, the bodies, I'm just putting the whole thing in there.
All right.
We need that.
They intend? What? They took the body.
Raishan?
She, no, she's been playing us for a long time. We were in a loose agreement with her to get to today, and we've never felt like she's told us the whole picture. We have watched her gas scores of people in front of us. She's killed many of your friends' people. She's not good. But no, we don't ultimately know what her next move is.
I can try and scry on her, and maybe get lucky, or I can try and scry on Whitestone. The problem is that she's smart, so even if I try and scry on her, there's a possibility that she'll resist it.
She's exhausted still, I would assume.
She did burn all of her legendary resistance, didn't she?
She did.
And she's probably been running.
What could it hurt?
I'm gonna try and scry on Raishan.
Okay, casting the spell.
Scrying eye.
Scrying eye, because we're using the items DC, like your spell DC.
I guess so, but I don't know if you ever put the scrying eye
DC
on here. It doesn't have a DC.
It doesn't? Then we'll use your spell DC, that's fine. Okay, so as you guys begin situating, Kima walks up at the surface. Gilmore's still kind of rummaging through and trying to find some interesting things, and there's a few moments where you hear Gilmore across from like, this is mine. He's starting to find things left over from his destroyed shop that have been scavenged by looters and brought back to Thordak as, paying homage to their new ruler. Kima begins to head up, and you can hear now people have begun to gather en masse into the cloud top. It sounds like the rest of your soldiers, along with Zarek Shaw walking up with her, begin to organize and find whoever's been fighting through the city and figuring out one to set up a perimeter to defend the center, which essentially the entire economy of the city lies underground. You begin to pull out the scrying eye and set up the small space for the ritual. You concentrate on it and kind of thrust your vision towards the center of the artifact. What's the spell DC?
My spell save DC is 20.
All right. So as you focus, you feel your vision kind of lift up into the dark clouds as the storm is drifting southeast of the city towards where the Wyvern Riders have been.
Southeast? Wait. Southeast? He said towards where the Wyvern Riders have been escaping, but he said southwest before. Ha ha! I think Matt messed up his direction, but then I corrected it because it made the most sense. And then it turned out that now he's recorrecting it. Now it is southeast that the Wyvern Riders are escaping towards. Aha! I knew the world so well that I knew he was wrong, that I just assumed. The Wyvern Riders are actually going southeast. Let's go. Towards Raishan's old lair. We all knew it. Oh, man. You did just laugh when Gilmore found one of his things. Well, yeah, because that was funny. Because it was a little funny. Because you was being a funny little guy. So that's why I laughed. Because Gilmore's a funny little guy. You paused. Liar, pets. No! Shit, caught. Take me off. Take me to jail. I'll do it. Write it down as a contradiction and we'll see which one's correct. Ooh, true. Not southwest like earlier. Okay, if Matt then describes the glint shore, obviously southwest. If he describes somewhere we have not seen before, southeast. Those are my bets. Before he said southeast, I was going to guess that we were going to see Glint Shore right now. But I don't think we are. Now that he said southeast, I think we're going to see a different island, not glassy in the slightest. And I think it's going to be Viscan. He just had to save his players from being idiots. He can't get it all right. This is true. You said he wouldn't unpause until the stream ends. Oh, man. Oh, wait.
Escaping into the clouds and the dark, the moisture, the rain. You feel the humidity almost oppressive against you, and then you feel your essence being tugged, being pulled rapidly in a direction. Amidst the cloud, you don't know which direction it is, but it's pulled you quickly, and suddenly you emerge in the clouds and you're over ocean. Over ocean, you see in the distance just open waves, no signs of land, just water. And then
for the ocean to be this quick, I actually think it is southwest. She's very quickly over the ocean. So probably actually southwest. I'm betting Glint Shore. Lock it the fuck in, baby.
a singular island, isolated, distant, far from everything. Your vision suddenly jumps, scats upright to the outside of this cavern opening. You see, skips, I meant to say, but I figured nothing escapes Laura's mind. She is our resident 13-year-old.
It was actually him. It was him that time.
You're twins, it's fine. Yes. Skips ahead to the exterior of some sort of a mountain-based cavern that dips deep into the ground in the center of this very, very thick jungle-like terrain. You can see portions of the cavern here have been ruined and broken down.
All right, never mind. It's Viscan. Never mind. It's Viscan. Guaranteed. Mountain. Oh no, I was still on that window. Mountain cavern in a mountain jungle terrain. No, I know that doesn't count. Shit, I did lock it in, didn't I? Fuck. I should never lock in. I don't need to. I'm not on a game show. Why do I lock in? I didn't need to lock it in. Shit. Cavern in a mountain jungle terrain. Actually, quite similar to how I imagine the Glint Shore pre-whatever made it all glassy like. What? What's going on? Why is that dark all of a sudden? What did I do? I somehow turned the captions dark mode. I don't know what this is. Shit. Well, I guess that's how it is now. Caption settings, can you change that? Click this for settings. How did I possibly change this? Why is it all... Oh, is it the background opacity? No. Although I can change that? No. What? Font opacity? Ah! How the fuck did I change that? It must... Yeah, it was all keyboard shortcuts, but that's so weird that there are keyboard shortcuts for that. Anyways. Okay, so this is Viscan. Interesting. Interesting.
A very, very thick jungle-like terrain. You can see portions of the cavern here have been ruined and broken down, and there appears to be some sort of geothermal activity in the vicinity. Your vision skips again, and you can see a deep series of winding caverns that lead to what looks to be like a stone, a very, very old stone laboratory. You see cages. You see wooden furniture. You see what look to be portions of bookshelves that are toppled over. And out of the blurry peripheral of this one focal point where the spell has taken you, you can see what looks to be, just out of sight, a large, deep red crimson mass that is just resting still. You also see what appear to be, to your other peripheral, two ovoid-like red shapes that are kind of resting in the edge. And there, at one of the bookshelves, you see a woman with long, dark green hair, wounded and bleeding, currently pulling books out of the shelf and opening and looking through, and slamming it closed and throwing it down and pulling another book and going through. The vision recedes and your eyes blink and come back to you, and you're back in the cavern glare.
She's not in Whitestone.
She was looking for the third book of the trilogy of Patrick Rothfuss. It couldn't be found anywhere. Why can't I find this?
Get him! Get him! Deserved. Hey! Wait, I gotta get Paige in here. Paige! They did a funny to Patrick Rothfuss. I don't know where Paige is. She is not responding if she can hear me. Paige, are you dead? Or just taking a bath? She can't hear me from the bathtub normally. I'm going to show that clip to her regardless, whether or not it happens on stream. Full ep? Woo! Let's go! Let's go, dude. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Oh my god, nah, I'm good. The only other thing I am somewhat thinking, maybe it's not Viscan. Only because to me this seems like it is possibly Raishan's laboratory. And unless Raishan was lying about how her and Thordak met, which she could have been. Huh. What if Raishan moved to Viscan? She could have. She could have. Viscan is the obvious answer. But then it's like, okay, maybe it's not Viscan. Because this does seem to be where Raishan is shacked up. And that could also be Viscan. But all we know is that a bunch of ships went down near Viscan, and then okay, wait. I'm getting out the timeline. All right, let's see. Wait. I'll also turn it back to here. Okay, Thordak's history. I'm gonna put it on the big screen. Okay, Thordak is discovered to be ruling Viscan, but was he actually? Was he actually, though, is what I want to know. I need to go to the actual Thordak article. Okay. Where's the original quotes from Allura Visorin? Lorded over half of Marquette, not seen for many centuries. Was thought to have died. Although rumors had been whispered for a long time when ships would be lost at sea. 15 years ago, it was officially rediscovered, having been ruling Viscan. Oh, I don't like that I don't have a quote about that. I don't like that I don't have her directly quoted because I'm worried that that's an assumption that I made. I'm worried that in the long ago times, I made an assumption that he had been, like, literally rediscovered, ruling Viscan, and not just that it was rumored that he had been ruling Viscan when he was rediscovered. There's like a very slight difference between the words that she could have used that I may not have taken down accurately. Let me see something. Let me see. It's also possible that I did take it down accurately and then I'm the goat. Let's see. Viscan. What's up? You got out of the bath for this? To see the funny? Okay, 1 second.
They make him feel bad.
One second. The rumors of powerful dragons storing the beaches and seas, but it had survived and secretly ruled the island of Viscan. Okay, never mind. It's pretty clear. Damn it! I thought maybe I'd found something. All right. Okay. All right, let's see Paige's reaction.
Are they mean to him? You stink.
Yeah, I know. Don't tell them. They can't smell me.
He stinks.
What? No! Don't tell them that. I'm a nice-smelling boy.
I mean, you have been streaming for like over 7 hours. So.
I know. Okay, so they are scrying on a villain.
Two ovoid-like red shapes that are kind of resting in the edge. And there, at one of the bookshelves, you see a woman with long, dark green hair, wounded and bleeding, currently pulling books out of the shelf and opening them and looking through, and slamming it closed and throwing it down and pulling another book and going through. The vision recedes, and your eyes blink and come back to you, and you're back in the cavern of the lair.
She's not in Whitestone.
She was looking for the third book of the trilogy of Patrick Rothfuss. It couldn't be found anywhere. Why?
What year is this?
Oh, it's 8 years ago.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, this is like, yeah, it's not even like the time difference probably between the first and second book.
It's probably about the time difference between the two, yeah.
Good.
Paige does want Patrick Rothfuss to suffer.
Yeah. That's accurate.
Oh my goodness. That's it.
They should have been harder on him.
I haven't read his books. Are you telling me that the same book is still not out? Oh, yes. Yes, that is what we're saying.
Let's see, when?
The same book is still not out. It's ludicrous. It's frankly crazy.
So 2007 was Name of the Wind. And Fear was... I don't think that seems right. It says 2011, but that doesn't seem right.
That's what chat said.
I thought it was a bigger jump from that, but maybe not. I thought it was like an 8-year jump between the first and second.
And this is 2017, so this is 6 years after the second book.
Yeah. So it's been 14 long years. I didn't even read the first book until 2016. 2017, maybe even. Mm-hmm. And they're giant books. And I've probably read both of them at least 4 or 5 times. I'm on my like 5th or 6th read through of the second one.
And they are beautifully written. It's like an entire fantasy book of poetry. They're gorgeous. I don't really like the main character very much, but they're really well written.
Yes, I would kill his PC, by the way.
You would kill his guest PC?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She says yes, unequivocally yes. She didn't even hesitate.
I would kill the PC's entire family. And then, like he did to Kvothe. I don't know. I would make it very pointed, I feel like. So I would think of a more poetic way. I don't know.
I DNF'd the first book real early, like 30 minutes into the audio. Okay, I will say, I think that the first book has one of the worst starts to any book ever.
It does. It does. I'm not gonna
Any good book. There are bad books out there that probably have worse starts, but out of the really great books, I think it maybe has the worst start of any of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. If you can get through the first 30 minutes of the audiobook, maybe an hour.
I think once they stop going back to him and Chronicler, once they start like just like living in the story more, it gets substantially
once they
better.
Start the story, it's basically like they hardly ever go back.
Yeah.
But you have to get to where they start the story.
And it's also not clear that they will start the story until like a little bit in, so you're like, is this gonna be the whole thing? This is boring.
Yeah. I should find where that's at in the audiobook or on like the pages.
So you
It'd
can
be
do, like, a
like
mark.
Be like, you just have to get to this page.
Honestly, you can just skip the first parts. You should read them eventually because they are like fun, like overall. But you can, if you have tried and DNF'd, you can skip.
But what's Brandon Sanderson's like the first one that
Way of Kings.
Yeah, Way of Kings.
Way of Kings.
The first like third of A Way of Kings, I was slogging through. I like did not want to read it. And Jack just kept being like, you have to keep going. You have to keep going.
I think, my ranking of like the really big fantasy books in order of like how much I liked their beginning is like, they're like first 30 minutes. It's like King Killer, then Wheel of Time. I think that shit is pretty damn slow at the beginning. And then probably Way of Kings, and then Mistborn, Final Empire. And out of the ones that I've read, out of like the really big fantasy ones that I've read, those are kind of my ordering. I think Sorcerer's Stone is pretty good.
I will
pretty good start.
It doesn't really pass the Bechdel test. Possibly ever.
No.
That I can think of. Well, I don't. It's hard because the main character is a guy, and so like, and it's from his perspective, like always. So then, in that case, it kind of can't. But yeah.
Well, I mean, Sarah said that, right? I'm used to books with male protagonists.
Yeah. No, yeah. It's fair. It's definitely a fair criticism, and I fully think that you could make like one of the main guys, like you could probably make Will into a girl pretty easily.
You think not Simon?
No, because Simmons, like, the whole thing is that he's girl crazy and that he's, like, always falling in love and stuff.
Boy crazy. Although that...
that looks a little weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Anyways, I'm going to wrap up stream because my voice is tired.
Look, I'll just write the screenplay and Lin-Manuel Miranda won't leave the project this time, maybe.
Yeah.
Fun fact. That almost happened.
Oh man. Anyhow, I'm gonna peace out. I'm tired. And yeah, that was crazy. I'm gonna for now say that she's on Viscan, but it does seem weird to me. Thordak doesn't seem the type to keep a laboratory. That seems much more Raishan. And so the fact that there's this like ancient laboratory there is kind of to me like, what? Doesn't feel like a Thordak dominion with a lab. You know? That seems more Raishan. And it seems ancient. It seems like she wouldn't have just moved. So that sticks out as a little odd to me. But it might just be Viscan. That could have been the thing that Raishan kind of lied about. Raishan, I think, implied that her lair was like south of the Stormcrest, and that Thordak like dominated her and all that after he kind of came over and started pillaging, like not during the 15 years. And I have said, I was like, whoa, like that seems like really fast, like for all of that to have happened. But that was a little while ago. So then Raishan could have put together the conclave during the intervening time, but it all seemed like a little fast. So maybe she was originally ruling Viscan and Thordak came and kicked the shit out of her and she just lied about where it was so that they didn't know that her lair was like in Viscan. That could happen. That could be the case. But I also took my wife to the hospital. Oh my gosh. I hope she's good. Looks good at the moment. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, that's not good. Anyways. Yeah. I'm fading. I'm going to go. I'm going to get some food. And I will see you all later. Good stream. Goodbye. Woo.